Ah, people complaining about the music. What the hell is wrong with you uncultured swine? Welcome to the Normal America Show. Your host, Rob Noerr. I know you're uncultured because no one knew the name of that song or even what it was from. But more importantly, you're watching me, so I know that culturally. But in today's culture of, do I even need to speak? Turn on your local news station, attend 5 minutes of your kid's elementary school class, and you'll see all you need to know about our culture today. So join me in being uncultured swine. But that was a song from when culture was great. And what I consider probably... Thank you, Alice in Wonderland. I really appreciate the sub. I really do. That's right. Achilles nailed it. Probably the best soundtrack in movie history. For my money, I can never pronounce his name correctly, but Basil Polaritis in the original Conan the Barbarian. Hot damn, what a soundtrack. That song, obviously a cover because you can't play the original sounds on YouTube and stuff. But the best soundtrack stars. Hey, man, I'll tip my cap to Phil Collins. I love me some Phil Collins. That's a banging soundtrack. The Tarzan soundtrack, good. But no, the soundtrack to Conan the Barbarian. Damn, that song's called Anvil of Chrome. It's one of my all-time favorite movies. It's not like Conan's underrated. People think highly of it. But I still think that it's underrated for a movie. It's one of those movies that just gets your blood pumping, right? Like his prayer to Crom at the end. If you've never seen the movie, you should watch the movie. It's fantastic. But at the end, right? He says, Crom, I've never prayed to you. I don't have the tongue for it. No one will remember who we were. Not even you, Crom. What you'll remember is two stood against many. So if I could ask you one request, it's this. Grant me vengeance. And if not, to hell with you. Thank you, Gizmo. Thank you for the sub. Oh, no, not the Jason Mimosa cover. Yeah, I saw, now that list, there have been claims of people being on that list before, and I've heard people say that list is not a list of people that are to be terminated, but it's a list of people that are to be untrusted, that are amongst the Linsky's crew, and stuff like that. I've not seen the Conan musical, but it is something that interests me. It intrigues me. The second, no. Conan the Destroyer, the sequel to Conan the Barbarian. Thank you, Tengo. I really appreciate the sub. It's like a PG-rated movie. The original Conan, I believe, is rated R. I am back, yeah. 33 months. Where's the time gone, Tengo? But yeah, the Conan the Barbarian, the original, Arnold looking like a beast. It is a fantastic movie. Everything. Oh, people bring up the. It's a parody. It's good though. Yeah. I don't believe you, Steven. You're getting a 10-minute ban. If I go to, I've never been more confident than anything in my life. The original Conan the Barbarian movie is not PG. I am absolutely. Not only are there sex scenes, gratuitous violence, cursing. Yeah, it's got to be rated R. So I don't know what you're talking about. Now, Conan the Destroyer, I believe, is probably PG-13 would be my guess. And it's definitely dumbed down. They even take, basically this... I don't even know if Conan the Barbarian's on Netflix. Maybe there's another movie, cartoon, anime, something called Conan the Barbarian that's PG. But yeah, I am positive. Those action movies back in the day, man, did you know the original RoboCop was like an NC-17 or X rating? Like they had to fight to get it rated R. It's brutal. The original RoboCop is incredibly brutal. A great movie as well. Yeah, there's definitely nudity in Conan. It's not something I would want children watching. Having said that, as a teenager, it was one of my favorite movies. But man, what a great movie. I watched this whole YouTube show too, The Riddle of Steel. They talk about it, right? And does Conan ever solve the riddle of steel? And Conan's father does not. Conan's father says the riddle of steel is you have to solve this riddle to get into their Valhalla, their heaven. Their god is Crom, who's like this vengeful god that lives in a volcano. And Conan's father explains to him when he's a kid, he says, the riddle of steel is this. Men found steel on the battlefield amongst giants and gods. And the truth is you can't trust men or women or animals, but you could trust steel. And then Thulsa Doom, who's played by the great James Earl Jones, says, no, steel is weak. It could break. But flesh and blood, bone, humanity, that's what's strong. And Thulsa Doom commands this cult. But what ultimately Conan understands at the end is that his body could break and the sword he's carrying breaks. But what can't be broken is the will. That's why at the beginning of the movie, it quotes Nietzsche. It says, that which doesn't kill you makes you stronger. The real riddle of steel is the actual power comes from the will of the person who wields the steel, who wields the body. And the reason that Conan becomes king isn't because he has this badass sword. It's not because he can command people. It's because he has the willpower to do what no one else will do. He'll stand against an army. He'll fight for the woman he loves. It's fucking badass. With other than maybe John Wick, where are you getting themes like that of just like ultra masculinity done in just a badass way like that? It is a fantastic movie. Absolutely love it. Recommend. My cultural recommendation for today. If you haven't seen the original Conan the Barbarian, check it out. Now, if you're a younger member of my audience and you're used to sort of fast-paced cuts and editing of today, you don't really got a lot of that. Also, the guy that plays Subutai, his friend in the movie, is fantastic. And there's an actor called Mako, who's one of my all-time favorite character actors. He played Aku in Samurai Jack. He's been in a lot of other... He has this real raspy, gravelly voice. He always plays like a monk or something like that. He's badass, but he's the narrator of Conan. He starts out, in the heart. It's just so badass. It's a great movie. Enjoy it thoroughly. Yeah, you too could solve the riddle of steel. We try on this show. We try to solve the riddle of steel. That's something we attempt to do. Yeah, the witch scene is crazy. You know, he gets high and knocks out a camel at one point. Punches a camel. It's good stuff. Yeah, Subutai the thief. He's fantastic. I love the scene where they're talking about their gods, and like Conan almost snaps Subutai up. And Conan's like, "My god is stronger." And Subutai's like, my god's the four winds. Your god lives beneath my god. And Arnold's just like eating his chicken leg or whatever, furious. It's great. So where have I been? Last week, I did do a little car stream. There'll be a lot of rehashing from my car stream today, except it'll be better quality, hopefully, here. I did take Hankster, my 3-year-old son, to the aquarium in Cleveland. That was last Thursday, so we left Wednesday night, got a hotel, and then went to the aquarium on Thursday, or maybe I'm doing it wrong. Maybe we went to the hotel Thursday and went to the aquarium on Friday. That's how it went. Conan the O'Brien. I liked old Conan O'Brien. A little more slim. I'm in a weight loss competition with Aircraft Sparky. We're weighing in on June, so it'll be fun. He beat me last time, but Sparky's like a psychopath. Like if I dropped like 150 pounds, Sparky would drop like 300 pounds. He'd end up coming on looking like anorexic, like 80 pounds just to win. He's crazy. So yeah, we went to the aquarium. Hank's two favorite things were, there were 2 touch tanks. The one was you could touch manta rays, which he absolutely loved, and it was awesome. And the other, it's going to sound lame, but it really wasn't. And it was my proudest moment there. They had a little touch tank where you could touch shrimps. But they weren't regular shrimps. These were like, I think they're called tiger shrimp or something. They're actually beautiful. They're like almost a golden color with like this really cool white stripe running down their back. And if you put your finger, just the tip of your finger in, they would come up like it's food or something and kind of like nibble on it. And Hank really liked that. And there's obviously a bunch of kids there that are doing it. And there's a woman that's kind of explaining to the crowd, you know, the organisms that are in this tank. And my son's 3. He just turned 3, right? He turned 3 January 9th. And he, before the woman could say anything, just points to the bottom of the tank and goes, "That's a sea urchin." And she's like, "You're right. That is a sea urchin." I thought it was the coolest. I was so proud of him. He's so smart when it comes to animals and stuff like that. Yeah, he's 3 years old. I know. Time flies. I'm going to see Jack Rob more than you already see him. Hit the gym. All right, we get into the politics, or I can tell you a gym story, and then we'll get into the politics. User's choice. Am I still doing the arena debate? We talked about doing it once a month. I don't know. I'm so busy with work now. You know? All right, we got one vote for the gym story. I could get myself in trouble here, but I don't care. I'm going to tell the gym story. So I used to work out in the loosest sense of the word when I played football in high school. And since then, other than like, if someone had a weight bench or something at their house, some free weights or something like that, I haven't really gone to the gym. So it's been, 20 years. It's not something I'm proud of. Anyways, there's a gym sort of a couple miles from here. And it's not the only gym. So when I tell you this story and you go, wow, Rob can't help but be a fat bastard. After he told this story about this gym, where else would he go? No. There are other options. But it is true that the gym closest to me that would be the most convenient, it's just right down the road. It has quite the reputation. There's a lot of cardio that goes on in that gym. Let's just say there's a lot of illegitimate pregnancies that have came out of this gym. And I'm staunchly against any of the women in my life, like sister-in-laws, or my wife, ever going to this gym. Because like half the girls I know that go to this gym end up in illicit relationships with trainers or other people that frequent this gym. So I call it the orgy gym. And I don't think I'm ready for that amount of cardio. I just don't. I'm afraid I would go in there and ask someone like, hey, I was wondering if you could show me the proper form on these curls. And they'd be like, yeah, I'll show you some form, buddy. So that's my excuse for not going to the gym. I don't want to end up in a compromising situation. No problem, Steven. I was pretty confident that the original Conan wasn't rated PG. Yeah. I wouldn't leave my 8-year-old daughter watch the original Conan for sure. Yeah, sure. So we'll just jump whatever people want to talk to today. I have a lot to say in the border bill, but I said most of it on my YouTube stream in the car earlier, but we could talk about that again. I talked a little about the Ukraine funding. There are other things I wanted to talk about. This is sort of January 6th, something I saw with Thomas Massey, where he was interviewing Benny Thompson, who was the head of the January 6th committee, that raised some questions that I think they're worth bringing up. The Rachel Wilson getting filed by Brittany, how do you say her name? Venti and Tree of Logic. All right, I'll jump into that. I don't have much to say on it, but if that's what people want to talk about, sure. I don't really follow much of the sort of drama, character-driven stuff on these spaces. I tend to think that almost all of us are egomaniacs, and that's just the truth. I don't know. There are people I consider myself friends with on here. The Wilsons, Rachel and Andrew would be two of them. A lot of people that watch me, like Aftershock and people like that, I would consider friends that I've personally talked to on the telephone and things like that, and I met through streaming. But it's not the same as sort of my friends in real life and my crew in real life. And I really have tried, even when it's people I'm not the biggest fan of, to stay out of sort of drama, attacks into people's personal life and things like that. I don't begrudge the people that are interested in that stuff. I used to love watching Steve Wilkos' show. I was a big 90s wrestling fan, so I'm not above anyone in the idea of, watching human tragedy and drama and being entertained by it. So I'm not making any value judgments on the type of material that anyone wants to watch. For God's sakes, I probably wouldn't watch me if I wasn't me, if you see what I'm saying. As for these characters, I know literally nothing about this Brittany Venti person. Tree of Logic, I did one show with. I did an interview on her show. That's all I really know about her. It was a fine interview. I didn't see anything dramatic. So let me say this. First, we'll do the shit sandwich, or that's not the way to put it, because the sandwich where it's like something positive, something negative. We'll start with the negative. Andrew and Rachel bring a lot of heat on themselves, and not just through their Christian national beliefs, their orthodoxy beliefs. There's a certain level of heat you'll get preaching Christianity, particularly strongly preaching it, like condemning things like gay sex, gay marriage, and things like that, that's going to bring a certain amount of heat. I could separate that heat. I don't have a problem with people being upset about your policy prescriptions, your philosophical, your religious beliefs, and things like that. If you're going to put them out there, people are going to challenge them. That's absolutely fine. I also understand that I would say that both Rachel and Andrew go further than that. I think they intentionally bring up people's personal life that are on-screen people, that are streamers, that are people that have put themselves out there publicly, and they will talk about drama in their lives. So, for example, they will talk about someone whose marriage broke up if they feel that person was talking relationship type advice and then their marriage broke up. As such, they have to expect that their relationship and their personal lives will be brought up. And so, to me, it's different, right? If I don't want to use myself as an example, that's kind of not fair. But let's say someone like Lecture Fan. Lecture Fan's a conservative streamer I like. Streamed on Twitch before me. Fan of Lecture Fan, right? I've never really heard Lecture Fan. I know he's a Christian, but I haven't really heard him delving into like, let's talk about such and such's relationships. Let's talk about such and such's past as their past profession or something. I haven't heard that. And so I don't know if Lecture Fan's married or not, but if someone started to attack Lecture Fan's wife because Lecture Fan put out a video that's like, I think that, Jim Smith, left-winger Jim Smith here, I think that his, border policy sucks, thank you, Slayer, thank you for the follow. And they respond with like, well, here's a bunch of information about Lecture Fan's wife. I think that's horrible and over the line. But if Lecture Fan's like, well, here's why I think that Jim Smith sucks because he believes in an open marriage, and here's his partners and how ridiculous it is. And then they, in response, say, well, look at Lecture Fan's partner or husband or wife or girlfriend. That's a little different. That is within the realm of, I think, now I personally feel that I would never say anything negative to anyone or try to bring up anyone that's not on screen, right? So Rachel's fair game because Rachel streams and she enters into this. But my wife doesn't. So I don't think it would be fair to bring her into any sort of argument. You want to talk any kind of crap on me, fine. It's not fair to bring kids in. All that to me is over the line of what I'll do. Other people could do what they feel they need to do. So that's the sort of... I don't even mean that as negative. That I'm pretty sure Andrew and Rachel would agree with everything I just said there. What this Brittany character did is over the line. If people missed it, I don't even know. I hesitate to even talk about this, but I'll just say I don't think that Andrew or Rachel would be upset with me. Rachel had a previous marriage and had children from a previous marriage. Andrew knew this. This wasn't anything that was hidden. Has married Rachel and is acting like a great stepfather in raising those kids and taking those kids on as his own. The line of attack that's coming from Brittany is that I guess somehow this makes Andrew a cuck, or somehow it's against his Christian beliefs or something like that because he's pretending to be the father of children that aren't his. I find that to be despicable, that argument. I think it's not only despicable, it's just stupid. It's stupid objectively in sort of a normal person's viewing of the world. But let's say that she's saying, well, no, I think it's contradictory to the Christian nationalism that Andrew preaches. Maybe that's what she's saying. I don't know. I didn't follow it that much. I don't see that as the case. I don't understand where an Orthodox view of the world or an Orthodox Christian nationalist view of the world, I don't see anywhere in that when it would say you can't marry someone that previously had children and raise those children as your own. That's, Flynn Talk says it was about the pimping out the daughter. I've heard this. I haven't seen any proof of this. The claim seems to be that Brittany or them are accusing Rachel of like dangling their of age, I believe, daughter out there. Like, whoa, what's the argument? For personal benefit, for money? I haven't seen any evidence of that at all. And then the other thing that was despicable that's even just hard to talk about was one of Rachel's, I believe, son that was 10 years old was actually killed in a car accident. And Brittany found that fertile ground to criticize Rachel over, which I think is one of the most despicable things that you could say. And she's defending it as, I'm not talking trash on the kid. I'm saying that Rachel's a bad mom for allowing her kid to be hanging out with a 14-year-old who then apparently stole a car and was in a wreck. It was Rachel's child. So I find it grotesque. I think it speaks a lot to the character of those people involved. However, I don't really need to say anything. My feeling on it is this. I made one post on it on Twitter. This is all I really have to say about it. Andrew and Rachel don't need me to speak up for them. They don't. I try not to wade into these things because you never know what's being said behind the scenes or what's being said that you haven't caught. I don't know. I know Andrew and Rachel went really hard against Brittany and Tree of Logic on all sorts of stuff that you might say, I found it to be over the line, and once the line has been crossed, then the line's crossed for everyone for everything. Are there more than one lines? Is it, you've crossed this line, but there's still a yet further line that you can't cross? I don't know. The old all's fair in love and war. Regardless, I don't think Andrew or Rachel are clamoring for people like me to try to defend them, and so I'm not really here to do that. All I will say is this. In a community of people that I've dealt with that are streamers or online personalities that dip their toe into sort of cultural, religious, or political streaming in the sort of circles that I've ran in, I could say, and you could believe me or not, and you could say, of course you're saying this because Andrew sort of is on the same political side as me, though not really. I've had as many debates against Andrew as for Andrew. I would consider myself more libertarian adjacent conservative, and Andrew is more sort of nationalist, authoritarian almost conservative. That puts us at quite a bit of odds on many issues. Having said that, I think that Andrew and Rachel are almost the exact opposite of what the sort of stereotypical big streamer is. To me, the stereotypical big streamer is someone that puts on this face, this character. It's like, hey, what's up, everyone? Yeah, I'm here with my friend, blah, 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 blah. And then these messages come out, behind the scenes, Discord chats, text message, that they're like a narcissist, that all of their relationships are fake, and it's all to garner this public image. I almost feel like Andrew and Rachel are almost the opposite of that. They'll talk trash right to your face, but behind the scenes, they've been basically the most genuine, nice people I've dealt with. No, I don't mean that they're duplicitous, that they're intentionally pretending to be something they're not. I'm just saying they wear their emotions and their philosophy on their sleeve. So if they think that you're living an immoral life, they would say, I think you're living an immoral life. But behind the scenes, they've done as much, if not more than 90% of people in helping me with my channel. And not just my channel, just talking to me about situations in life and things like that. So, I don't know. I don't have to defend Andrew and Rachel. I think that it goes without saying that attacking someone because their child has died is pretty despicable. But I don't need to defend them. I think they do a fine job on their own. So, it is what it is. I will say, and I think, again, I don't want to use the term negative. The only thing I'll say is, I think Andrew and Rachel both understand that they wade into this shit. They do. I'll tell you another person who I really like that sort of wades into this drama is BX Bullet. I understand. There's been some really heinous things that have been done to BX Bullet. And I'll go to bat and defend her, taking pictures, screenshots of her child and things like that and using that to exploit her. That's as horrific as it becomes. And I'll defend her any day on that stuff. But she can't help herself, too. She's always involved in some sort of drama. I like her. I like her politics. I think she's a great streamer. I think she's broke some really important stories. But, when you wade in hip deep, you get muddy. That's it, though. For me, It's not my forte. And I always try. My philosophy is that I'm not perfect, and I am bipolar. I know I am undiagnosed bipolar. I'm just kidding. I don't know if I'm bipolar or not, but I have this, the old, there's two wolves fighting inside me. I don't look at it. I think that's a dumb phrase, but I do think that there are two parts of me. There is days where I legitimately am like trying to give olive branches to everyone and trying to be analytic. And that's how I would be in my professional life. It's how I was as a debater. I was known in policy debate when I was one of the top 70 teams in the country. When I was in college debating, we were known, me and my partner both were known as two of the most likable, affable, in a very intense, high stakes environment where people are really trying to do whatever they can to win. We were known as two as the people that were the most jovial. I think that almost anyone, and people even knew my politics. I was one of the only right-wing people in policy debate, and people still liked me. And obviously, you're not really attacking people. There's more professionalism. What you see on here is a closer proximity to how I act in my everyday life. And sometimes even with friends, you get a little chirpy, get a little pissy with people, and that's true. Even with my wife, I do that. So I don't want people to think that I'm saying, oh, Rob never gets into the drama, never says anything that's like a personal attack. That's not true. I do. I know that. And that's why you never hear me cry foul when people are doing shit to me, call me names, whatever, it is what it is. I'm thick skin on that front. It doesn't really bother me. But I will say, from the bottom of my heart, I try not to make things super personal. So if I'm on a panel and someone starts talking shit to me, I'll talk shit to them. But I ain't talking about their wife. I'm not talking about they were involved in some sort of heinous attack and I'm criticizing how they acted, like with Hunter Avalon. That's not my style. That's not what I'm going to do. So I'm not saying it's wrong to do that. There are people that do that. If you take the sword out and you step into the arena, people are going to swing their sword back at you. I choose to try to focus on the people that are in front of me on the screen and the arguments that we're talking about on the screen. That's it. That's what I try to do. And if people want to enjoy other content or other things, like, I don't care. I don't care at all. Oh, did you see who's Hassan dating today? What's Destiny's marriage going through? Oh, man. What about the past relationship of Andrew and Rachel Wilson? You haven't heard me talk much about, like, Andrew Tate. I don't really talk about that stuff. I had people ask me before, would you go on Fresh and Fit? And talk about what? What do I talk about that really lends to that sort of program? It's not me. I know that I could grow my channel by coming on here and picking a big left-wing target like Hassan and just focusing on them and attack, and people would like that. But it's just not me. Go on Timcast. I will be going on Timcast. March 1st, I'm scheduled to go on Timcast. Also, and we're going to jump into the politics now. We've talked enough about this stuff. Tomorrow, please tune in tomorrow around 1 p.m. Eastern time. And I'm actually going to be on with Tim Pool's co-host, Ian Crossland, on Ian's show, which is also a fantastic show. And even though Ian's show doesn't have maybe the amount of views that Tim Pool's show gets, I think Ian and me are going to mesh very well. I think it's going to be a very entertaining show. Ian has a lot of guests on that are approaching things from more of a philosophical perspective or a scientific perspective. And so I think that his mind works in a little different way than mine. And I think it'll make for a good mesh. I really do. And I owe Ian a lot. He's really gone to bat for me. And I've talked to him a couple times now. And I'm really looking forward to doing his show tomorrow. So I think it's going to be fantastic. It'll be a 1 hour show. So I got to keep my big mouth more limited, have some more brevity. We'll see how that goes. But I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be a good show. So his show is on, it's definitely on Twitter. I don't know if Ian's show's on YouTube. He definitely broadcasts to Twitter. That's where I've seen his show before. I will be broadcasting it on all of my channels as well, though. So, but I'll make sure that I get a link to his, where he would like you to go to watch it. So it should be, he's on YouTube. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Also, one other thing, I have started streaming. I re-upped begrudgingly, with some bigger shows coming up, I did re-sign up for my restream package. So I am streaming on Kick, Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, and, X right now. So I'm streaming on all those platforms. Let's get into politics. Let's talk the border bill. All right, so I talked a little about the border bill. If you watched this on YouTube earlier, a lot of this will be a rehash, but hopefully it's better this time. I'm in better quality. I'm in an actual landscape format as opposed to the garbage. I don't know what it is. Apparently now on YouTube, I have to go into my settings on my phone to set my live streams up in landscape as opposed to vertical. Vertical live stream. God. Horrible. Rumble's multi-stream is free. I have to check it out. I would, people give me the best advice, and I never follow through with it because any advice that's sort of tech related, I hit end stream, and then I go downstairs, and I completely forget about any technical related stuff. I'll remember the arguments, the political arguments, but anything, and then I come back on, I'm like, oh, I got 5 minutes till I go live, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I wanted to look into that Rumble restream thing, and blah, blah, blah. I always forget to do it, so apologies for that. Do want to give a special shout out to Aftershock and Syrian's Bot on X over there. They've been doing an excellent job of clipping some of the debates I've had with people like Destiny, Pisco, Not So Erudite, just clips of me destroying them, which is, pretty frequent if you watch me in these debates. So it's nice to get that out there in smaller chunks. And I'm going to start trying to do more short material, 3 to 5 minute material. So anyways, now that we're here, let's talk about the border bill thing a little. I'm not going to get into this because I'll be the first to admit to you, because I was at work all week, I didn't have the chance to really read through all 350 pages. I did read through probably 40 or 50 pages. Those that were directed as the most important things. Some of the things I do think are being misinterpreted or misled, or however you want to put it. For example, one of the big things that's being talked about is this idea of how do you pronounce this word? Non-contiguous? Is that, in other words, it's a fancy word. It's a $10 word for countries that aren't our direct border. So Mexico, Canada. People that aren't from Mexico and Canada don't count towards that 5,000 person limit. If you haven't read the bill, here's what this part of it's talking about. It had been said for weeks, people had been leaking out what the context of the bill would be, that the bill allowed in up to 5,000 people a month, or a day, right? And so they did the math on that, and they're like, okay, that's 10,000 every 2 days, so you break that into 100. You're talking 1.8 million and change a year that the bill just flat out allows in. And what we were told, that's not true, that's not what's going on. And when the bill came out, correct me, I'm not going to have all the specifics on it, but it's something to this effect. At 4,000, if over a 7-day period there's an average of 5,000 people per day that occur, then the emergency border declaration comes in. Or at 4,000 a day for 7 days, the president can decide to call it an emergency, which President Biden, who's averaged 7, 8, 9,000 a day for weeks or months at a time, declined to call it an emergency, so I don't know why you would assume he would this time. Anyways, so what's being said is, but that only counts people that are from Mexico or from Canada. So let's say a Guatemalan or a Chinese or an Irish, whatever, person goes into Mexico, comes through the Mexican border up into Texas. That person wouldn't count towards that 5,000. My reading of that is that's not true. My reading of that is, I think when it says only people from Mexico and the United States count, or Mexico and Canada count, I believe that's just unaccompanied minors. So an adult from Guatemala, China, Ireland, whatever, would still count to that 5,000. Contiguous. Thank you, Jertaker. Hats off to you. Thank you so much. That's my understanding. I could be wrong about that. But I'm trying to be as fair as possible and as honest as possible about what this bill says. Non-contiguous. You guys are the best. I have a very non-contiguous brain, so. As you can tell. So we got that part out of there. Here's the real problem with the bill. So let's see in how it's being phrased now from the handful of Republicans that are trying to push this, including Brandon Judd, who is the head of the union at the Border Patrol there. They're trying to spin it like this. Of course, the bill's not perfect. There's a lot of bad stuff in the bill. However, if we just look at the border portion of it, if it's a net increase, a net benefit, why wouldn't we take it? For example, let's just make something very easy. This isn't the way it works, but let's say that the current law right now would say 50,000 people a day are allowed into the border until we call it an emergency. And the new bill would say only 5,000 are allowed in a day, and then we call it an emergency. Me and you might say, well, that's terrible. You're allowing 5,000 people in. But the people that are defending the bill would say, yeah, we agree. We don't like that number either. But isn't it better than 50,000? Isn't that better? So why not take, if it's not perfect, but it's slightly better, wouldn't you take slightly better to the bad status quo? And that's how it's being spun. The problem is in the details. That's the problem. So I can handle someone saying, but look at this. For example, here's something it says. It says now we're able to detain unaccompanied adults, whereas previously we had to catch and release. Well, catch and release wasn't really enshrined into law. That's just sort of what the Biden administration chose to do, how they choose to enforce the law. But now you're enshrining a certain amount of catch and release into law. That seems to be a negative. But nonetheless, let's forget about that and just say that that's a positive, right? So then if this emergency is declared because we've passed this threshold of 5,000, then we say, no, we send you back and you have to come through the port of entry and then you have to go through the asylum claim, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you can see how someone would say, well, that's better than what we have now. The problem is, what they're not looking at is there is a lot of things that this bill gives away as well. That's the problem. If it was just that, if that's all the bill said, the 5,000 portion and we're allowed to take, fine. But it gives a lot away. For example, all of the provisions still require Biden enforcing the law. The current law says, 212F in the INA says that Biden can declare it an emergency and keep out as many people as he wants. He chooses not to. They choose not to enforce that way. In fact, they're choosing, even when the states like Texas decide to put up razor wire and protect parts of the border, to rousing success according to the people of Texas. They're claiming that places they saw tens of thousands of people crossing a week are now being restricted to a few dozen with the barriers that they've placed up. And yet the Biden administration's challenging that and trying to remove those barriers. Oh, there's Pisco. 5 alarm Pisco. There he is. Pisco, this is great. Here's my impression of Pisco on this. For 3 years, this has been Pisco. I've actually debated him on, there's not a crisis at the border. There's not a crisis at the border. What are you talking about? Crisis at the border? Oh, those noble people at Martha's Vineyard, they just didn't have the resources to take 50 illegal immigrants for more than 48 hours. They didn't have the resources. They just didn't have the resources. There's no crisis at the border. What crisis at the border? Illegal immigrants are great. Our migrations, we need more immigrants. There's no crisis at the border. And now it's, there's a crisis at the border and the Republicans own it. Here's Pisco. Pisco's doing the Democrats' Nikki Haley thing. Remember, I talked about this earlier today, how people do this, right? With Nikki Haley, they'll be like this. The Krasensteins did this, right? That you see on X. They were like, here, I'll put my hat back when I'm a left-winger, right? Oh, man, Nikki Haley's so impressive, man. Wow, geez. As Democrats that support Biden, you know what we're worried about? Oh, man, if the Republicans really wanted to screw us over, if they really wanted to, they'd nominate Nikki Haley. Oh, man, I don't know what we would do. She's just so good, man, and it would devastate us. Man, are you listening to us? I hope conservatives aren't listening right now. I hope Republicans aren't listening, because, if they nominate Nikki Haley, that's it, man. We don't know what we would do. That's the secret, how to beat us, forever. Nikki Haley. Please don't nominate Nikki Haley. I hope you're not listening to us. Don't nominate Nikki Haley. Right. Now we see it with this bill. The same people that told us there's no crisis at the border. And I ain't talking just about people with no influence like Pisco and me, our level of stuff. I'm talking about the highest level. I'm talking about the Biden administration, Mayorkas, Biden himself, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, right? on down to lower level politicians in the Democratic Party, to the media people, the media class at CNN, New York Times, etc. They've told us for years, not a crisis, not a big deal. They told us during the Trump administration. They said that the wall was racist and there wasn't a problem and illegal immigrants are all good and we shouldn't even call them illegal. Remember all the Democrats on stage when they were asked, do you think it should be a criminal offense to not follow our border regulations and come here in the way people are illegally? Nope, they didn't think so. And they also thought they should be given health care and stuff. And so predictably what happened, Biden comes in, rescinds a bunch of Trump's executive orders, right? All of a sudden, bam, massive influence. They said that massive increase. You can see the numbers. Historical record-breaking numbers of border or encounters at the border, of getaways, of known getaways and unknown getaways they're estimating. We see the numbers. Wasn't a problem. All of a sudden, we started sending them to places like Martha's Vineyard in Chicago and New York. And just getting a handful of the problem that red areas have been dealing with for years now, they were like, we can't handle this. This is a crisis. So what happened was, I'm sure the internal polling showed what you're saying, that the border issue is an issue that people are thinking, even left-wing Democrat, independent people are saying this is a fucking crisis. It's out of control. And still, the Democrat, just like they tell you with the economy's great. What are you talking about? It's your fault. If you're struggling, it must be your fault because what we're seeing is all the economic numbers are great. Things are going great. It must be you. You must be screwing some up because everyone's doing great except you, apparently. That's what they just lie. They gaslight you. Look, we've massaged the data in such a way. Sure, we'll revise it 3 months from now. We'll revise 3 months from now. But trust us when we say the economy's fantastic. You're the problem. Don't believe your lying eyes. Thanks, Trey Jones. I really appreciate it. That's what they said. Wasn't a border crisis. So someone like Pisco, I talked to him. He said it wasn't a border crisis. Then, as soon as this bill came out, that Lankford and Chris Murphy, the Democrat, put together in the Senate. This is Pisco, right? Oh man, this bill. Whoa, did you guys see this bill? Oh, what a powerful, strong bill. Wow, this is crazy. Wow, does it really secure our border? Whoa, man. Yeah, there's a crisis at the border, and this bill, oh, shucks, man. It gives Republicans, like, pretty much everything they ever wanted. Oh, man, dang it. Oh, jeez. I guess Republicans will sign this bill, and that's it for us. It's so powerful. It's such a powerful bill. Man, it'll just like straight up. Man, shucks, what can we do? I guess, we have no choice at this point for Democrats and Republicans to sign this. And I guess we just lose this one. It's just such a strong border bill. Man, you guys, oh man, Republicans literally just get everything they want. It's super powerful. This bill's like super powerful, man. Trust me, for 3 years I said it wasn't a crisis at the border, and now I know it's a crisis. Now, the moment this bill came out, I'm like, yeah, it's a crisis, and this bill is like super powerful, man. It's super powerful, man. Oh man, I guess Republicans will sign it, and it's just like, you never said no crisis. Want to bet in that, Pisco? You want to bet? If I go back to the debate we had about the Martha's Vineyard thing, you don't think I'm going to find a clip of you when I directly ask you, is this a border crisis? Do you remember what your answer was? You want to bet $100 on it. That's what you're saying. That's the bet you want to make. I'm not betting $100. I don't even know if it's for term of service that you're allowed to bet money. No. It's not a problem of the stakes. But Pisco, you're someone who's active. You're someone who's nope. That's still betting. I don't know what the terms of service on that. Right? Question I have is this. So I'll go back and I'll try to find that VOD and we'll try to look at that. The question I have is, surely you could show me, you seem to tweet a lot. Can you bring up a tweet where you talked about the border crisis? Can you bring up a tweet as Biden administration was saying over and over, there's not a crisis at the border, where you said there actually is? Maybe you did. Let's see it. You said Biden's actually wrong. The Democrats are wrong. There actually is a crisis at the border. Or are you going to do some semantic trick when you say, well, I said the crisis at the border was that all these great people weren't being allowed in, and that's the crisis. So let's talk specifics on the bill. Right, no. So you're not going to play that game. Pisco thought it was a crisis, but he's not going to play the game of proving to you that he actually talked about the crisis. Yeah, I saw Peter Ducey ask Karen Jean-Pierre that. So let's talk about the bill specifically, right? The problem with this bill is, and this is what people aren't getting. When they say, we don't need a law, the laws are already in the books. That's true, the laws are already in the book. The INA Section 212F, as was interpreted, shows that the president has the authority to declare a crisis at the border and restrict immigration if he wants. This president is chose. You want to talk about 212F? All right, Pisco, you want to call in and talk about 212F? Let's do it. If I get my Discord running. Am I missing a message here? What's this bullshit? No, I don't care what Pisco thinks either. Don't worry. We'll have fun with him. I gotta get a new mouse. It's frustrating. The scroll wheel not working on it. All right, let's pull up 212F. I didn't see. I'll scroll up. I assume Pisco said he's coming on audio. I missed it. He said 1,000%. But he didn't. He said, I don't know if he said he was coming on. Oh, there we go. There we go. Pisco. Now, just.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
What's up?
Wait. Go ahead and talk so I can make sure the audience can hear you.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
How's that?
Yep, I think we're good. So can you see my screen, by the way?
Not at the moment. Just can we pull up your stream real quick?
Okay, thanks.
How you doing?
I'm okay.
Good to hear. Just 1 second. Your stream. Awesome. Your lovely chatters.
Got it? You can see it?
Yep.
Okay,
I see
cool.
your face.
You see this video? Let's watch this video here for a second. Can you see it?
Yeah, I see your video.
What's that a video of?
That's Jamaal Bowman.
Is it still now? Can you explain for the audience? Is it still your contention that the most likely scenario is that Jamaal Bowman pulled the alarm to exit these doors?
As between the two possibilities, one of trying to obstruct a proceeding in another building versus the possibility of him being an idiot, I would put the marginal probability of
you see this video? You see he pulls down the sign. He kicks the door with his foot. He pulls the alarm. He immediately turns and doesn't go back to the door. Your contention
People do a lot of stupid things,
Your
Rob.
contention is him pulling that alarm and not even going back towards that door. It's still the most likely scenario you could come up with that he pulled the alarm to get out of that door. That's
There's
what you're saying?
scenario that makes him look good.
That's not the question. You said the most likely.
Of the two. Well, I'm about to answer that, but you can continue. Of the two scenarios that I laid out, remaining of the possible things, I think it's very unlikely that this was a deliberate attempt to obstruct the proceeding that was happening in the main Senate building.
Although that might be true, your confidence of him pulling an alarm thinking
it's
that
a low
it
degree
caused a
of
delay,
confidence.
for no reason you have a low degree of confidence in that. That's irrelevant to the question. Is this seems to basically put a nail in the coffin to the argument of the scenario you're claiming is the most likely scenario, which is that he pulled this alarm in order to unlock that door and egress that door. That would seem to be belied by the fact that the video evidence clearly shows that he immediately turns after pulling the fire alarm, doesn't show any sense of being startled or anything like that, immediately turns and doesn't even attempt to egress the door. That would seem to be 100% proof positive, a nail in the coffin to the theory that it's most likely that he pulled that alarm to unlock the door and then egress it. So even if your degree of confidence is low as to he thought pulling this alarm could cause some sort of delay, how could you continue to say that it is most likely that he pulled the alarm to get out the door when the video evidence shows with 100% certainty that's not the case?
Your assumption underlying everything is that nothing other than a desire to obstruct the proceedings in the other building would explain him not going to push on the door if it is the case that that was his initial intent, or if he wasn't thinking clearly initially. So I don't think that assumption is well borne out. And like I said, the video doesn't look good, but I do not think that the alternative explanation, that is, he had the desire and intention to disrupt the proceedings in a whole, like, across the street, when it's very clear, I think, given what's before us, that the actual knowledge
You're
of
laughing.
the video cameras.
We all know why you're laughing.
Hang on. The
why.
actual. So there's no reason for him to act as suspicious as he does in terms of walking right away if he has this nefarious plan to obstruct the proceedings. It doesn't seem to be consistent with a desire to fuck up what's going on.
That's not true.
there.
We've talked at great length about how it's a plausible scenario that he pulled this alarm in an attempt to cause a delay because, one, the building's attached actually through a tunnel. Second, that there's reason to believe that the alarm could possibly trigger in more than just this direct location. Third, because even if it didn't trigger in the building where the vote was occurring, the fact that he would have been in a building where an alarm was displayed, which would mean that he would have to then exit that building to comply with law enforcement, would be a legitimate reason why him and other people in that building couldn't be there, which would cause a delay. Fourth, because it could be, given the tight situation that we're in this country right now, that Capitol Police could be under pressure to think anytime they hear some sort of alarm that there's reason to think that there could literally be an attack on the entire Capitol or a fire on the entire Capitol, etc. And so that it could lead to them, through precaution reasons, causing them to delay places such as the building that was adjacent. All of that is all of those are plausible. You could have a degree of confidence in any of those arguments you want whatsoever, but all of them.
I don't really have that, because it doesn't really make, if you sort of interrogate any one of them, it kind of falls apart.
Go ahead,
a little bit. Yeah. So why would he not stick around?
Why?
Yeah, why would he push on the door once at all and tear the signs down?
I don't see him really pushing on the door. It looks like he taps the bottom of the door with his foot.
Well, that's pushing on the door, isn't it?
But I don't know.
Wait. Did you think he pushed in the door, or do you not think he pushed in the door?
I don't know. It's not clear from the video evidence.
The affidavit that is the Capitol Police, they, in their affidavit, as part of the charges against Bowman, swore that he pushed against the door. The video appears to show that.
Okay, I don't see that necessarily from the video. And Capitol Police also know that he lied and chose not to charge him with them, so I take what they say with a grain of salt. Nonetheless, let's say that was true, that he does push on the door.
Why does he do that?
Like, maybe he thought pushing on the door would trigger the alarm itself. Maybe he pushed on the door to see if it was locked. If his goal was for that alarm to, which you have argued that he absolutely intended for an alarm to go off. So
he pleaded guilty to an intentional false alarm because he pulled the fire alarm.
No, he pled guilty to an intentional false alarm, but claimed in his statement, which you can see from the affiant, says that he did not intend for the alarm to go off. Something you said was a lie. Something you said, or I'm sorry, you didn't say it was a lie. You said that it would clearly be untrue. That clearly someone in his position who was a former high school principal, it's beyond the pale. Let me finish. I understand how you normally like to do things, interrupt us. The only chance a bad faith person like you has. The only explanation you said was he intended for the alarm to go off, but thought that it was worth it for the alarm to go off because it would have unlocked the door, and he was in such a hurry that it would have been necessary. Again, all of everything you could say here, you could ask little questions like, well, why did he tap on the door first? I don't know why he tapped on the door first. Perhaps
there's not a good explanation for
it. But I know what there's absolutely no explanation for, which is that it is absolutely shattered your explanation that the most likely scenario is he pulled the alarm to get out the door when the video clearly shows he doesn't even remotely turn towards the door after he pulls the alarm. If he thought the alarm would unlock,
he's spooked by the fire alarm.
But you know that he knew that an alarm would go off.
I think he either I think when he pulls that fire alarm and thinks that it has a link to the door, which it actually might, and it actually might have that link, and then hears the whole building alarm, realizes how much of a fucking idiot it is. Listen, I don't say it's impossible he could have wanted to obstruct, but I also don't say it's impossible that he could have gotten spooked by the alarm and just walked off. I don't say that's impossible.
You've seen the video. You're looking at it right now.
You say that's impossible.
Do you think he looks spooked?
Well, you can't see him, but for a second. Half a second, and then he's off.
Right, but your argument is, if I'm pulling the alarm because I think it acts as the key, basically, to unlock this door, I would at least turn towards the door, and in that moment when the alarm goes off, if I was going to show signs of being spooked, it would be in the moment when the alarm first starts going off. Now, he knew that alarm, as you've admitted, he knew that an alarm would be triggered. So now your argument seems to be this. Well, he pulled the alarm in an attempt to get out the door, but when he pulled the alarm,
I don't have a strong argument, Rob.
No. That's bullshit. You said the most likely. You said the most likely scenario, even after this video evidence, is that he pulled that alarm to get out that door. Is that true or not?
As between those two situations with a low degree of confidence.
It's not just between those two situations, because you outlined what you thought were the three most plausible explanations originally before this video came out, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I did.
Has anything changed that would say that there's now a fourth explanation that's more plausible?
No, I mean, I spoke with someone in my Discord a few weeks back, and this is what he said. He's a lawyer, so you might think he's a shill, but he's pretty conservative. And he said something, and it made me think a little bit, but I don't know if it displaces any of the situations I gave, but it did make me think a little bit. He's like, people do stupid shit. People do like inexplicable shit sometimes. And to be honest with you, I stop and I'm like, well, what does there need to be a smart, planned out explanation? Because in any of the scenarios we've laid out before, right, where he's planning to obstruct, I think you have to agree, even if that's his plan, that it is a really poor thought out strategy, right? Okay, agree, right? So I don't know, right? Like, given the situation of someone who's acting very purposively, I've given out those three situations, but I don't, each one of them is unsatisfying to me, and I don't know what his mindset was. Okay, and I don't have a strong push one way or the other.
So you gave up the three most plausible situations, right? One you dispensed with almost immediately, which was that he pulled the alarm without it intending to go off and tried to get out. The second was he pulled the alarm, intended it to go off, and did it to try to get out the door. And the third was that he did it to obstruct. So now you've already dispensed with scenario one. That means the two most plausible scenarios that you've outlined are the two that we're talking about. So you can see, everyone listening can see how shady Pisco tries to be. So when I'm talking about most likely scenarios, he goes, between these two.
I'm being honest with you.
The reason that I'm talking about these two are because it's the two that Pisco himself said are the two most plausible. right? So
Yeah,
when
that's why I'm
so when
referencing that.
when he keeps saying between the two, I say most plausible scenario, and he says between the two. He's trying to make it seem as if there's other scenarios out there, but he can't give them. Now he tries to offer up a third scenario. Let me finish. He tries to offer up a third scenario, and that scenario is, well, because this guy's a Democrat and he did it, it's just temporary insanity. That's what there's zero explanation. People do dumb shit, and it's just dumb. So
I don't.
To say, now look at now.
I'm telling you the truth.
Now I want you to see how that'll work anytime we talk about possible crimes of anyone surrounding Donald Trump. For example, I could say with Trump, well, why would Trump nefariously keep classified documents? Wouldn't that be a really stupid thing to do? Pisco, would that be a really stupid thing to do?
Would be a very stupid thing.
Okay, well then that means he just wasn't thinking, so there wasn't mens rea, there's not intent to do anything, because we could see that the underlying crime itself would be so stupid, so we can't look into Trump's intent or anything like that, because it's always a plausible explanation that people just do stupid shit. Now, does anyone here, please, let me finish, I'll give you a chance.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were...
Do you think that does any person here remotely think that Pisco would give the benefit of the doubt to someone like Roger Stone, or Mike Flynn, or Donald Trump, or Marjorie Taylor Greene, or anyone else in sort of a MAGA-type movement that he doesn't like? Do you think that he would give them that benefit of the doubt? Of course not. Instead, Pisco's now trying to give a third plausible explanation that's literally akin to temporary insanity. Nothing makes sense in the world because this is so stupid, when I'm going to hold him to the original scenarios that he outlined. Now, when we go back to those original scenarios he outlined as most plausible, you can see, anyone watching this video can see that the scenario he found to be most plausible, although he says with a low degree of confidence, is clearly bullshit, because he pulls the alarm, doesn't look shocked whatsoever, calmly pulls the alarm, and doesn't even approach the door, and then proceeds to leave. Pisco, can you explain to the audience why you still think that's a more likely scenario than he did it to obstruct?
Yeah, sure. If it's okay with you, Rob.
Sure.
Do you mind if I address the point you made about the
absolutely.
double standard and the... Okay. So with respect to what you're saying in the classified document situation, I think that actually, one of the reasons why it can be difficult to charge mishandling situations is because intent can be a thorny thing to prove in those cases. So tomorrow we're going to get the Ben-Hur, probably, or sometime this week, going to get the Ben-Hur. Did I say Ben-Hur? I don't know what his first name is.
It's Robert.
Robert, yeah. Bob.
Ben-Hur is a fantastic movie.
Yes, exactly. My bad. So the Hur report, where it's already been leaked that there's not going to be charges, but because one of the reasons is, like, it can be difficult to show that you had knowledge of these things, right? And even if it's the case that these are visibly, apparently classified, and even in some of the information on Hillary Clinton servers, the FBI said, like, you should have known that this was classified, that kind of thing. But proving the actual knowledge actually is difficult. In the case of Trump, one of the reasons why that case is very easy to prove, and why even commentators, and I think even you say it's the most straightforward to prove, is because the evidence of his awareness, his knowledge that these are in fact classified, is from the horse's mouth, is him saying it and him acknowledging it. And it's not just them being found, like with Mike Pence or with Joe Biden. He's acknowledging it in a way, and everyone kind of understands that. Now, there's some other kind of legal questions there about mental declassification, all that stuff, but it is a barrier to these. But it doesn't.
But do you understand why, given what your explanation on Bowman, the fourth explanation here, which is people just do dumb shit? If we take
I don't have a good explanation.
Well, if we take that to its logical extrapolation, even in this case, which I don't agree necessarily that Trump verbalized these are classified documents. I think he said, "I'm not even supposed to show you this." Isn't that what he said?
No, he said this is classified. I could have declassified it.
That's what.
But I didn't.
Is this the situation where he's talking to the reporter?
That's one of them too. That's one of them. But there's other evidence of his intent as well.
Nonetheless, we could say even that. Like, right. I don't know that the reporter one I'm aware of. The other one I'm not. Yeah. But let's say it's as you're saying. I could say, well, he's just being stupid in the moment. It doesn't show that there's no good explanation. People just do dumb shit. And you would say, but Rob, that's bullshit. Given the actual evidence that we see, we can see more clarifying. Sure, I guess you could say there's always some room for doubt, because you could say people just have brain farts or temporary lapses in judgment or temporary insanity. You remember if you ever watched Breaking Bad? You remember there's the one episode where he's like in a tight spot, and so he pretends to be in a fugue state, and he like gets naked and just walks through the supermarket. Right?
Yeah,
that's how he gets.
So. And in Sopranos, there's a thing like that too.
Don't spoil that shit. I'm on season 2 of The Sopranos. Believe it or not, I've never watched it.
Oh yeah, it's a good show.
It's great.
I'm not going to spoil it though.
Yeah,
but I'm not saying anything.
No, it's fine. I'm just joking with you. I mean, at this point, it's my fault. I haven't watched it in 20 years. Nonetheless, what I'm saying is, you could say that that's a hypothetical possibility, but we wouldn't say that meets some sort of threshold of evidentiary, level of confidence that it's even worth evaluating, right? And so this is why I find it so frustrating. Like, instead of just admitting, you're playing around with there are two possible scenarios that you outlined that are likely, and even you think that both are stupid, you still stand by that the most likely outcome is he pulled that alarm to get out the door. But you don't talk like that. Instead, what you do is you draw out the debate where it takes a long time to get what you're saying. So we have to have this 15-minute sidebar where I say, look, when Pisco is saying of these two scenarios, the reason we've picked these two scenarios is because in Pisco's word, these are the two most likely scenarios. So when I'm saying the most likely scenario, and Pisco's trying to differentiate, saying out of these two, he's playing a clever game here because he knows these two are the most likely scenarios.
Rob. I understand that there's a lot of meta gaming and debate tactic stuff. I promise you that when I'm speaking to you in these situations, and you don't have to believe me, but I'm trying to give you my honest opinion.
But everything you're saying belies that, right? Why would you say? Then can you explain to me so let me ask you this: are you agreeing that these two scenarios are the two most likely scenarios?
I think the only possible scenarios if he had any intentionality about it. And again, I would like the space to explain that, right? Because when I gave my initial scenarios, in a way, I'm being Pisco, I'm being deliberate, I'm being thoughtful about he's thinking about everything he's doing, and his body is matching what he's doing, is in that kind of sense. And so given that assumption, which is that's what's going on, he's deliberate about what he's doing, that yes, I think that the thought that you could be deliberate about pulling a fire alarm without knowledge of it going off is impossible to me, right? If you're thinking consciously about a fire alarm and you pull it, you must also be thinking that it could go off, or that it probably will go off, right?
So can I just interject real quick? I know it's impolite because you've let me talk, but I'll just interject. So given that you're saying, yes, if it's intentional, if it's deliberate, then these are the two likely scenarios. Do you think whatever you're about
he's
to
thinking
outline,
about what he's doing?
Whatever you're about to outline as a possible non-deliberate actions he's taking, my question to you will be, do you think that the scenario where the actions are in some way non-deliberate, which you could expound upon if you want, do you think that's more or less likely than the two scenarios that have already been outlined?
I don't know, Rob. I don't really have a good sense of it. I'm telling you right now, and just being honest about it, that I don't have a good explanation that explains everything that's going on here. And we have interrogated the problems with the he's pulling it to open the door situation, which I think
the video evidence.
A lot of the problems. Yeah, he doesn't try the door, right? So that's a big strike about if he thought it was going to open the door, why wouldn't he push it? I don't tell you that's not good evidence. That's decent evidence. But we haven't interrogated as much the other situation, just to be clear. Sure. I was talking to my chat in the aftermath of our discussion with my God, I'm blanking on his name, Andrew Wilson. Mm-hmm. And the guy's just I think you're overthinking it. It's not everything is this breaking apart moment by moment. And
but as a lawyer, you realize why that's bullshit. For example, if we had video, let's say you're a prosecutor, and we have video of a gentleman walks up, he's at a gun range, walks up, grabs a gun, picks up the gun, points it at someone's temple, and pulls the trigger, and it's on video, right? Yeah. Is it a legitimate defense for you to say, well, maybe he didn't intend to pick up that gun and shoot that person, maybe these were non-deliberate actions? You would say that's clearly bullshit. That's clearly,
I don't disagree with
hypothetically, that could be true, but it's not. Beyond a reasonable doubt, it's clear what the video evidence shows. Now, if your argument was something such as this, I believe the video evidence has been tampered with. Those are arguments that would...
No, that's not my
I know that's not what you're saying, but those are arguments in the realm of that I'm willing to entertain listening to.
There's no evidence of that.
Well, there's no evidence of that, but that's at least an argument. But to make this sort of general... you're making an argument that you could literally make about any action that's ever occurred in human history. And the argument's basically tantamount to this. There's always a chance that anytime humans do something, no matter how deliberate it may look, that it wasn't a deliberate action on that their brain just shut off temporarily.
Listen, and I want to be clear, I'm not advancing this. I'm just trying to describe to you in real time an experience I had with someone in my Discord after we had that conversation, and I'm trying to as like a person just described to you that encounter and that it made me think about situations. Now, what you're saying in the abstract at some level is absolutely true. In courts of law and in real life all the time, we think that an act bespokes, sometimes an act speaks for itself, right? Mm-hmm. There's a doctrine in law called res ipsa loquitur, which is the act speaks for itself, right? Okay. And that is not a concept that I reject wholesale. But here we're alleging a kind of a nefarious or at least somewhat conscious plan, right? In order for him to have the intent, it's not a kind of intent that can form instantaneously with the terms of the kind of obstruction that you're talking about, right? It's not just the pulling of a trigger type intent that we absolutely do apply to murder cases, homicide cases that we're talking about. You're talking about a situation. I think most of your chat would agree that this was in some level premeditated. Fair?
Yes.
So so in order to have the conscious decision to pull this fire alarm for the purpose of obstructing, as he's walking up to the door, everyone here should probably agree he knows he wants to delay the proceeding. Fair?
Yes.
Okay.
You agree with that, right?
Right. So if he was to if his intent were to obstruct the official proceeding, which I don't deny, it's an official proceeding in the main Congress building, then I do think that when he's walking up, he must have the intent to cause the delay.
Well, we know. Would you agree with this? Would you agree with this? He had the motive. We know that he would have liked there to have been more time. We know that, right?
The Democrats
doesn't prove his guilt.
The Democrats wanted there to be more time for the
so he had motive,
resolution.
Right? So so when I say it was his intent to do this, he had the motive to do it.
He had a potential motive. I don't know if he actually had it, but Democrats did for sure.
Yeah, I don't think that there's any explanation that even Bowman's offered. Actually, I wanted the vote to continue very quickly, even though
he said he had the motive to get there too, right?
Well, that's true. That is a possible motive. That could absolutely be true. That he wanted to get there to cast his no vote. Or to not even cast a no vote, get there to voice his concerns. Right, sure. Okay.
And he does use that door usually, right? No one seems to be contesting that fact.
So here's I'm going to stop you in what you say. It seems to be, and I don't know, because you get quite verbose and quite wordy about these things.
Sorry.
It's fine. I also don't have brevity. It's a skill I lack. Yeah. Right. So let me try to sort of parse through what I think you're trying to say. I think you're trying to look at this through the lens of, do we have proof beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed the crime of intending to delay these official proceedings?
That is how I start.
Okay,
but I know that you're coming a different way. You're trying to come at it not from the perspective of a prosecutor, but given these two factual situations, which is more likely.
Right. So we can table the whether or not there's enough to prosecute him on that specific thing for a moment. Instead, we're asking, as two people that are commentating on a politically relevant situation, what is the most likely situation? And we've outlined two possibilities. And I'm going to go ahead and dispense with the non-deliberate, because you bring it up, but then you say you're not really defending it. So
I know, I just don't know. I'm telling you what, and part of the reason why I say, and I stop you when you say Pisco thinks this is the more likely situation, is even though what you're saying is factually true, I'm not disputing that as a description of the two scenarios, you're being ascribed the one where I think is more likely is the situation in which it's not an attempt to obstruct. That is a factual recitation of our given positions. But how you, and I hope that you can sympathize with this, how you say it makes it appear to an outside viewer as though I have this very strong opinion in favor of one versus the other, when it's very equivocal, and I'm open to being wrong, and I think that there should be an investigation. Those are all things that I've said, and even in this, when my Discorder said, why are you assuming that he thought about it? Why are you assuming that he, did all this process? That could be the case. Like, have you ever been in a situation, and I'll let you talk after this, where you've done something fucking so dumb, right? You're burning a paper towel, when you're cooking breakfast with bacon, because you put, you put it right next to the burner, the paper towel to dry the bacon, right? So those, and I thought about that. I'm like, that kind of stuff has happened, and really, I didn't think about that as I was approaching the situation. Not to say that I'm changing my answer or that I was ever lying. I'm just trying to tell you and be honest with you that in every situation that's been presented to me, I don't think there's a good explanation. And when you say, he believes this is more like less like, it's not at a high degree of confidence, and that's just to show you that I don't know and that I don't have a very strong opinion about it.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there. Let me
Yeah.
try to like three areas that I want to get. The first is the explanation of did you ever accidentally leave something flammable next to the stove?
Yeah.
That's a completely different scenario than what we're talking about here. For example, like we would have to like accidentally leaving something that then catches on fire is different than intentionally pulling a fire alarm. Like I've never had a brain fart where I just intentionally pulled a fire alarm. It's never happened. Like it's again, and this is something that again, it's so universal. You could use this as a potential excuse for any potential crime or action that you would ever take. Like imagine you get caught cheating on video evidence. You get caught, like I said this to you before, cheating on your wife,
Yeah, I had
right?
sex
And you're
with her.
like, oh, what was non-deliberate? It was non. I just had a brain fart, so we still judge you for that, right? So the argument that I just dispense of that wholeheartedly. I think that it's just a terrible argument. So we're going back to these two scenarios.
Well, there's some category of things I think that you would grant that for, though. I think there are some things that you could do where, like, someone, you drive into your garage or you're back up through your garage door, right? That kind of thing, or
But those are completely.
you leave
those
your
are
kid
accidents.
by
Pulling
itself.
a fire
right? Like,
alarm's not an accident.
I understand. No, I understand that.
Right.
Of the things that can be carefully categorized as things that
But
for which
you
that could
understand how I
happen.
see this as sort of a deflection because, yes, you're making an argument that's universally true. Accidents can happen. It has nothing to do with this scenario, though. So I don't see the relevance. Like, it seems to be some sort of deflection from the actual relevance of
I'm just
talking
being
about
honest
this
with you.
issue.
I'm being honest with you. Like a conversation that I had, and it's just to highlight the fact that I do not have a high degree of confidence on this, and it's frustrating.
So I want to get to that point.
go ahead.
But the last thing I'll say, just to clear up this point, if me and you are like going on a panel, like if we're going to go on Tim Pool's show and we're going to have a debate about Trump's Mar-a-Lago documents case, and you give an opening statement and you're like, here's the facts of him with the classified information. Here's what he said in his own words. Here's what people around him have said. Here's what Secret Service people said. Here's what we have on video evidence, et cetera, et cetera. And you build this case. And I stand up and I go, well, yeah, but have you ever just left a paper towel next to the oven? Have you ever accidentally backed up into another car? So, you would be like, right, Rob, this is what you would say. You would say,
I don't think
right.
that's quite fair.
You would say, you're right, Rob. Absolutely. What you're saying is a true statement. Accidents can happen. What the fuck is the relevance to what I just said? And that's what I'm saying to you. Yes, you're right that those sort of things can happen. What does that have to do with intentionally pulling a fire alarm?
Yeah, so I would put the category of fire alarm not in the category of like doing the kind of maneuvers where you're plotting and talking to your lawyers about moving boxes, or you're doing all that stuff, right? Or in the case of a Democrat conspiracy, you'll say, or whatever. Let's say that Hunter Biden is meeting with Zolchevsky. I would never be like, well, when he took all those meetings, he was all daydreaming, daywalking, all that stuff, that kind of thing. There are some things on the line, and it seems clear from what you're saying that fire alarm pulling for you, right, is clearly on the side of there is no reasonable. No one could ever do that absentmindedly or stupidly.
Unless he was high or having a seizure.
Been my that was my starting assumption throughout this entire thing, and it's been part of my. I haven't given that scenario.
Right, and so that's why I said
right?
when we talk about the most likely scenarios, it's sort of irrelevant to talk about this red herring because now even we're circling back now where you're like, well, I've never really defended that position, and that's why I didn't outline that as a possibility. Right. I specifically, every time I've talked, even the original time when I talked to you about this, specifically, we based it on your tweet that outlined the three most likely scenarios. It wasn't me coming up with scenarios you didn't agree with. It was me taking the scenarios that you outlined. And so given that, it seems like a deflection to then go off on this huge other tangent of accidents can happen.
Bro, I don't know why the intensity needs to be so high right now.
Do you think that I thought I was being remarkably calm this time?
This entire time?
Pretty
No,
much?
I don't feel so. I don't feel that way. But maybe you are. I'm sorry if you feel calm, whatever, that's cool.
I've certainly been more hostile on this exact time.
True, that is true. That is true,
Right.
for sure. So given the situations that I've laid out, the reason why I'm not trying to do a soliloquy or to tell you all this this information just to eat up time. It's to try to again highlight to you what my priors were going into that conversation, and really how it's not a strong opinion. And if someone can say like, Pisco, people do dumb shit, dude. Like, why are you trying to make it a smart explanation? When that stopped me in my tracks, I was like, and I didn't have a really good answer for that. I'm just telling that to you as a person to try to report to you and to get you to understand that this is not a particularly strong opinion of mine, and it certainly doesn't rise to the level of thinking that there's like corruption if to not to recognize it. And to be 1,000% with you, Rob, I would love if my opinion were actually that this were and I think that you think that it might be, right, or that I'm deluded or something. I've deluded myself. If my opinion were this were a clear case of obstruction, I would be shouting from the rooftops. It gives me all the cover in the world, and I think that you've turned this into like. No.
Oh, sorry. I disagree with that. I just right. So let me explain. So again, the reason that I have interest so much in this topic is because I think it illustrates to me and illustrates to anyone who's watching this stuff, particularly once the video evidence comes out, that there is no bar of proof that would ultimately be detrimental to the core of what you believe, of the side that you're defending, that you would ever be willing to accept, even if we had.
Explain the senator. Explain Senator.
Those are core to your belief.
Menendez.
Right, because
Menendez is a Democratic senator from the tri-state area.
No, let me further explain, because you're not going to bat for a specific Democratic senator. You're not going to bat for a particular Democratic president even. You're going to bat for you hate Trump. That's what you're going to bat.
I don't know how this connects to that.
I will explain how it connects to you. And so just like almost every other Trump hater that I've debated, they'll be willing to, like, at least you delve into sort of the case. I think you do so in a bad faith way. I'm yet to decide whether it's intentional bad faith of you or if you're so partisan in your belief that it allows you to sort of cloud your own judgment, what people could objectively see, which is exactly why I think this Bowman case is so important. Because even after, as absurd as the original claim was, that you found it more likely that he pulled the alarm, a former president or principal pulled the alarm to get out a door, as absurd as that claim was, which is why I was...
but how does it connect to the Trump part?
Please, let me finish. It's even more absurd now that we see the video evidence. So now we get to the Trump part. Would you admit this, just real quick, would you admit that you hate Trump?
I hate Trump, yeah, I do.
Do you think that he's a threat to our country?
I do, but I want to be clear when I say hate, right? Like, I hate him because
a different word, right?
I don't like the, I don't get joy out of hating him. I don't get joy out of. I hate him because I hate what he represents as a threat to the country.
Do you think it's
but I actually feel bad for him. I do feel bad for him,
hate sort of implies some sort of moral proclamation. We'll stay out of that.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Would you say that you think it's imperative that we prevent him from getting back into the White House?
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
Do you think that it's important that he be held accountable for the crimes you believe he committed?
Yes, I do.
Okay. That's what I'm talking about. That's your central thesis, right? And so how this connects to this is when someone like me talks about the problem is, my central thesis is when I see as a double standard by the institutions that are going after Trump in unprecedented ways and how they engage in a double standard, your gut reaction is going to be to defend those institutions because you need them in order to legitimize taking down Trump. And so let's take you out of it, for example. Let's say I'm on a panel with Brianna Wu, and she doesn't know much about the Hillary Clinton documents case, right? Like, she doesn't know about just deleting subpoenaed evidence. She don't really know about that. She just says conspiracy theory. Now, you might think it's a conspiracy theory, but you're at least willing to engage on the facts of the issue because you've looked into them, right? So for example, you would acknowledge, there was subpoenaed evidence that was deleted, but you have an explanation why it didn't lead to a charge, right? Brianna and a bunch of other Democrats don't have that. They haven't looked into that. And so they'll hear me say what I'm going to say, and they'll say, that sounds like a bullshit conspiracy.
Yeah, that's why you beat them in debates.
Right.
I don't deny that.
Right. And then what she eventually says at the end of it, because she's coming from a similar place as you, she might not have the knowledge of that specific situation.
Indict them both.
Right. What's that? And that's exactly
Indict
right.
them both.
She'll say, fine, then take down Hillary. Fine, great. Yeah. And then I'll say, okay, that raises the question.
Well, then why didn't they?
Right. Yeah. And so that's when you say, well, how can I be okay with Bob Menendez going down? Because that's irrelevant to your calculus. Bob Menendez going down or not going down has nothing to do with whether or not these institutions are justified in trying to take down Donald Trump. Those institutions...
Why does Bowman coming down or not going down?
Because, as I've already explained, one of the central arguments to taking down Trump and Trump-connected people is the idea that one of the things that made the day of January 6th uniquely bad was that it delayed an official proceeding. And so when I debate people, for example, and talk about May 30th, 2020, which by many accounts is actually a worse insurrection than January 6th, because unlike January 6th, they actually deployed lethal weapons. They burned down a guard station. They used lethal weapons in the form of Molotov cocktails. Now, you acknowledge May 30th, 2020 is an insurrection, correct?
I don't know that you can find the intent to If you have people who are literally storming the White House with the intent to get to the White House, then those people engage in insurrection under Section 3. But I wouldn't apply it to necessarily everybody there.
Well, you would say
it's like I wouldn't apply it for January 6th.
Right.
Like I would not apply insurrection, engagement in insurrection to everyone on January 6th.
Right.
Which I don't. Right. Like everyone who was there doing legal things outside of January 6th, they did not engage in insurrection. Right.
So for the whole. For the purpose of this discussion, you would say it's analogous in the sense that some people engaged in insurrection January 6th, some people engaged May 30th. Some didn't.
Potentially, yeah. I think the intent part you would need to show.
Right.
The conduct was enough. The conduct was enough. The only question would be the intent.
Okay.
But there wasn't like a humongous expose on the intent of these people, as you noted.
Well, we'll talk about that. I'll steal in your position, and you would say, well, you think January 6th is far worse because there were way more people there, and they actually made it into the Capitol, and you've seen evidence of pre-planning for such as the, Enrique
Trump involvement.
Right. So you would say, I would say that when it comes to the on-the-ground level of the physical threat, that there was actually lethal weapons that were deployed on May 30th, and the FBI chose not to look into people, to have a massive task force, to see what the intent was, to see what the pre-planning was, etc. I think that that's problematic in many ways, and it shows an obvious double standard. Nonetheless, for the purpose of this argument, or for the purpose of this discussion, what's important to note is you at least say that, yes, there were people May 30th that engaged in an insurrection, right?
And so assuming the intent were there as you're representing, but the information, getting a bunch of information about May 30th is difficult.
Why?
There's not so getting the information to the same extent that we have, because as you noted, there wasn't this all of government effort.
Right. Why not?
Right. Yeah.
Because the media, was there a lot of media reporting on it?
There was contemporary sources from major.
It wasn't even.
There was CNN. There's an article from the Guardian. There's articles.
There's very few arguments and very few.
I know because I've looked it up, Rob. I mean, I understand that this is a talking point.
No. I'm not denying that people didn't report on it, but there's different levels of reporting and there's different spin that goes on the reporting. They reported as if to say there was an event that occurred. Then most of the reporting from those same institutions that you're talking about had far more reports on Trump's reaction the next day, which you'll remember, right? Where he cleared out peaceful protesters and he went to the church and held a Bible upside down. So even like the Guardian and other agencies like that, while it is true they did factually report just as a matter of fact with very little opinion, there was this attack that occurred, they didn't call it an insurrection. They didn't give it 1/1000th of the treatment that January 6th.
Yeah, I don't think it was 1/1000 as bad, but that's a separate question. How does this relate to Bowman?
Okay, the reason it relates to Bowman is because when I bring this up, one of the ways that people differentiate is they say the reason that what happened on May 30th doesn't classify as an insurrection is because it didn't have an official proceeding that it sought to delay.
Oh, that's bullshit.
You could say that's bullshit, but this is an argument that many Democrats have made. Many left-wing people have made.
But that's really dumb because if you're tying yourself to official proceeding, right? Just to put all my cards on the table. Number one, there are a lot of reasons why it's stupid. Number one is that statute wasn't passed actually relatively recently after the Sarbanes-Oxley, which was like in response to a lot of these financial.
Can I interrupt you just for a second to say, don't finish your thought here. Talk about what you need. I have to go to the restroom and get a drink, but you can talk about whatever you want to my audience. Just let me, if
100%.
you don't mind, and then you can. You started you're on point one, so don't forget. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Oh, wait, don't finish. Don't talk about. Okay, I'm not going to talk about the rest of that. How you folks doing? Oh, actually, I need some water. My throat is dry. One sec. Hope everyone's doing okay. I half expected the Jamaal Bowman talk, to be honest with you. I was coming in to talk about immigration, but I know that this is an issue of concern, so I'm happy to discuss it further. If that's what people want. Just another amigo. Así la vida. Así el amor. Is the Bowman video just going on a loop? That's pretty funny. Good to see you two back together. Yeah, we don't care what you think, fuck boy. All right.
Sorry about that.
Say less. Oh, yeah. I just went to get some water too. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I hear you now. So okay.
Oh yeah.
So you're
the
on
argument's
point one.
stupid. Yeah. So point one: why is the argument stupid to connect the obstruction statute to insurrection? Number one is the obstruction statute we're talking about, which is currently under review by the Supreme Court. Get back to that later. Was passed in response to the like a bunch of financial crises, Enron among others that caused this statute. So it's a relatively new statute, right? So to think that the definition of insurrection, where we're relying on like historical definitions, has anything to do with like this statute passed after Sarbanes-Oxley or the Sarbanes-Oxley Act is ridiculous. Number one. Number two, the Supreme Court of the United States, just as a tactical matter, if you're a Democrat or a left-wing person that is just thinking, I don't know, sanely about this, if you're tying it to obstruction, the Supreme Court might invalidate this statute as to everyone with respect to obstruction on January 6th. And they could just say, hey, this was intended for financial crimes and for accounting type stuff and not really for these kind of greater political obstructions. And so therefore, this does not apply to any Jan 6er or to Trump, right? So that's currently before the Supreme Court now. It might get rid of 2 of Jack Smith's charges, and it might release a bunch of January 6th people from jail, right? From prison, right?
And the problem,
and so
the problem is, just to finish up this. So not only did they say that's what makes this not insurrection, which you're articulating, and I could articulate in different ways why it's stupid, but furthermore, the reason that it would apply to you, even if you're not particularly linking it to the term of insurrection, is because the political, not the legal, but the political narrative that is so expansive to how bad January 6th was and why so many of these people need to be harassed, locked up, etc., has to deal with this idea of there's something uniquely bad about obstructing an official proceeding. And it would massively hurt that political argument if not just some nobody blue-haired grandma walking through velvet ropes, but an actual representative from the Democratic Party engaged in the exact same violation of the law.
No, I really don't think that it would, and I want to explain why I think that, and why I think that the connection here is not availing. So we've talked about why, as just a legal matter, it doesn't really matter in terms of the actual insurrection versus the obstruction charges. Obviously, people were calling it, Mitt Romney was calling it insurrection like day of, right? Democrats were calling it insurrection day of, and that was before any DOJ stuff. And so,
not many of them didn't. Many of them waited.
Many Dems did.
Even your boy Destiny seemed to think it wasn't a
big
big
deal.
He had
a. Just to be clear, I've been debating Destiny to get him to where he is now. It's been a work, and I'm not trying to take full credit for it because other information has come out that has changed his mind.
There's no information that would change the mind.
I agree. I think it's silly to...
His initial comments, no information that's came out has invalidated his initial comments, both in his discussion with you and then a discussion that I was with him on a Rittenhouse panel, where he said things like, if this was really an insurrection, there were so many people that were there, they would have tore shit up. No, what information has come out to invalidate that?
I don't think there's any. Yeah,
right.
I agree with you. I agree with you that he was wrong at the time he was arguing with me.
So
and
then he changed his calculus. It's not that he changed his calculus because new informations came out. He changed his calculus for what reason?
No, I think that it really helped him get there. The information about Trump's the indictments that do allege that he was calling people at the time. Expedient.
Just saying. That's why. Because now it could be used as a target to go after.
Well, listen. I'm not in his head. I have never known Destiny to be. Now he has changed his positions before, and that's just clear. And he's done it in ways that I think are brazen and clearly show that he just doesn't want to give people that they're right. But I don't think that if he really believed, he's taken some positions that have been very counter to, I don't know, his relationship with the establishment, Rittenhouse and all that stuff, right? So I don't think that he's operating in bad faith in that way. I think that he has been, over time, convinced by what I've been saying, and as he was reading the indictments for the first time, paying more attention and taking a close look at it, I think that that's maybe what convinced him. But I agree with you that his initial reactions to it were unjust, or at least
now, I know we do this a lot. We get off on tangents, but this is worth... I want to bring this specifically, and I'll ask Destiny the next time I talk. You heard me debate Destiny on the January 6th stuff, correct? at least in part.
I don't know.
I'm not saying. Did you hear when he was explaining? I'm sure you did. When he was explaining the reason that the FBI was sitting on this evidence and didn't impart it to Capitol Chief's son was because it was only a handful of people and they didn't think.
The recent one. Yes, I did. When I clipped you, yeah.
You heard him say that, right?
Yeah.
It was only like 6 or 7 people.
The reason they didn't give it to son was what? Sorry.
He said because it was only a handful of people. It was like 6 or 7 people, so they didn't think it was important to give that information to son, and they weren't looking at that like it was a huge crisis to overthrow the government because they thought it was just a handful of people. That's what he said.
I don't know. I don't know that he knows that.
But that's what he said. You heard him say it.
I don't remember him saying that, but okay. I don't deny that he said that.
For the sake of argument, let's say that he did say that, and you can go back and see that he did.
Yeah, I don't deny that he does.
How do these two things jive? That his initial point was, look, if they really wanted to have an insurrection, there were thousands of people, they would have done all kinds of shit. Instead, they just kind of politely walked around. They didn't really do anything. Like, it's just, if they really wanted to fuck shit up, they would have. Versus, but the evidence has changed now, and now he knows, based on indictments and stuff, that there were actually nefarious planners. But then his position is also simultaneously, but the FBI thought those nefarious planners were only a small handful and it wasn't like they could fuck shit up anyways. If he believes that the FBI thought it was only a small handful, and he initially said if they really wanted to fuck shit up, there were thousands of them they'd have been able to, how do you justify those two seemingly contradictory positions?
The contradictory position that A, there was just a handful and so they didn't take the threat seriously, versus B, what? What was B?
Versus B, his initial claim that if they really wanted to fuck shit up, there were thousands of them if they really wanted to have an insurrection and they would have done it. Because to me, it seems like the only possible explanation... Okay. You tell me if I'm wrong. The only possible explanation to get, other than just political expediency, to get from where Destiny started out, which was January 6th isn't an insurrection. Come on, Pisco. Come on, lefties. It's not that. It was a riot that got out of control. People's blood was boiling, but they weren't like seriously attempting to overthrow the government. That was his initial point, to now saying, yes, absolutely, it was an insurrection. The only possible explanation would be new evidence came out in the form of the indictments we see against
people. Or you change your mind. I mean, people change their mind. That happens. I think that you're falling into my failure, which is to...
You do change your mind, but you need to have a reason for it. So, for example, if I said...
I thought about it again.
I thought about it again? That's your reasoning?
Yeah, I know. Like, you would have to put on the spot by me. I'm an asshole. Everyone wants to disagree. Do you see the comments on some of these streams? Like, I agree with Pisco, but I want to disagree with him just because of how he sounds. So you get, me, who's coming in here to yell. I'm just telling you that...
But he's giving his rationale initially for why he doesn't think it was an insurrection. And his rationale still holds true. If they wanted to fuck up shit, there were a bunch of them, they would have been able to do it, but they didn't. That rationale still holds true. You say, yes, but that's not exactly what an insurrection is. That's what you would say, right? It doesn't matter if they actually fucked shit up.
I'll say more than that. That they did fuck shit up, but I don't know what he meant by fuck shit up, and then right now I'm not remembering the context of that.
Okay, nonetheless.
You mean like they would have killed people?
Well, not just that. They would have caused serious amounts of damage, did far more than what they did, which was basically nothing. In fact, I actually, when I went through and I looked at as much video evidence as possible that they've started releasing, I was actually shocked at how little violence there was
up until dwell there.
Up until the point where obviously they start fighting in the tunnel and shit. That's real violence. That's absolutely real violence that's occurring there. But up until that point, it seemed like most of the time what was happening was the stupid fucking police were shooting tear gas. At least twice they did this, and they shot it at their own feet accidentally, which caused them to have to retreat. The majority of the violence you see up until that point is them pushing signs in the officers. Do you think that's assaulting a police officer, just shoving a sign at a cop?
So I don't know that shoving a sign at a cop is assault. So I don't know if that's assault. I don't. Now the typical tort of assault is putting someone in fear of reasonable apprehension that they're about to be some unlawful force applied to them. But that typically in the criminal context, you're going to require a little more than that.
Nonetheless,
but not much more.
We're getting up.
We're afield. Listen,
Ray Epps did that, by the way. He wasn't charged for that. It was okay for him to shove signs in police officers, but.
Yeah.
Sorry, I want to get back to just real quick because I do want to get to the border stuff, and I don't know how late I could be here tonight. We'll see. I'll probably be here late, but
I want to get to Bowman stuff. Can we just finish this real quick? So
that's what I wanted to say. So your central thesis, Craig, all of this were sort of up in this red herring. Would you say that what you're really trying to say here, that your disagreement with me was, and I'm trying to steelman your position here, It's not that what I'm saying is factually incorrect when I point out the video evidence.
Why would he want it?
It's that you feel that I'm falsely putting stylistically out there that you have this huge degree of certainty that you're saying, yep, this is exactly what he did. That's the end all be all. There's no possibility of getting anything else.
There's two to that. So, okay, now I remember where we got it filled. So number one, it is that, the stylistically, where I think that there's an implication that you would understand that how you're framing it, I think, is even though it's accurate, it's not, it's misleading, right? Misleading thing is almost by definition true, right? The second part is what we were just talking about, where I think that the rationale behind why I would be a partisan hack about this just doesn't stand up to scrutiny. If I need obstruction, either for the narrative, and I think you're kidding yourself if you think that the Democrats or the media wouldn't immediately try to distinguish, even if it were like very explicit, apparent, and he even admitted, yeah, I wanted to disrupt this proceeding. Immediately, the Democrats and the media would just be distinguishing, be like, yeah, this was bad, but it wasn't like January 6th. Anyone trying to compare to stupid. So for you to think, I think, that I'm doing this to give cover to either the Department of Justice or the Democrats is I might be stupid, I might be whatever, but why would I? What benefit is it to me, right? I'm saying these things immediately in the aftermath before there's any Department of Justice action, right? And so I'm not co-signing the Department of Justice's inaction or action on this, and I would immediately throw him under the bus, and it would help me. It would be like, look, I'm being fair and balanced. I'm consistent. Jan Sixters, Jamaal Bowman. We're already in the minority. Who cares? Yeah, I'll throw him to the sharks. I just don't understand the big conspiracy there.
Let's take this in the inverse. So let's take your second position and then first, and then we'll go to your first position. So your second position is basically, but what incentive would you have to do this? So I've already given the incentive why I think it would be beneficial to a standard Democrat narrative to say, no, actually, Bowman didn't commit this offense that we think many of the January 6th. So I've already given that rationale. Other reasons why you specifically, one of the big reasons that you specifically might not want to cave in on this, particularly after the video evidence, is because you were so forceful in your initial predictions, particularly when you were talking about me. And it would be a really bad look, I guess, in your mind, though I disagree with you. I think it would have been a good look. I think you're just wrong on this position for you to come out and say, you know what, turns out, even though I think Rob was cocky about it, I was being a prick, because I don't know. But here's the greater argument, right? I don't have to prove your motivation for why you would do something. And this is what we didn't have a lot of time to hash this out in the debate on the Crucible, but this is what I was saying. It would be like if, I don't know if you have a significant other, if you're married or whatever, but let's assume for a second you had a wife and you legitimately think they're the greatest wife in the world. And I find video evidence, or it gets blared all through the internet, video evidence of you cheating on your wife. You would come on and say, but Rob, I love my wife. Here's a bunch of Discord messages of me talking about I have the greatest wife in the world. Here's video of me. You can clearly see in my eyes I love my wife. Why would I cheat? And my answer would be, Pisco, I don't know, but you did. That's exactly what my argument is here.
Can I twist it? Can I twist it a little bit? So suppose that you said you cheated on your wife because you wanted to help Biden and hurt Trump. Right? Suppose that you said that, right? And I said, but why would I do that? How would that help my goal? How would cheating on my wife how does that connected to helping Biden or Trump or covering up for the DOJ? That I think is a more apt analogy. I'm not disputing like whether it's true or not he did this for whatever reason, right? I'm not disputing the fundamentals for purposes of this criticism. I'm not disputing the fundamentals of the Bowman situation. Take it as a given that you're correct about Bowman and all that stuff. My motivation to lie about it, you're attributing it to a particular thing. And that particular thing, you needs to stand up to scrutiny. So when I say, why would I do this? And you say, it doesn't matter. It's like coming in your wife. You're like, no, you're accusing me of doing this for a reason. And so the why would I do this for this reason, I think that's relevant regardless of the underlying empirics or intentionality of Bowman. Does that make sense?
No, completely disagree, because it would be why would I cheat on my wife? And I say, I think the reason you cheated on your wife is because the person you slept with is rich and you're hoping to parlay yourself into their money. And then you would stand up and say, well, no, wait, let me show you why. They've already signed a permanent will, and actually the money that they have right now is just in escrow from their parents, and if something would happen, I wouldn't be able to get it.
They're not actually rich.
So you're wrong about any of those possible motivations. That could all be true, and still you cheated on your wife.
No, I get it.
So I was wrong about your motivation. So let me. So let's.
But the motivation is what you're saying is what I'm taking issue with.
No, because what we could see is because, and here let's go back to something we were talking about a little earlier. The standards of proof, talking about enough standards of proof to convict someone in a court of law, versus me and you as two people that are discussing a politically relevant situation, and we're looking at the two most likely competing scenarios, and we have a disagreement on which scenario is most likely. Then video evidence comes out that completely shatters your view. Completely shatters it. Mm-hmm. And I give you the chance. It's clear as day. I told everyone on my channel before we did that debate, I was like, all Pisco needs to do is say, yeah, okay, Rob, you're right. It now seems, even though I don't have a lot of confidence in it, it does seem more likely that he probably did this to cause some sort of delay than he did to egress that door. However, I don't think that there's enough evidence to prosecute him. I don't think this compares to what happened on January 6th. I don't think ultimately it's a big deal, but you're right. Your scenario was the most likely scenario, but you didn't do that. You looked at this evidence.
I don't understand why that matters. Right? So
let me finish, please. I'll explain. Right, and I know I'm talking more than you, but that's okay because normally,
that's cool.
If
Whatever.
we have a moderator, you talk more than me. Nonetheless, It doesn't matter, right? Like, what we're looking at this over and over on loop. Everyone if you were a Martian that was looking at this 1,000 years from now, everyone remotely objective would be like, there is a 0 possibility chance that he pulled that alarm to get out that door. He has no body reaction to being alarmed by the alarm or startled or something that would change his path. He quite smoothly goes to the alarm, pulls it, which we all know he knew would trigger an alarm, and immediately turns the opposite way of the door and walks away. There is 0 chance at this point that he was attempting to open that door. 0. Barring he had some sort of embolism in his brain or something like that. He was high. Like, barring any of that, like, there's 0 chance.
I don't think that's what's going on here, Rob.
So how could someone like you look at this in the face of this overwhelming evidence? You can still say, I have a lot of problems thinking he did this, to cause a delay. But how, at this point, I don't know how anyone in good faith could watch this video and say, yep, I still think that's the most likely scenario.
Wait, I mean, really, I don't think that this is what the issue is in terms of what you're mad about or what you're accusing me of hacking. And I want to explain why. So from how you tell it, you're like, assuming that you started from a 55% chance you think it's to get out, egress the door, 45% to obstruct, right? Let's assume that that's where I'm at to start. And I see that video, and if I were to come on and be like, okay, now with the extra video, I'm at 51 obstruct, 49 to egress, you would say, oh, great, okay, we're fine.
I would say the point would be, I would still say that's absurd that you have a 49% confidence.
Yeah,
but I think that's at least, but it's at least better to say, yeah, in this case, because what this video shows is you can still say I have very little confidence that he did this to obstruct. And this is where it gets to the point 1, which I think is the biggest argument that you're making. Like, it doesn't matter if I could articulate, like you saying, but why would I cheat my wife? It's irrelevant. I'm saying, everyone could see that the position that you are currently holding right now, that it is still more likely that he pulled that alarm to get out that door. Everyone, it's on loop. Everyone watching this could see, like, this guy looks like a total fucking hack because that is clearly bullshit. And so you're like, but the problem I have, Rob, is I seem to be implying, based on my argumentation, that you have a high degree of confidence. No, that's
I don't want to get off. I don't want to get off of what we just were, right? So
okay.
Where we just were was, you're saying that I'm, whatever the underlying rationale is or whatever the underlying facts are about the Bowman situation, you're saying that, assume that I'm lying and assume that I'm both incorrect and let's say that I'm lying, right? Mm-hmm. You are saying I'm lying for a reason, mm-hmm. right? He's lying because he defends the establishment, or he's lying because he defends the double standard. Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to specifically target that argumentation. And you saying the cheating example, I think, is not apt. It's not apt because you're not adding because he's cheating because, and you are adding the because when you're accusing me of being a shill for X reason, right? And so what I'm telling you is your explanation for why it makes sense for me. It makes all the sense in the world for Bowman. I almost like your hubris argument better than the argument about that this defends the DOJ or it defends the Democrats, because I don't think it does. And I think you make a strong argument that going after Bowman and throwing him to the wolves, like, why wouldn't I do that to just defend the corruption?
Listen, again, like it comes like we could see what I'm saying is the underlying accusation I had is true. The video evidence shows that you were wrong, and you're continually defending a position that any objective person could see is wrong. And now we're having a debate on to why I think you're doing that. We're no longer arguing about the underlying that you are wrong, which you are.
Right now we're not.
Right. Okay. So
I don't accept that I am, but
I think that I am making a factual statement as to why you're wrong beyond the preponderance of evidence, or beyond all doubt, as to why you're wrong based on this video evidence, that it is the most likely scenario.
No. You're making an argument that I'm wrong, but you haven't made yet the argument why I am wrong.
No. But
I'm sorry,
the
purpose behind why I'm wrong.
Right. So your motivation for being wrong.
Motivation.
Right. And I've given my opinion as to why I think you're doing it. I outlined it. I outlined several opinions. One, I outlined the opinion that you and Democrats did this because you think it would hurt the January 6th narrative. Second, I outlined the opinion that I think that you had hubris because you
haven't really responded to what I said about that whole first part. Well, you haven't been like, you're right about that, or I
did respond to it. Like your response of, no, actually, I think it would help. That's just you individually saying it. Are you telling me that there aren't Democrats that would staunch vastly refuse to engage in any sort of criminalization of Democrats that would do things like obstructing?
Yeah, they would protect Democrats, but it's not. But if they had to throw them under the wolves, they would do it, and they would distinguish the Jan 6 stuff, and they would do it in 2 seconds.
What makes this uniquely bad is because the overarching thing is it doesn't just implicate Jamaal Bowman; it implicates law enforcement and the double standards that they have. Right. And this is particularly evident when it comes to, not, believe it or not, audience watching, as bad as you might think it is for Pisco that this video evidence completely shatters his narrative. It's actually probably not the worst part. Because the worst part is, if you followed this whole discussion, is that Pisco said, even before he was talking to me, that the idea that the possible scenario that Jamaal Bowman pulled this alarm without intending an alarm to go off is clearly bullshit. And Pisco said that before he was even talking to me, to his credit. Because there were people on the left, you'll agree with this, Pisco, that were arguing with you on Twitter, that were trying to say maybe he didn't know the alarm would go off if he pulled it. And you said, rightfully, that's stupid. Right? That's what you said.
Yes, I did say that, yes.
Okay, so then when we go to the affiant, when we go to the actual, I don't know that I'm not a lawyer, so I might not use proper terms. You could tell me if you think there's something I'm saying that
sure.
changes what I'm saying. Basically, the police statement. I think it was a Capital City police officer.
You write an affidavit for part of the case.
So it's the cop that was interviewing Bowman after. Is that fair?
Well, I don't know about who the affiant is versus they don't name the investigator.
Some law enforcement officer that's recording what Bowman said in his interactions with law enforcement, right?
He was. I think he said your affiant talked to him at some point.
Okay, right. So here we are. So what happens is, like, they're interviewing Bowman and they're asking him a series of questions, and we now have the document that shows what Bowman's answers are. And I'm not verbatim here, but basically at one point they say, "Did you intend for the alarm to go off?" And Bowman says, "No." Now, given what Pisco said even before his interactions with me on this topic, Pisco knows that's a lie. There is no chance that Bowman didn't think that alarm was going to go off. Beyond the pale, Pisco said. Of course he thought. So now I go through painstakingly, because I do know how it is to argue with Pisco, and I say, is lying to law enforcement a serious crime? You're like, yeah, it's serious. And when Trump people did it, do you think it was a crime that should have been charged? Of course you say, of course it should have been charged. Okay, now we know Jamaal Bowman lied to law enforcement. So why didn't law enforcement give him similar treatment to that of Roger Stone or Mike Flynn? And your argument, correct me if I'm wrong,
I'll explain why
your argument is, and you could just say, if I'm going to steel man your argument here, right? You just a yes or no, and then you could obviously explain. If you think this is an accurate description, basically, of your argument. Your argument is, well, actually, when he was asked, did you intend for the alarm to go off? And he said no. What he really meant was, yes, I did intend for an alarm to go off. I just didn't intend for the global alarm. In other words, I intended this alarm right above me to go off, but I didn't intend the one down the hall to be going off as well. That's basically your argument.
That's a scenario that I presented and said that's one thing that he could say in response to that, right? And I think that, and I gave you the example of New York where an alarm, there are localized alarms in some of these systems, is what I'm saying. And so him saying that, being asked whether or not he intended to cause a fire alarm, again, it's not the same amount of evidence that we have in the case of Mike Flynn. With Mike Flynn, right? Like, suppose that we had ongoing text messages between Bowman and other people saying, I know how fire alarms work. I know that this will sound an alarm everywhere, right? And then he said, I didn't intend to, or I don't remember, right?
No.
In those situations, I would say, yeah, charge him with lying.
You have it the opposite.
The level of evidence that we have.
You have it the opposite because in the Flynn case, he was asked, do you recall having a conversation about sanctions with Kislyak? And Flynn's like, no. And then they ask again, and obviously this isn't verbatim, but this is basically what happened. Then they ask again, do you recall that? And he's like, nah, I'm not sure. And then they ask a third time, do you recall? And he says, I'm not sure, it could have happened, I don't remember. And Pisco's argument is, and you correct me if I'm wrong, based on other communications we have with Flynn, it's evident that he did remember. And so the lie wasn't necessarily that he said no. The lie was he lied when he said he didn't remember. That's your argument with Flynn, right? He obviously
there's more than
remembered.
one lie. There's more than one lie.
What's the other lie?
There's lies regarding conversations with the Russian ambassador, and there's lies specifically with respect to the sanctions discussions. And in addition,
but the answer to both of those were, I don't remember, it could have happened.
No, I think there was a more definite answer to one of them. But to be clear, I do think if he just said, I don't know, and we know, like, suppose that you had a text message with the Russian ambassador on January 23rd, right? And on January 24th, you walk into the interview with FBI, and they're like, did you ever message the Russian person? You're like, I don't know. Do you think that's a lie?
To say, I don't remember.
I don't remember. Do you think
I would say, my gut would say that's probably a lie. But is it beyond reasonable doubt to criminally charge?
Yeah, so whenever we're talking about whether the DOJ is being corrupt, now we have to get out of the conversation we're having right now about Bowman in the sense of like you and me, man to man, political discussion, ramifications of like discourse, and now we're talking about DOJ and what evidence is there that you're lying when someone says I don't know. So when someone says I don't know, you agree, right? Sometimes when someone says I don't know, it can be a crime, and sometimes when someone says I don't know, there could be not enough evidence for it to be a crime.
It would be almost impossible for it to be a crime, though, because it's almost impossible to prove someone's state of mind at the time when they say, I don't know, that they really did know. That becomes near impossible to do. For example, I'd have the same, I think that, would you agree with this? Would you agree that probably Flynn was the type of dude, based on the fact that he was going to be incoming national security advisor, he was probably involved in high-level phone calls with people from countries all over the world?
Sure. And I don't say that what he's doing is necessarily illegal.
Right. The underlying, right. You're saying that there's no.
I don't know that it is. Fair enough. There's a law. Now I'm not remembering the name of it, but
Logan
every
Act.
country has the Logan Act, right? That purports to make it a crime to do certain things and to have ongoing negotiations. Right. Yeah, there's no real history of it. And
basically,
being
me
used.
and you know. I don't know if you know this. I think you would, though, that every incoming administration has their people contacting their counterparts in countries around the world. That's the way it works.
I'm sure that occurs.
Right. So the fact
I'm not here saying that there is.
Right. And
I don't know if they're talking policy or they're trying to undermine current position. Right. I don't know if that's true, but I don't know if that's legal or illegal, but that's not relevant right now.
Right. So, which, by the way, then seems very odd that it was Joe Biden himself in this meeting with Susan Mills, etc., that suggested using the Logan Act. And we have James Comey admitting that the way they went after Flynn was basically unprecedented, that they went after him because they knew that it was like he wouldn't have asked for a lawyer or stuff because they went after him in a unique way. Like, it seems very odd when we're saying, and
I don't want to go into weeds, but yes.
Right, he was basically doing what every person, so they went after him, they specifically...
I'm not saying it's illegal to do what he did in that. That's all I'm saying.
So if we look at this situation where he said, I don't know, and we compare it to another situation where a person said, I don't know.
Errol Mills and Paul Combetta.
Right.
Yeah, what's the evidence that he don't that you have?
So number one is, when it comes to the severity of the crimes they're accused of, we absolutely know what Combetta did was a crime. Deleting subpoenaed evidence. You have no disagreement there, right? With Flynn, we're not sure.
Yes, it doesn't matter though.
Okay,
right?
well, okay. So when it comes to the underlying crime of what they were lying about, Flynn, we don't know if it was a crime. Combetta,
that would, I guess, matter in terms of the materiality, right? But recall that the FBI's investigation into Flynn is not just a criminal investigation; it is a counterintelligence investigation.
Okay,
as well as so there's.
But when we're talking about the severity, and you'll admit that they have prosecutor discretion, right? So, for example, people probably lie to police officers at times. Like they might say, let's say that I'm being investigated for potentially robbing my neighbor's house. And they say, Rob, are you cheating on your wife? And I say, no. And they find out I am, but it's immaterial to their case.
It wouldn't be a crime, right?
Right. They would be like, well, you did lie to law enforcement, but there wasn't an underlying crime that you were lying about, so we're probably not going to charge you. Even though they theoretically could make an argument that, well, lying to law enforcement in its own right can be, particularly to the FBI, can be a charge. So it does come into whether or not we should charge it or not, or whether or not it would increase the chances that
but there's enough severity on both, right? For both, you can think of obstructing criminal investigation.
On that point, it seems like Combetta would be a more serious case of going after someone from lying. On that case. Number two, you already agreed that Flynn is the type of dude that was probably having these types of phone calls with world leaders plenty of times. Do you think
the incoming national security advisor probably has some contact?
So if having a foggy memory, like for example, let's just say he made 5 calls similar to that a day, every day. And so then 10 days later, they say, do you recall this conversation you had? And he's thinking, well, I've had 50 similar type conversations with world leaders. Nah, I don't recall the specifics of that one. That's more likely that he's being honest, saying I don't remember, than Combetta, who basically the biggest job of his life is someone who is tasked with handling these documents, being told you now have to comply with the subpoena, and talking to his direct boss, Cheryl Mills, 2 days before he deleted that subpoenaed evidence, and then being asked, what was that conversation about? Him saying, I don't know. He wasn't having 5 conversations a day similarly about this most important issue that his job has. Would you agree with that?
I agree that if they conducted the interview 2 days after that occurred, then it would be, I would say that he's probably lying. And I would think that that's probably a good reason to investigate that. And if you have evidence that he has some awareness of what's going on, then you absolutely charge him. But when was the interview conducted as to Paul Combetta?
I don't know. I think it was a month or two, correct? A couple months?
I'm not sure either.
When was it after Flynn? 2 days?
So Flynn, the conversation happened, I'm looking at it right now, in January. And the interview also, I think, occurred. Let me just look real quick. Michael Flynn, false statements. On or about January 24th, Flynn agreed to be interviewed. And he's relating a conversation which occurred on December 28th with the Russian ambassador.
Okay, so a month.
Less than a month, yeah.
Okay, less than a month. And you would say it would be conservative amount to say
as to the Russian ambassador, I think you'd remember that. And December 31st. December 31st is when there was the latest call.
I think most reasonable people could say a guy who's on the phone with ambassadors around countries probably every day leading into that has a better chance of having one of those conversations getting lost in the sauce than a dude who for the first time in his life has a very important legal matter to attend to and had a conversation 2 days before he was supposed to, or he did delete the subpoenaed evidence, a crime that he knew was a crime. He talked to his boss and he says, I don't recall. I think that the chances of him recalling that conversation, even if it was 3 months later, is better than the chance of Flynn recalling a conversation because Flynn's having dozens of those conversations.
Like 3 weeks earlier?
Right.
So you think that, okay.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I don't agree with that, but
okay. So the idea of saying, right, well, this is why it's so ridiculous when you say, oh, it's absurd. It's a get out of jail free card to say I don't recall. I agree. People use that as a crutch all the time. But one of the things you say quite often, particularly in the Hillary Clinton case, that's actually true, is that some crimes you have to prove intent for. You do. And it's
most
really
crimes.
Right. It's really hard a lot of times to prove intent unless you have some sort of physical evidence that shows them. And if the FBI chooses not to subpoena evidence or subpoena phone records or subpoena emails between Paul Combetta and Cheryl Mills, or to use the authority they have to already charge lower level crimes to sort of put the pressure on to get the details of those calls, it seems insufficient and clear evidence of a double standard when it's more likely that Flynn saying I don't recall, given that they already were able to prove crimes that they did, was bullshit that they should have went after, rather than Mike Flynn. Given that Mike Flynn, we're not even sure that what he did underlying was a crime, which with Combetta we were. Given that Mike Flynn more likely didn't recall because he was having conversations with people like this all the time, when Combetta was having this once-in-a-lifetime conversation. Given all of that, it seems clear that there was an obvious double standard. Now, we got off on the tangent of this, but it all speaks to why this Bowman situation is important to me regarding you. And it speaks to why I was so hostile to you. Now, when you say that I'm sort of stylistically implying through sort of, would this be fair to say through my agitation, my mean-spiritedness? That's and so your argument is that leads people to believe that what I'm trying to imply to people is Pisco's saying with 98% confidence that Jamaal Bowman pulled the arm. I would first like to say, I'm not saying that it's impossible that people could have got that impression, but I never specifically said that, and I don't think that I gave the impression that that's what I said, and if I did, I will nip it in the bud right now. Never once have I said that Pisco implied anywhere sort of a conclusion that he had was so positive that this occurred that's of a 90% threshold or higher. I'm not implying it. The reason that I was so animated about this is because you're one of my favorite people to talk to. And what this conversation proves to me is that conversations like the one we just had of Flynn versus Combetta are irrelevant. Because whether it be whatever your motivation may be, whether it be because you're intentionally bad faith, or it be because your Trump derangement syndrome is so significant that it'll allow you to ignore obvious reality into protecting your side in ways that you think. But even in this, the most evidence of all situations where we have video evidence, you're still unwilling to concede. So when we get to more difficult and murky shit, like talking about what the definition of the term insurrection is, and we can talk about that if you want, even more difficult, talking about the definition of a noun legally is one thing. Talking about the definition of a verb or an adjective, that becomes even harder. So would you agree with this? The more difficult definition than insurrections is engaged. That's the more problematic, correct?
No.
No, I completely disagree with you. I think defining insurrection is much clearer
Easier?
than defining the word engaged.
Okay.
You disagree? Like
I'm
defining the
sure.
word a noun, like defining a noun, right? Defining the word tax, or defining the word dog, or the word card, or the word homicide. Those, although there could be actual disagreements on those terms. I'm not disputing that.
You know what? I think I agree with that. I think I agree, but I don't agree with a great degree of that it's incredibly more difficult to define engagement. Fair enough. I think there's a lot of historical evidence about what engagement in the context of Section 3, but I do think that insurrection is probably clearer than engagement.
Okay, so but the reason I'm saying this, and I'm not a lawyer, I come from this as a background of doing policy debate. One of the things you did in policy debate was you had arguments that were called like procedural arguments or topicality. So you have one side is affirmative and they have to have a plan that defends the topic. So let's just to give you an idea of where I'm coming from, Pisco. Let's say the topic, in my style debate, the topic was the same every year, and it was always worded something like this. Resolved, the United States federal government should substantially reduce subsidies in one of the following 5 areas. And then it would give areas, right? Now, my plan is the affirmative. I might say, we should reduce corn subsidies by 30%. Right? And that's one of the subsidies that were mentioned. So that would be a topical plan. The reason that that's important, let's say I have that topic and I stand up and say, we should give the land back to the Native Americans. Right? Like, I might have an awesome argument, but the problem is the negative would say, wow, really great argument, but you're not defending the resolution, and that's your job, so you lose. Your plan has to defend the resolution. You can't just stand up and say, I think 2 + 2 should equal 4. Here's a bunch of awesome reasons why. Because the negative would always lose. So you have to defend the resolution. Because of that, what ends up happening is there are huge debates where you're talking a million miles an hour with some of the smartest people in the country, and you're talking about terms like, what does the word substantial mean? And you say, well, I think substantial, according to Merriam-Webster, means more than 20%, and here's the definition that I read. Then the other side stands up and says, yes, but when it comes to the legal dictionary, if we go to black law, when they talk about substantial on the top of it, like, I've had these knockdown, drag-out debates with some of the smartest people in the country, what the word substantial means. All of these specific definite. So even though I'm not a lawyer, I am familiar with the idea of, and that's sort of to train you to be a lawyer, the idea of arguing definitions at a high level, definitions of words. And it could become very fucking difficult. You could walk into a debate thinking, I 100% know what the word substantial means. And you walk out thinking like, well, I don't know. They made some really good fucking points, right? Okay. It's the point I'm trying to make is it's difficult. And there could be good faith interpretations on both sides. And it's difficult to argue convoluted criminal cases or things like double standards, looking at the Burisma case, or looking at Combetta, or looking at Crossfire Hurricane. These things are difficult. And there's, as laymen, in a sense, and when I say laymen, I mean, we don't really have access at a high level. Me and you are just citizens. So
we have access to what they give us.
Right. So we're reliant on publicly available information. So it becomes very difficult for us, and people can have spirited debates that aren't necessarily in bad faith on all sides of these. The reason I was so animated wasn't because I was trying to imply you had some sort of degree of certainty. It was because I've realized I wasted my time talking to you. That's why I was because I defended talking to you. I like talking to you. You're one of the better people I talk to. And yet, when we're in a case that's not murky like Burisma, or not murky like Crossfire Hurricane, when we actually have video fucking evidence that makes it clear cut, and even before that video evidence, when the argument was so absurd that this former principal pulled a fire alarm to aggress a door, it aggravated me to no fucking end, to where all I could do was laugh at you. Because it's like, holy shit, I have spent hours upon hours upon hours debating this guy. And the truth is, if I ever presented evidence, clear-cut evidence, a signed confession, videotape evidence of the corruption that I'm talking about, and Pisco thought that this would somehow damage his narrative or worldview enough, he would refuse to accept even the strongest of evidence. And this Jamaal Bowman tape disproves it. That's why it's important to talk about this Bowman chip, because now we're going to go on and we're going to talk about something like Section 212F, right? And we're each going to read it and we're going to talk about what our possible interpretations are. And deep down, I know it doesn't matter if I have the most convincing argument ever. You're not going to change your fucking mind because it's not politically expedient for you to do it. Just like you can't be honest that this tape proves Bowman didn't pull that fucking alarm to try to get out that door. That's why I was so animated and continue to be so about it.
First of all, I'm really sorry that you feel that way in terms of, it makes me really sad that, that, you valued to a certain extent our conversations, and that you feel that like sort of I betrayed that trust of us, because I also value our conversations. And I, even though like, damn, you piss me off a lot, I value that. And I think that you make me a better debater. You make me a better thinker, rhetorician. And so it is, I understand where you're coming from in that sense, because I also value our conversations. And it, in a way, it kind of breaks my heart that you feel that value has been tainted in a way by evidence that you consider to be so open and shut that it undermines the kind of the things we were doing before, and it calls into question all those previous things. It's almost like, I don't know if you've ever had a relationship with someone who's lied to you about something significant, or you've talked to someone who you later find out has lied to you either a couple times or maybe even more than that, and it kind of calls into questions, all those times that they told you that you look good, or all those times that they said that, let's say that they said that you were smart, or that whatever the situation is for anyone's particular circumstance. Those things can, and I'm not saying that you and I are like married or anything or have a relationship, but for people who are heavily invested in, you and I think both are super invested in these issues. It is like, I can understand why you might feel disappointed, right? And it breaks my heart a little bit to hear that. That said, like, I owe it to myself and to you to be number one honest at all times, and to give candor. And if I wish, right, like I wish I could restore whatever faith you had that I was speaking my true opinion, and I would want nothing less than to do that right now in this moment by telling you that actually is my opinion, and that I changed my mind, and that I'm hiding it because of hubris or because I'm corrupt, and that's actually what's going on. I wish I could tell you that, but I'm not going to lie to you, Rob, about what my opinion is. And I'm not going to lie and say that I think that it's, maybe I'm going to give Democrats, because of an implicit bias, more of a good shake, on some subconscious level that I'm not aware of. But when I tell you that if I was convinced one way or the other that I would be upfront about that, I promise you that, at least from my own heart right now, I would say so. Bowman is nothing to me. Bowman, I don't even think should be a congressperson. Anyone who would pull a fire alarm and then be brazen about it, not apologetic. I thought his speech on the House floor was embarrassing. Okay, so I don't care to be right now in this moment. Like, honestly, I care about you more than I care about Bowman. And if the question was between throwing Bowman under the bus or maintaining a good relationship with you, I'd pick you any day.
Okay,
you know?
so let me.
So I just want to finish this last thing, and then you go. I don't, whether it's subconscious, whatever. I do not say things I don't believe, and this is all honest. And I hope that we can disagree honestly, but I understand that this is a very important issue for you.
Okay. And it has nothing to do with being important in the sense that, like, this crime was of an importance rising to the level of other corruption or crime that we're talking about. It has to do with important because I think that the level of evidence that's provided, and again, it's a different level. If you would say, yeah, it does now seem like that scenario clearly isn't the most likely. However, is that enough to prosecute him? I don't know. I don't think that it rises to that level, etc. That's an argument that I would find acceptable. But in the face of overwhelming evidence, for you to say, but trust me, Rob, I'm giving you my honest opinion, I have two things to say about that. I don't believe it. I don't. Okay. But it could be true. I don't have a 100% degree of confidence. It could be that subconsciously that you are so partisan.
I'm telling you, I just want to tell you an incident in my personal life. I've had like a 3 to 4 hour conversation with my girlfriend about how to convince you that I'm being honest about this.
Okay,
and I don't know.
I appreciate, but I'm just telling you, I'm just being honest with you. I don't believe you. But not with 100%. There's still a 40% chance you're telling the truth. But if you're telling the truth, then it's some subconscious thing that, like, you really have convinced yourself that Jamaal Bowman is still the most likely scenario he was trying to get out the door there. Like, maybe
you're making the big difference in 49%, 51%, like 45, 55. Like, you're telling me that you wouldn't feel this way if I had just said, okay, you're right, it's more likely that it was obstruction, but it's still not enough to prosecute, and I'm still not sure either way. And I still put, 40% chance that he was trying to open the door. You would be fine?
No, I would be more fine, but I still think that even looking at this video, that you think there's a 40% chance, it's sort of absurd. But the point I'm trying to make, let's say that I would believe you, right? Like, because what I'm getting at is, at the end result, it's sort of irrelevant in the context of what I would care about most, which is the productivity of our conversations. Now, there's still value in our conversations. I'll still talk to you, even if I think you're bad faith. And the reason is because even if you are bad faith, even if let's just take it to the absurd degree, even if you're personally being paid millions of dollars by Joe Biden to be a willing shill,
I promise you're not.
That doesn't mean that these conversations couldn't be productive, because still you could
get some value.
You could be a shill and still be advancing good arguments, and still be advancing arguments that challenge people and force them to reevaluate their position or to further understand it. And that's what I get out of this. And I think debating you is pretty much near the top of the level of when I talk about the cases that I like talking about the most, that are corruption. Because most of what I get is just people hand-waving saying conspiracy theory, which is horseshit. Right? At least you're willing to delve into the details. So even if deep down you're being paid to take the position you have and you know that position's bullshit, I still get value out of it. But the value that I was getting on top of that was thinking that we were having a conversation that could have led to one of us changing our mind on issues. And obviously our bias make it difficult. And the same's true of me. It would take a level of evidence beyond what it would take a Biden supporter to convince me of the positions that you're going to be talking about. But when the evidence is overwhelming in the form of video evidence that there's no question that it was tampered with or anything like that, and you're still unwilling, it takes away that productive portion of the conversation, because I now realize that that is not the case. And let's get away from that ridiculous interpretation and let's go to the other extreme, that you 100% believe everything you're saying. Well, it's sort of irrelevant when it comes to that level of what I just talked about, the level of there are potential arguments that could get you to change your mind. Because let's say that you truly do believe this situation about Bowman still, and that would lead me to believe, based on the overwhelming evidence, that position is objectively wrong, based on the video evidence we could see, but you're being honest that you believe it, that you're so partisan that you're beyond hope. That there is no level of evidence that I would be able to provide to you
Well, I
For
could
example,
describe some evidence that I see
well,
some of your chat.
okay, let me rephrase. There is a
Yeah.
level of evidence that you would begrudgingly have to admit, like Joe Biden coming out saying, "Yes, I did take that bribe." Blah blah blah. Short of that, which there's almost a 99.9999% chance of never happening. The next level of evidence we would say that would be the most compelling to the average person would be like video or audio evidence that was admittedly non-tampered with that shows what we're talking about.
No, I can show you. I give you a bunch of things that would put me over the edge. 100%.
So you give me
short of a confession, right?
Okay.
Short of a confession. So we're not talking because I would absolutely accept a confession. So we all agree that, or let's say inculpatory self-statements, right? Anything in that level. If he's texting people and being like, "Oh shit, this didn't go to plan," like obviously,
I don't believe you. I don't, and let me tell you why not. Just real quick.
Okay.
Because we literally have sort of something that's in line with that, where Bowman said what you admitted was a lie. When he said, "No, I did not intend for the alarm to go off." And you have said that we should not take the literal words that Bowman said at face value. Instead, we should read the operation of his mind to say when he said, "No, the alarm wouldn't go off," what he really meant was, well, maybe the alarm would go off. That's bullshit. It doesn't get more clear-cut than that.
Yeah, no, he admitted to pulling the alarm, right? So if what you're saying is that he was asked initially if he knew anything about the fire alarm, he said, "Yes, I do know about it." When he inquired what happened, he stated that he was in the Canon office building trying to exit, and he said that he pulled the fire alarm right away, right? He pushed the door and then pulled the lever and pulled the fire alarm.
They asked him.
So he and then afterwards
did you
they asked
intend
him
for the alarm to go off?
Alarm to go off, which he stated no, right? Like, so we're left in the same situation, which is, can you admit to pulling a fire alarm and not intending for the alarm to go off, right? Is that even a conceivable thing? Is that even something that could?
Let me ask.
I'll
just ask you, because
if he was trying to lie overall, why wouldn't he just lie about everything?
But listen, because Pisco, again, that gets back to a universal truth about all criminals, right? You could always say, but if the criminal was going to lie, wouldn't he have lied about more? Sure, but there are reasons not to lie about. But if you lie about everything, it's easier to catch you in the lie, etc., etc. Nonetheless, the point is, he said. I asked you quite specifically. The words I used were quite specific. He said that he didn't intend the fire alarm to go off. Do you believe that? You said no. Do you believe he intended for the fire alarm to go off?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think that on balance, it's ridiculous for anyone to see a fire alarm, consciously acknowledge it, pull it, and not think that the alarm's going to go off. So to answer your question, if he's thinking about it, then I think that you must think that the alarm's going to go off.
And
so
and just to be clear, that was your position even before you talked to me.
Yes, correct.
Okay,
and I
then
put
when
that was public. I put that publicly.
When he is interviewed by the police and they say, "Did you intend for the alarm to go off?" and he says no, you already made the argument before you saw that transcript that if that was an argument that anyone would make, that's stupid. That's a bullshit argument. Well, that's the argument that Bowman
what I was
made.
dealing with. What I was dealing with were people who were saying that, like, you could confuse a push to open button, right? Someone who's like, those buttons that open up that you press it and it's a handicap button, right? There were Democrats on it who were saying he might have confused that for a red fire alarm. And I go, that's ridiculous. But again, I come back to my discussion with the person that I had in my Discord. It's possible I could be overthinking it. And that answer saying that I did pull the fire alarm, but I didn't intend it to go off, could only be consistent with what I'm saying. Either he's lying, right? A lie that you think no one would believe. That's your opinion, that no one would believe a lie, that I pulled the fire alarm and didn't intend the fire alarm to go off. Or he's saying that he didn't consciously consider the fire alarm and just pulled it. Or he's suggesting that he didn't think that a fire alarm with respect to the whole building would go off. Those seem like the only three possibilities. Either he's saying such a ridiculous lie that no one you're saying would ever believe. Agreed?
Right.
He is saying something that he wasn't consciously thinking about.
Can I amend that answer? There are people that would claim, I think for bad faith reasons, that that's legitimate, like the people you were talking to. There were people making that argument. You know it.
Yeah.
You were talking to them.
Yes, I was. Yeah, no, I know that.
But
I
think objectively, anyone who's trying to look at this as little partisan as possible would say that's clearly bullshit. It's not like a fucking immigrant that doesn't know what fire alarm means. It's not like some guy that just got off the boat.
Now you're on the stand, Rob, and so here now we're talking about we are talking about FBI double standards and going after corruption, right? You're on the stand. You're like, we charge Bowman with 512, whatever the statute of lying to the FBI. It's a felony, and we get him on the stand, and we're like, did you say that you didn't intend to pull a fire alarm? I did say that. Here's the transcript, right? And then the defense attorney comes up and be like, but didn't you admit just seconds before that you had pulled the fire alarm? Yes. Can you explain why you admitted prior to saying whether you intended to cause security concern or a fire alarm that you did pull the fire alarm if you were intentionally trying to lie? Well, the thing is,
they would never say that.
What? I mean, explain that, right? Like,
right.
Explain that. So, like,
he lied. He lied in the same way.
Fire alarm.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Like, you think that this is an obvious lie. Let's take the legal implications out of it and just say, would you agree with this? People that are commentating, particularly if their real names are there, but even if they're anonymous, they have no incentive to want to be looked at as obvious liars, correct?
I think usually they have no incentive to look like obvious liars.
And yet they did. And yet they sat there with a straight face, thousands of them, with a straight face took to X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it and said, oh, no, he may not have intended for the alarm to go off. Maybe he thought that was a silent alarm or something that just unlocked the door. We have no proof that he intended for the alarm to go off, so there's no way that we could have possibly thought that it would cause a delay. That's what they said. It
undermines the prosecution is what I'm saying. Is like, if he is candid with the police in the first thing where he actively admits. Now, to be clear, he did not go to the police right away. He didn't even tell the police when he's in the elevator, all that stuff. But that's strictly speaking.
So, but what I'm saying, I'm giving you the rationale, right? Because people, you're like, well, the fact that he admitted to pulling the alarm, then that means if he later says, I didn't intend for the alarm to go off, that's clearly a lie. Why wouldn't he have just said, I didn't pull the alarm? Why didn't he just say that? But what I'm telling you is, well, one, we have the answer to that.
He did pull the alarm, and he needs to get away from criminal liability.
And he probably at that point knows the fact they're questioning him that they have it on video evidence. Secondly, we already, your sort of rationale of what can't be that he would say it would be a lie to say I didn't intend it to go off because it would be evident that was a lie. But what I'm telling you is thousands of
he's an idiot, dude. He just seems like a dumbass. I don't know what
thousands of other people took to X to make that exact argument. And granted, the stakes
they're dumb. They're dumb.
The stakes weren't as high for them. The stakes weren't as high. It's not like they were going to go to jail for lying to law enforcement. But still, their credibility takes a hit in an obvious way. My point is, what I'm trying to tell you is, there are people that were saying that thought they could get away with it. There's no evidence that Bowman was different than those people. That he was like, okay, they got me on video pulling the alarm, but I'll still say I didn't intend for the alarm to go off. Right? Now, later, after he talks to a credible defense attorney and they're going to try to hash it out, but they're going to have a story. But the even better explanation to you is, Pisco, I'm surprised as a lawyer you don't know this, right? People lie all the time, provable lies to law enforcement, even though it's easy to find out that they're full of shit, even based on statements they made just seconds before. And yet they still lie. Just because they told that lie that was easy to disprove doesn't mean that it's not a crime, correct?
Yeah, I think that just because you lie one time doesn't mean that you're lying all the time.
But that's a different, right? But that's a different point than what I'm talking. It seems to be, you're saying this. Well, if this was a lie, if when he was asked specifically, did you intend the alarm to go off? And he said no. If that was him lying, why would he have ever said that he pulled the alarm in the first place? Because surely he would understand that they would do any rational person.
It just seems to undermine the notion that this is like a well thought out or
doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the question of whether or not he should be charged with lying to law enforcement.
Okay, so if you're on that jury, right, and again, it's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And are you confident that you can't just be like, sorry, dude, I wasn't thinking when I did it. It was a total lapse in judgment. I pulled it and it's fucking stupid. I wasn't thinking about it. Yes, I know I pulled it, but that's just what happened. And I truly did not mean to cause an alarm, and I'm sorry about that. Okay. You think that and all they have is this statement, right? There's no like other evidence that he lied. There's no anyone else saying that he lied. It's just the fact that
Okay, so there's a lot to, believe it or not, there's a lot to digest there. So let's take it step by step, right? First, if I'm on the jury, I, as a jurist, might not think, if I don't think the underlying crime's that important, that lying to law enforcement's that big of a deal. However, if the judge is instructing me that independent of the supposed underlying crime, there is this second charge that's important, and lying to law enforcement is a serious, is it a felony? I don't know. It's a serious crime, right? I would say that if maybe I choose to intentionally, because I don't think that crime's that serious, saying, I'm not going to send this poor guy to jail for 2 years over this. But I absolutely, as a jurist, like, that fucking dude lied. He absolutely, that is proof beyond a reasonable doubt to me that he lied. Because I refuse to believe that a competent human being without some sort of developmental disability, particularly one that used to be a principal that no doubt was tasked with being in charge of fire alarms at a school, did not know that if you pull an alarm will go off. That he didn't think pulling the alarm. Absolutely, 100%, I would say beyond a reasonable doubt he lied. Secondly, it doesn't matter if there's a conviction or not. Is there enough to charge him? And in a world where law enforcement, I want you to be completely good faith.
They charged Hunter Biden for lying.
I want you to be completely good faith to me right now. Do you think you have a better, more confident case that Mike Flynn, who said, I don't recall that could have happened, lied, than Jamaal Bowman saying, I didn't intend for the alarm to go off was a lie?
Yes.
You're full of shit.
No, because
you're full of shit.
No, I swear to you, I'm telling the truth. In the situation of Michael Flynn, you have multiple, what are these, 3-4 calls with the ambassador Kislyak in like what, a week or two before, or maybe hang on, December 31st, and the first interview is January 24th. And we have the calls where he's making these lucid statements. He's saying that, you know, he's going to carry forward some instructions or some policy related to those calls. So to think that is not more evidence than in a case of lying, and the proof is in the pudding.
Someone saying I would put more stock. I have seen people have conversations and forget about them a month later. I have personally seen that. It is beyond the pale to think that a competent, non-drug induced adult human being pulled a fire alarm without the intent of the fire alarm going off. Unless there were extenuating circumstances like, well, I'm actually a maintenance person and that alarm previously had not been going off and I was attempting to fix it. And so I pulled the alarm because I know previously the 7 times I pulled it previously, the alarm didn't go off. So I didn't intend for it to go off. That didn't happen. That's clearly not what's going on. He clearly intended for the alarm. If his argument was, well, yeah, I knew the alarm was going to go off. I intended that it would, but I didn't think it was a big deal because I thought it was more important that I unlock this door to get out. That's a different argument, but that's not what he said. And you admit, this is what's the most frustrating about this. The most frustrating is even before, and this is why I'm saying this is so damaging to my image of you, even before me and you breathed one word about this topic, you were telling people it's bullshit that he didn't intend for that alarm to go off. Then when he tells law enforcement, I didn't intend for the alarm to go off, all of a sudden you make excuses. You're like, well, this is what he could have meant. That's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit.
I understand that that this is a very damaging thing for your vision of me, and I'm telling you only that I'm trying to be candid with you and honest with you at this stage and at every stage. I've always tried to be honest with you.
But okay, and I'm sorry to deflect from you again, but can you understand that the reason we're back on this is because you said, well, here's levels of evidence I would accept. I would accept if there were statements that were made that were, implicated someone. You wouldn't. What you would do is look at them through the lens that's most favorable to your side. And I could prove it because when you said something definitive, you didn't waffle on it. You said before me and you even had a conversation, he clearly intended for that alarm to go off. Then when he tells law enforcement, I didn't intend for the alarm to go off, you're like, you start to waffle. You start to make excuses. That's exactly what you would do of anything that implicated Joe Biden.
So you think if there's a videotaped confession of Jamaal Bowman saying that not only did I lie at that moment, I intended to obstruct the proceeding. And, this has been weighing on me and I just want to get off my chest and I am resigning. You think that I would not accept that?
No, if you remember, we had this conversation. I said, well, you may accept the level short of someone coming out on video saying, yes, I did this. I used Joe Biden. I said, if Joe Biden came out and said, I committed this, blah, 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 that maybe you'd be willing to accept that. But any level of evidence less than that, because the next credible level of evidence we could look at is untampered with video or audio that proves a case.
Are you aware that Bill Clinton lied and committed perjury?
Let me finish. And I said, you looked at the Bowman of that and said, no, I don't accept that. And you said, no. There are other levels of evidence in between a signed confession and a videotape that I'd be willing to accept. And I said, okay, give me an example of some of those. And you started to say, like, these statements. Then I went through how you would twist the statements. And now your defense is going back into saying, but I would accept a written confession. We already went past that. We're saying levels of evidence beyond verbal or written confessions.
So this is evidence of him lying, okay? So you're citing him, what you are attributing, right? Like the actual statement, right? You're citing his statement that he did not intend to cause a fire alarm as evidence of him lying, right? And
Correct.
but we're talking about, right? What other kinds of evidence would I accept other than that, right? Isn't that the whole question?
No, the question was the
Because
original.
I'm saying
maybe we're getting lost here. What the original point was, I said, okay, maybe you would accept just like a written confession, but short of that, because the next level of evidence I think that would be the most damning would be untampered video evidence that shows a crime, and you're unwilling to accept that. And you said, no. You disagreed in saying there's evidence in between those two things. So if
much less than that. Wait. There's evidence that you're going to be surprised when I say this, right? If there were evidence of him Googling fire alarm before he pulled it, I would say he's guilty.
Do you think that that's stronger or weaker evidence than video evidence?
Stronger evidence than what you have.
Okay, well, so then you would say not much less than, you would say more than.
Much less than in the sense of of what I think that you mean, like in video evidence of him admitting it, or video evidence of in a way
again,
that's not
we're talking.
Okay, you're saying that this evidence is that, but I'm contesting with you on your assumptions about what this video shows and does not show. What I'm telling you is, if you had absolute proof that he Googled fire alarm before he went to that door, I would say he's guilty not just of lying, of obstruction. And all you need to show me is a Google search.
I disagree with you, and let me show why you wouldn't believe that, right? Because look at you saying that that's stronger evidence than the video evidence is nonsense. Let's take another hypothetical crime. Let's say there's a homicide, right? The best this actually gets murky because sometimes confessions aren't the best evidence because they can be compelled. But nonetheless, let's say for the sake of argument, someone saying, I'm the guy, I did it, take me to jail, right? Like, okay, that's pretty damning, right? That's probably the highest form of evidence. Theoretically, if we're not talking about unjust compelled confessions, right? Then I'm saying, then let's say there's two other forms of evidence. We have the guy admitting it. You'd accept that probably, right? Then we have video evidence of him, a Ring camera, him pulling out a gun, discharging the gun, and someone's life being terminated as a result of that, right? You're like, nah, I'm not convinced. That doesn't convince me. But then I'm like, here's him Googling what kind of, where to shoot someone to kill them. You'd be like, that's the better evidence than the video evidence. I disagree. The video evidence, for example, without the video evidence, if we just have someone Googling where's the best place to shoot someone, and that happens to be where the person was shot, I would say that's not proof positive. But if I have the video of them shooting and we're all agreeing that it's untampered with and it's undoubtedly that person on the video, I would say, yes, that is as high a form of evidence as you could expect. Similarly with the Bowman thing. Right? If there is a hypothetical world, I'd say it'd be more evidence that he did something. But if he was Googling, like, I don't even know what the hypothetical Google would be. If he
Googled fire alarm, if all he did was Google fire alarm, and people are in the chat saying he needs to Google, no, he doesn't need to Google. I could invent 1,000 other things that would be enough proof that seem tangential to you guys, but to me is what it seems like is the important thing to show.
I just want to be clear.
I could run through 1,000 more examples.
If the video doesn't exist of Bowman pulling the fire alarm, and he says I didn't pull the fire alarm, but there is a Google search on his computer of the word fire alarm, you say that's proof enough to throw him in jail. Proof enough to charge him.
Okay, so if there's no video of him pulling the fire alarm, but the fire alarm went off, and everyone seems to say that it's him, right? I'm assuming that he admits it at some point, right? Or
no.
What's the evidence that exists? So how do we even know it's him?
You said if he said fire alarm, that would be Googled fire alarm.
if he Googled it before, so if we have evidence that he Googled fire alarm before the fire alarm went off,
Right.
then yes, I would say that he's guilty of it
disagree.
and that he's lying.
I disagree.
Wait, is he really?
Yes, honestly. Now, if he said, I did it, he confessed, and he Googled fire alarm, maybe that's more evidence. But without the confession or without the videotape, no. I don't think someone just Googling the term fire alarm means they might. What if two people Googled fire alarm? What if him and Marjorie Taylor Greene both did? Then
okay, here. So if this is a situation in which it's complicated because what you need here and what's at dispute is the intent for the actual situation, right? That's the dispute. No one disputes they actually pulled the fire alarm.
Okay.
If you're now introducing evidence that it's actually not sure whether or not he pulled it, then I guess you are correct that it raises an additional act. Kind of, was he actually the person? Would it be enough to convince a jury? Probably not, right? Probably not. If you don't have him actually pulling the fire alarm beyond a reasonable doubt, then maybe I'll admit that you're right about that. That maybe the Google is not enough. But if you have sufficient evidence to show that he's the person who pulled the fire alarm, and he Googled fire alarm before it went off, then I think that you have him, right?
I don't think so.
Even without the video, and you just know that he pulled the fire alarm. And
the videos, I might say that would be enough, but the video is far more compelling, right? He could have said, like, for example, off the top of my head, immediately, I could come up with be like, well, yeah, right? Like, the reason was because I'd seen that sign before. And I knew, I did that Google search 15 minutes before I ended up pulling the alarm. But the reason was I knew it was really important to aggress the building. And I had heard that day that door was locked for some reason. So I was unsure based on reading the sign exactly how I unlocked that door. So I Googled fire alarm because I was...
Oh, I guess I thought we were just talking about the lying part about whether or not he intended to pull the fire alarm. If we want to talk about obstruction, I can give you other evidence obstruction.
So wait, what? Wait, like that doesn't...
We were talking about lying to the FBI,
right,
and
but that doesn't even make sense.
To pull a fire alarm.
Like, you don't need someone Googling... So your argument is, you're unsure whether or not Jamaal Bowman knew if pulling a fire alarm triggered a fire alarm. But if he would have just Googled the term fire alarm, then that would have been proof.
I'm trying to show you evidence. So there's different categories of crimes here, right? One crime is lying to the FBI, right? So if you are Googling fire alarm minutes before you're about to pull it, you cannot argue that this was a momentary lapse, right?
That's a different question.
That's what I'm saying. So
no, that's not his argument. That's not the argument.
I know it's
right. So what we're talking about, but Pisco, you're talking about, well, if he had a different defense, here's evidence that would have made me...
No. His defense is I'm a dumbass. That's his defense.
No, his
defense is I'm a dumbass.
His defense
read
is...
the statement.
You could say his defense is I'm a dumbass, but what he's really getting to is he's saying I pulled the alarm to go out the door.
He says... Let's actually read the statement. I mean, why not? This is what he says. Fire alarm. Bowman statement. I'm embarrassed to admit. I want to personally clarify.
Real quick before you read this, are you reading his publicity statement or are you reading his statement to police?
From September 30th.
So his publicity, not his statement to the police.
Oh, is that what are we examining?
It doesn't matter. Okay, either one. If we're questioning whether or not
you're saying I'm constructing a different defense, and so in defense, right. I assume that's his spin afterwards. Is what you're referencing.
What I'm saying is you're giving a defense that I haven't heard. Like the actual defense that he seemed to give to law enforcement that people are accepting is that he basically said, I'm a dumbass. I shouldn't have done that. In retrospect, I could see it's a bad idea. But the reason I did it was that I was trying to open this door.
Yeah.
Okay, so Googling fire alarm beforehand does not in any way, shape, or form change that defense.
No, it absolutely, I think it does.
I disagree because what you said is...
For thinking whether an alarm would go off?
It was premeditated. Right? It shows he was thinking about that alarm before he pulled it. But he could say, well, yes, because I didn't know, knowing that those doors were locked that day, I didn't know how to unlock the door. So I Googled in an attempt to find out.
I see what you're saying. Oh, okay. So, okay. Now I understand what you're saying. So you're saying that if he Googled before then, he could say that I still didn't think an alarm would go off.
Well, no, I'm not.
No. That wouldn't work. It would just be to justify the fire alarm, and he would have committed a crime.
The problem is you're conflating two tiers of argument. The first is when I'm talking about video evidence. The video evidence proves that his claim that he attempted to do this to get out the door is bullshit. That's what the video evidence proves. That's a higher level of evidence proving that's bullshit than him just Googling the term fire alarm beforehand. That's what I'm saying. That it is more obvious evidence
of what? Of what?
that he is lying, that he pulled the alarm to get out the door.
That's the okay. What you're accusing him of lying about to the FBI isn't that.
Right.
What he said
so
to the
now
FBI
let's get to the second. So when I said, okay, so there's two obvious things, right? There's two obvious crime or two obvious levels of things that you're not looking at. One is the video evidence that proves that his defense and what you consider the most likely scenario is bullshit. He did not. The evidence is quite clear that it shows he didn't even try to get out the door. Why do you think people
that? I mean, yes, everyone's
that's number one. Number two is the clear evidence that he lied to the FBI. Right, and or to whatever law enforcement.
I was responding to FBI. That's what we've been talking about the last
nonetheless, like the idea, what he says is, I didn't know that pulling the fire alarm. I didn't intend the alarm to go off.
If he Googles fire alarm right before he pulls the fire alarm, and you have evidence of that Google search, then I think that shows that he did know that the fire alarm would go.
I don't. Here's what. You could say that it's possibly. That's like saying you're 99.9999999% certain. Something, but if you had this Google search, then you'd be 99.1 additional 0.9, right? And the reason
I'm telling you, all I would need is
if someone picks up a gun and pulls the trigger, right, and says, "I did not intend for the bullet to shoot when I pulled the trigger," and then you find out later they said, "Oh, they Googled the term gun trigger," and you'd say, "Well, that's it." In the first case, I couldn't be true that the person pulling the trigger thought the gun would go off. I would say, well, I don't know, possibly true. But once I saw they Googled the term gun trigger.
It shows it. So when you're saying something like, I didn't intend for the fire alarm to go off, you can only say that because I had a momentary lapse of judgment. I just pulled it because I was fucking stupid. Or you could say, but you can't say that, right?
But that's not what he said, Pisco. That's not what he said.
He said, I'm trying to get you what he said and what his argument is, and you're saying I can't use his statement, right? Or am I allowed to use his statement or not?
His statement, is this a factual statement? Is this the truth or a lie? I did not intend for the alarm to go off. Truth or a lie?
I'm not sure.
But you said beforehand, before you knew that's what Bowman's excuse was.
But this is a different question. You just totally went to a different topic. So now you're cross-examining me, and we're off the topic about what evidence it would take to show me.
What I said is the video evidence is so damning on the crime of on the point of whether or not he tried to aggress. That's more conclusive evidence than a Google search by any stretch. Yeah. What you're saying is, but if we added on top of knowing that it was him and his confession that it was him and the video evidence, and he added fire alarm. Well, no, it still wouldn't make it more evident for the actual crime of what we see the video evidence or the actual issue we see of the video evidence. I mean, Pisco, what you're doing here is you're just proving my point. The point, and maybe again, let's give you the benefit of the doubt. Maybe you're talking in what you truly believe right now. You're so deranged that you can't see. When you say, yeah, if there were certain statements that were made and things like that, certain searches, I would say, yeah, because what you're always doing is post hoc justification. You'll say afterwards, well, if this would have been done, I would have said that would have been enough evidence. But thing that's blatantly obvious, like video evidence that disproves your initial assertion, or a blatant lie that's told to law enforcement, I didn't intend the alarm to go off, which you yourself said was bullshit.
How do you feel when I'm in favor of investigations against Democrats and where the evidence comes out and I'm like in favor of it?
Already explained. It has nothing to do with the underlying.
But that doesn't make any sense, Rob.
But two things. Again, we're rehashing the same point. I already explained this. 2 points. One, me being able to prove the reasoning for your motivation is irrelevant as to proving the underlying facts, which I've done. Second,
we can just disagree.
I've given a rationale because your excuse of I'm not accusing you of defending Democrats no matter what. That's not what I think that your world belief is. Your world belief is I fucking hate Trump.
But how does this relate to Trump?
Say, sure, take Bob Menendez down. I don't give a fuck. Sure, Bob Menendez grow. Yeah, fucking Joe Schmo, Democrat over there. Yep, take him down. Has nothing to do.
Why did I call for a special counsel of Joe Biden? Documents.
Because Why did you call for a special counsel, Joe? Because you realized that it was something that the evidence was coming. For example, you're being sort of duplicitous in how you do this. Like, for example,
I'm just giving you apples to apples comparison. So this evidence comes out that he has multiple locations with classified documents, and all the Democrats, and I'm fighting with Destiny saying he should put a special counsel on there, and people tell me I'm crazy, I'm going over whatever. How can you say that? How can you do it? And I'm like, don't prejudge the investigation. It was right to order special counsel. This was absolutely necessary. How do you put it
more damaging? Because it would have been more damaging to the brand of the double standard if Merrick Garland, whose team is going after Trump, went after Biden for basically the same accused crime and exonerated him, but continued to go after Trump. But if they put it in the hands of a special counsel that they could trust, they would be able to say, see, we're untied to it, so we can continue to go after
and
Trump.
When I'm okay with the investigation into Mayor Adams, it's because I hate Adams and immigration stuff?
It's because there are levels of evidence that could rise to the fact that you think there are potential crimes that you would have no problem with being investigated. What you can't accept is things that would be detrimental to your narrative of protecting these institutions that are going after Trump in unprecedented
How does this do that, right? Like anything
I've already
you can
explained.
say it's not satisfying to me, and I think it's a point that we should linger on because, like,
I'm not going to linger on it anymore.
Okay,
I'm not lingering. Right? I've already explained, right, several times. I explained why initially, like, you could be lingering on it because you were wrong initially, because you sought to protect.
That would be different because
your bias is going to be, like, of course, a written confession. If Jamaal Bowman gives a written confession, yes, I did this to obstruct. You understand for your brand, even if you wouldn't like that necessarily, that it would harm Democrats.
But not this.
What's that?
But not this. If that would hurt my brand.
No, I don't think you're understanding me. You would be willing to throw Bowman under the bus, right? But you might not be happy, but you'd be like, yeah, I mean, at that point, what the fuck could you do? It would be worse for your brand to come out and be like, I'm still defending him. I think he's lying in his confession. That would look really bad for you.
You're saying that this is so blatant just like that. And so if this is so blatant just like that, why am I so...
I've given potential explanations. One, because you understand that large portions of your audience and the sort of people that believe the narrative that your audience does, and the people you're speaking to, are people that are so Trump deranged like you that they're willing to accept this. People, for example, that were willing to accept the economy's doing great, people that are willing to accept that there wasn't a border crisis, et cetera, et cetera. Those sorts of people, all they need is anything that they could use as lip service. No, Bowman tried to get out the door. That's good enough for us. And so for those people to continue to be in those people's good graces, this is sufficient. Second, once you made the argument and the video evidence was even worse, perhaps you had personal motivations to not want to have to eat crow. I don't know. Thirdly, it's largely
then why come back and talk to you about all this times and like publicly engage with you on this?
Because the reason is me knowing exactly what your motivation is irrelevant. Me successfully pointing out that this shows that an objective person needs to take with a grain of salt what we talk about on the more difficult issues. Because what the audience needs to know, what person who has no idea who me or you are, that's walking in and listening to us have a conversation on Burisma or on Section 212 or on the definition of an insurrection, they need to know that at least one of us is the type of person, even in the face of overwhelming video evidence that disproves our supposition, will steadfastly refuse to acknowledge that that evidence proves that. That's who you are. So it doesn't matter.
It's all circular. It's all based on the same thing.
When we move on to Section 212, or we move on to talking about May 30th, 2020, or any of these other targets, when we move on to that, it doesn't matter what I say. You're not going to be like, yeah, it's a great point. Actually, you're right. You will always find some way to protect your side in the way that you see fit.
Okay, so I just want to say that. So this is really, it's astounding to me because what you're saying is, my position is that he could have been trying to obstruct. My position is that he should have been charged at the very minimum for the false fire alarm charge.
Which would you admit, real quick, would you admit I said that's exactly what you would say in the first discussion we had?
Yeah,
that's exactly what I said.
But I also said it before we talked. So
that could be true. I didn't hear it, but I knew because it fit in with my theory that people didn't want to get him for the felony of obstructing an official proceeding because it looked bad for
I didn't even know if it's a felony or not. False fire alarm. I don't know any of the law behind it. I'm not an expert in the law.
It's not the issue of felony. It's the issue of they didn't want to charge him with the same thing they said was so serious about January 6th people.
Okay.
And I said what smarter people will do, because I don't think you do give two shits about Bowman. So I said what smarter people will do is they'll say, well, charge him with this obvious crime. And see, now I look reasonable. But I don't see evidence to charge him with the obstruction thing.
If I did, I would want him to be charged that way. There's no reason. It would defend my application of that statute.
We have video evidence, Pisco.
Okay, but if what I'm saying to you is tactically, if I thought that I'm trying to be nefarious, I could argue that Bowman should be charged, and then now if anyone tries to be like you're double standard, no, I said Bowman should be charged, so that you can't accuse me of being whatever, right? Like,
But that's what you're doing anyways. That's literally what you're doing now. Yes. Even without saying Bowman should be charged with the delaying an official proceeding, you're already making the argument. Well, explain this, Rob. If I'm partisan, if I'm biased, why am I cheering for Menendez to be charged? Why did I cheer for Bowman to be charged for the fire alarm? You're already doing
stronger.
This
would be right to obstruction. This would be right to obstruction.
See, that's what I'm saying. You're making an argument like, well, I would clearly jump at the opportunity to show, right? But you're already doing that. You're already trying to say, and which is exactly what I said when it happened.
Okay, so then it either matters enough that I would make a distinction on fairness, or it matters enough that I would make a distinction between him and Menendez. Like, how can it be that it wouldn't give me any value add in terms of fairness, but it would give me value add in terms of defending the corrupt system? I don't understand how you can say
I've already explained this. We're rehashing it.
All right.
And I don't know how to say this stronger. Like, the best, I've given the arguments as to why I think this is the case, but even beyond that, the best argument I can give is it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter if I know why you're doing what you're doing. Okay. I know what you're doing. And all I ask is,
last thing I'll say on the topic.
I'll say this real quick, and then I promise to give you the last word. Like, all we need to do, if we each had 30 seconds to make our case, and we put that video up while we talked, you get blown the fuck out, dude, and you know it.
Okay.
You know that video evidence is fucking damning. You know that him saying, I didn't intend for the alarm to go off is damning. You admitted as much before you knew that was the statement that he made. And now you're backtracking and you're obfuscating and asking me, but why would I do that? I don't know, maybe you're fucking pathological psycho. I don't know. What I know is the evidence is quite fucking clear. You refuse to accept it. And so when we move on to a different topic, you're not going to accept evidence if you think that it harms core causes of yours politically. You're not going to.
I mean, you just added something there. If I think it harms core causes, yes. But again, you're that adding part. When you say you will do this to defend your side, that is ascribing a motive as to Bowman, and you're saying I'm doing this to defend my side, even though I think the evidence. What you're saying is I don't necessarily know that you're doing this to defend your side, because I think you're seeing and noticing that there isn't like a very clear, obvious reason why I would defend it. Maybe for Joe Biden, there's an obvious reason if there were some very blatant shit that he was doing for me to do that, but for Jamaal Bowman, it just doesn't seem like the case. Anyway, my only point is, if you were to bring this up, if you're going to bring this up in every conversation, and you feel free to do that, reminder, my position is not that he did not do this to obstruct. I'm open to the fact that he could have been trying to obstruct. I openly say that there is no good explanation, and under every explanation, there's problems with it. 100%. And we have not vigorously interrogated your theory of the obstruction. Which
we could do it all night. We have.
All right.
You want to do it?
Can I start asking questions? And
let me go to the restroom. Let me go to the restroom, get a drink again.
Okay.
And you have at her, dude.
All right.
You can talk to the audience if you want while I'm going. Okay. I'll be right back. I trust. Good night. Love you so much. All right.
Hey, dog. All right, I'm gonna put a cap on 10 minutes of this, and then we can talk about immigration real
Okay.
quick, and I gotta go. All right, so I want to be on offense for a second, okay?
Go for it.
So
Cut
give
me
me a
off
second.
as soon as you need to. Whatever you need. You're
Okay.
controlling it for 10 minutes. Go for it.
All right. Do you think that he was intending to do this a significant amount of time before it actually occurred, or was this a spur of the moment thing?
It was probably somewhere in between. So my guess would be, and I don't have proof of this, but my conjecture would be the most likely scenario is that they saw that what they were doing to try to cause this delay through the procedural things that they were allowed to do wasn't really effective. And so he sort of was frustrated. Maybe he was just walking around. Maybe he intended to specifically go to this alarm, but thought that pulling the alarm would cause a delay.
How do you know that that these things weren't going to be effective if at the end of the day they turned out to be effective? The Democrats' efforts to procedurally slow down this passage. Why was it? Why would he have this urgency if it actually turns out that they were effective? Do you have any evidence that he was under the belief that they was being ineffective?
Yes, they weren't effective at the time. There were several motions that they filed that were overruled or were gone through already, and so the vote was imminent that was coming up. That's even the argument that Bowman himself makes, that he was such a hurry because the vote was imminent.
No, but I mean to say is at the time that the Democrats were doing their machinations in the right before the vote, when they're doing their debate, because it's the debate prior to, it actually works, right? So that we have the magic minute going on, and so why would he think and feel that this extraordinary measure? I think you would agree it's extraordinary to do this.
Did he pull the alarm while the magic minute was going on?
No.
Did
No.
the magic
It was
minute end?
before.
It was before?
At some point, it did. Yeah. So he was. So we can get to the timeline. Oh my God, where's my timeline? So this was September 30th, 2023, at approximately 12:05. The fire alarm is pulled.
Okay.
I don't believe at that time that the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, had spoken. And it would I think you would agree this was like a rash thing to do, right? It wasn't, and at the very least, it was a bad plan. Fair?
Sure.
So, what do you think that he did this in consultation with anyone who was remotely competent in the Democrats?
I don't know. I don't think there's many people that are remotely competent in the Democrats. There's a possibility that he said, hey, I'm going to go pull that fire alarm right now to someone. Or there's a possibility someone said, you know what one of us should do? We should pull a fire alarm. That would cause a delay.
In the Cannon building?
And his meathead head was like, yeah, maybe I should do that. Maybe he felt pulling it in the Cannon building would be too obvious because there were too many people there. And if he pulled it in a separate building, it would still have the effect of causing a delay or giving people an excuse why they couldn't be there to file the motions and such. So even if the vote occurred, they would post hoc be able to say, listen, there was an alarm going off, there was a fire, people were worried, we weren't there to get there to do the procedural stuff in time, and so we need to have more time to have another vote on this. All of that's a possibility.
You agree that procedurally that they had a quorum, whether or not he was there, or the people in the Cannon building was there. So in terms of procedurally, if you're not there for a vote, you're just not there. So this would just be like, I guess, an argument to give to the speaker.
It would be an argument, right, that one, if the people in the building, if the vote had came up at the time that alarm was going up, the Democrats would probably say, wait a minute, there's an alarm. There are people that can't get here. There are people that wanted to vote on this. We need to delay. By the way, I've seen this occur in, votes that are held like spur of the moment in committees all the time, right? You tell me if you think I'm wrong. Because if I'm watching a committee like where they're talking to Jonathan Turley, right, and the Republicans and Democrats of the committee are having some sort of disagreement, they'll say, we'd like a vote to enter this into the record or something like that. And the Republicans will be like, no, we control the chair. We're not going to do that. We would demand a vote. And so they'll have a vote. Half the chairs are empty because half the damn Congress people aren't even doing their jobs. They're off to lunch. So all of a sudden they're like, wait, here comes Congressman, or Senator Hirono, here comes Hirono. Hirono, what's your vote? Did we add? And they'll have all these delaying tactics. Did we get Hirono's vote? Did we get her vote? We did? Okay. Because they're rushing out saying, hurry up and get back here. And so there would be an argument to be made. Wait a minute. We're missing 17 people because an alarm went off. That is a possible argument. It's also possible.
As a way to like convince the Republicans?
As a way to delay the procedures. Right.
Okay.
And is it, I don't know, and I know you're not going to take our word for it, but because we don't have an effective press that actually looked into it, Marjorie Taylor Greene did say that they removed people from the building or from where they were voting and then ushered them back in pretty quickly after, one by one, though. So there was a delay, that it did have the effect, but once they realized, okay, it's sort of a false alarm, but it did have some sort of delaying effect.
On the actual votes,
That's what she
not
said.
any more than would have occurred. No,
She on the discussion surrounding the vote, that they ushered them temporarily. Maybe she's
wait, ushered who? The Congress people?
Yes,
in the
that's
chamber?
what she claimed.
No, I would. From what I recall, and I could be wrong about that, but from what I recall, because I usually often will have C-SPAN or I'm really important on while I'm like at work or doing some document review or something, and I was hearing it. I never heard, and I don't think anyone in the chamber was like removed. They were ongoing debates going on, like back and forth. The proceedings continue. There was never a stop.
And that's what I said.
Not that it
I've
really
always
matters,
said that I don't know, right? That's what she tweeted out, and she's not someone that's always the most stringent with the facts, but she tweeted out something to the effect of the normal procedure would be allowing people to come in as they saw fit. Instead, they were ushered in one by one. I took that, maybe I added in the idea that I thought that implied that they removed them from the room and then brought them back in. I think
that was a procedural thing that they were that is
so maybe
typical.
they were removed procedurally. It's typical, but the way they were entered back in because the alarm was different.
I'm not sure. I'm not.
I don't
wouldn't
know.
trust
All
Marjorie
I'm saying
Taylor
is right. I'm not asking you to believe her. All I'm saying is she's the only person I heard comment. I didn't hear like the media or anyone like say.
But agreed it's a shitty plan, right? Because the canon,
plan,
it actually did not cause a fire alarm in the other building, in the actual building. And so, do you think that he knew whether it would cause a fire there or a fire alarm in there?
No, I don't. I don't know. If it was me, I'm trying to put myself in his shoe, I would have said maybe 50-50 chance that because the buildings are connected that it would cause an alarm in both buildings. But I would think that there's a chance that it would cause a delay even if it didn't cause the alarm in the other building because it is an alarm at the Capitol. And any alarm at the Capitol, there's probably a chance that it results in a procedure that leads to sort of evacuations of multiple buildings at the Capitol. Because it should be one of the most protected buildings in the country. And you're worried about things like fires that could harm many people or an attack that could harm many people. And so probably the people that are doing an all clear check aren't just going to check one building. They'd probably do that check on the adjacent buildings as well.
And you think that he thought that they were going to go, that the police and fire, just on the basis of a fire alarm, which you understand can happen if like there's a burnt toast or like someone spends too long, if there's a shower. I don't know if there's showers in the actual, there might be, but that like fire alarms can get triggered there are fake fire alarms or I could say not.
Sure, your smoke detector goes
unintentional fire alarms, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Right.
So why would he think that just on the basis of a fire alarm, we're evacuating all of Capitol and the
well, I would say two things. One, the argument that you just made of like you left the toast in. If I do that in my school where Jamaal Bowman works, they're going to evacuate the school, right? They don't say, oh, it was on wing F that the alarm went off, so we're not going to evacuate wing G. At least the schools I went to, when the alarm went off, the whole building went out, right? So the idea, like you saying...
It's a separate building.
Okay, we'll get to that issue. But the idea that you're saying, well, accidents could happen, so why would they evacuate? They clearly have reason to evacuate, right? Even if they think it's a false alarm, which would be a delaying tactic. As to whether or not they would do this in the adjacent attached buildings by tunnel, I don't know, right? I think that there is a significant chance, given the potential high tension environment that we're in, that any sort of alarm could, at this point, in the best of circumstances, at the Capitol be like, look, we're just going to evacuate all the buildings, even if it's only 5 minutes, just to make sure there's an all clear. But at the worst of times, which we're sort of in, where there's high tension, there might be precautions that say, look, we have to make sure, given what's happened here recently, that we get everyone out. Like we have to. There's assassination attempts on Supreme Court justices. We had Scalise that was shot. We had people that came in here January 6th. We have people that are coming in the Capitol for other reasons. Now it's Palestinian protesters, whatever. So I could see them saying, given that environment, with this high tension environment, that they would...
Any fire alarm that goes off, you think that everyone in the Capitol is going to be evacuated, regardless of anywhere on the Capitol ground, right? In any building on the Capitol ground.
What I would
or
say,
specifically the Cannon building.
What I would say specifically is then it may lead to adjacent buildings, particularly where you know that most of the Congress people are being evacuated for precaution's sakes. But it doesn't matter if I believe that that's the most likely scenario or not. If I'm hastily making a decision to cause a delay, there are a litany of things I think that I could use as benefit to that to pull the alarm. It could be that it will cause that building to be evacuated. It could be that it would be used as an excuse why the procedure should be delayed because senators or representatives that are in the other building can't get there because they're part of this evacuation.
So the overwhelming evidence is it's hasty, right?
Sure.
Overwhelmingly. All right.
Hasty, I don't know if hasty, poorly thought out. I don't think that this was something, and I said it's sort of probably, like, I don't think it was like walking.
The circuit, it wasn't yesterday, the day before, right? Because it wouldn't make sense.
That's correct. That is absolutely correct. I do not believe that it seems most likely that this was something that was planned like days in advance. It was probably
the
like
circumstances that arose happened on that day.
He may have came up with this idea 10 minutes before he did it, 5 minutes before he did it, 2 minutes before he did it. That's when I say. I don't think that it was most likely just to like, he's just walking by and sees an alarm's like, oh fuck, I should grab that. I don't think it was that. I think there was some amount of pre-planning, but I don't think it's something that like he put pen to paper days ahead of
minutes, right? I mean, because like, again, the circumstances that give a rise to this occurred in a manner like in minutes and maybe an hour or two.
It would have been hard to predict the day before how this vote went necessarily. Sure.
All right. So I'm assuming that you don't think that he is conscious of or thinking about like cameras.
Probably not really. One of two things. Either one, he didn't think about the idea that there would be a camera there, or second, he knew and thought it would be irrelevant because he was above being charged for something like this, and it would have already, by the time they found out, it would have already caused the delay.
That's the first time I'm like, that stops me. I'm like, so there's two situations. Either he thought about the cameras or he didn't think about the cameras, right? If he thought about the cameras, his conduct on the cameras makes no fucking sense, right? Because in front of the cameras, I agree with you. It looks really bad for him. I don't deny that. And I've said that on Twitter and on X. It's one of the reasons why I do not discount the fact that he might have been trying to obstruct. But if he is going to that door with the knowledge that there are cameras there, that just seems to defy all logic. And your explanation, well, maybe he thought he was above the law. I do not buy that at all. Well, you think that he...
Okay,
so if he thinks that doesn't like coincide with any other conduct.
Two things. One, right? He did pull the alarm, right? So so that's either he didn't think about
the camera.
Okay, fine. So that's number one. So no matter what you think about it, he did it, right? So then I guess you're defaulting to he didn't think of the cameras, right? I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think that he could have thought that it would have been something that would have just been whitewashed. That he would have got away with being like, I pulled it because I was trying to get out the door.
But if he was aware of the cameras, why not act a little less guilty? Why not do any? Yeah, but that's what I mean. So the only explanation for him knowing that there are cameras there was him being like the dumbest person in the history of the world.
But people do this shit. But no, people do stupid shit in front of camera. Like everyone in the world knows, for example, that if I go into a local McDonald's, there's going to be cameras there, right? Yet people do dumb shit right in front of those cameras. People work in an office building,
but they might not be thinking about the cameras, right? Like I'm asking, was he thinking about it?
Well, they might have thought, like, for example, if you work in an office building and you steal money right out of stealing money might not be the best. You have sex and you know it's against office policy. Yeah. And you know that it's going to be on camera.
Like in the Congress?
Well, you might say, right. You might say, well, I knew the cameras were there, but I just didn't think I'd be punished for it. I thought people would just let it slide.
Yeah, okay. So do you think that, basically what I'm getting at, why I'm asking this question is, do you think that he was like play acting? No. When he goes to the door and pushes at it?
No, I don't. For one, I don't see evidence that he pushes at it. It's like he takes these signs.
He pushes the handle, doesn't he?
I don't know. I don't see. He may. I'm not discounting that he may, but I don't see that evidence. I see a clear movement with his foot towards the door. Almost like where you would traditionally see like a door stop. You know, the ones that are on the grounds facing inward. Like, that's how I would remove that. I would kick it up with my foot. It almost looks like that's what he...
Why is he fucking around with the signs? Like, what does he do with the signs?
My interpretation was that he removed the signs sort of in a... I mean, it's really shitty. I don't know. But the best I could come up with is that he removed the signs so that he could claim some sort of plausible deniability.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if he's thinking ahead enough to do the plausible deniability thing, then why is he not thinking ahead of enough for other reasons, right? Like he's
a good question.
thinking.
Okay.
I don't think he's thinking about the signs. I think like when he puts the sign down, like
about the signs. He's clearly thinking about them.
Okay, when you bump into stuff and I don't know, right? Like because that's a problem.
It's not
right?
like he bumped them and they fell over. He literally picks them up and carries them away. He's clearly thinking about the sign.
But one explanation for that is he's clearing them because he thinks maybe that I don't know that they're relating to whether or not he can egress, right? Or the fact that he. What other reason? Like, why fuck around with the signs? Why remove them? And you're saying plausible deniability,
right? That's the best
for
explanation.
What? For what? Plausible deniability for what?
To say that the signs clearly say that the way to egress the building is to hold the door handle in, and the fact that he pulled the fire alarm. If the signs were up there, they would say, dude, that sign clearly says the way to get out of here. If he said, well, I didn't see the sign. And it's proofs in the pudding because people initially said, well, we don't know if the signs were up. That was the initial.
Were up.
They were, but initial, before we saw the video and before people were talking about seeing pictures, they were saying, we don't know if the signs were up. That's what they were saying. Okay. But so, nonetheless, like, I don't see how any of this, like, I don't even
it matters. It matters. This is why it matters. Think about it. If he knows enough about the signs to know that if you push on the door for 3 seconds, it causes an alarm, why wouldn't he just cause the alarm via that method as opposed to pushing on the fire alarm?
Maybe he thought it would take too much time. Maybe he thought that sort of alarm would be different. Maybe he thought that, the door, he didn't know if the door was locked or not. And he thought pushing the handle would have opened the door, and that would have looked even worse on camera if the door opened and then he...
It would have looked worse?
Yes. Well, if his excuse is...
But then he knows about the camera now. Now he knows about the camera.
If his excuse was going to be, yes,
You're laughing.
No, I'm laughing, and how, like, the point that you're making, you're laughing. So let's think about this. In the scenario, he didn't know about the cameras. He knows his excuse is going to be, I had to pull the alarm to get out the door. He touches the door handle and the door opens. Now he has to explain why he pulled the alarm when the door opened when he just pushed the handle. And you would say, but the cameras weren't there to see it. Right, but people would say, but the door was unlocked. Didn't you attempt to open the door before you pulled the alarm? And he'd have to be like,
Okay. So, all right. So I hear what you're saying. So what you're saying is, to explain that, he must have been thinking about the cameras, and so he pushes the handle only slightly.
Now, again, let's say in the world where he's not thinking about cameras, he doesn't know if the door is locked or not. If he pushes the door and it opens, right?
Yeah.
That would then look really bad for him to later then have to say, oh, okay.
Well, I pulled the fire alarm.
Right.
But like, why wouldn't he just stop his plan at that point? Because he's committed to this at this point, right? You're saying that he wants the alarm to go off.
If his intent, if his intent is for the alarm to go off.
But so he's worried that the door might open freely when he just pushes on it, and so he pretends to push on it, knowing that the camera is going to... I've
outlined several scenarios. He could have thought that alarm was different, that it was an alarm that would trigger, that is the obvious...
I thought the global alarm theory was stupid. That
it's completely different. Like, let me ask you this, Pisco. If you really wanted to trigger a fire alarm, would you, A, try to look for a sign for a door that says if you hold the handle in for 10 seconds, it will trigger alarm, or B, pull the alarm on the wall?
Yeah, I think that I would be more... thinking that a quote global alarm, whatever I said, would trigger
Doesn't matter if you need global or not. That's what I'm saying.
But I'm just saying, like, everyone, you're like, what do you mean by global alarm? Global alarm. But now you're acknowledging that there actually...
I never said that. What I said was, what I was making fun of was when you're talking about global alarm, what you're trying to do is to give an excuse as to why he says, no, I didn't intend for the alarm to go off. The joke is that you're saying, oh no, he did intend for the localized alarm to go off, but not for the global alarm. That's what I'm making fun of.
All right. But not the notion that there could in fact be differences between various alarms and where they go off.
That's hypothetically true. Okay. I think that most reasonable people that understand how fire alarms work would understand that pulling an alarm probably triggers it for the whole building. I'm unaware of any fire alarm that I've ever seen that you pull it and it stays just in that.
I agree with that. No, right. I agree.
I assume when you said global alarm, you're saying like in more than one building. Oh, you mean the whole building?
Yeah, when I say global alarm, I mean in just the whole building, as opposed to just like that area of the building.
I've never seen an alarm like that. Most alarm, but I'm not denying that they could exist, right? But nonetheless, it's irrelevant.
Okay.
I wasn't making a big deal out of the term global alarm. Only in the context that
of the
him
lie.
saying I didn't intend the alarm to go off, you trying to say what he meant was he did intend for the local alarm to go off, but not the global alarm.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, and I'm over time, and so we should do this more at a later point because I have more questions about it.
Yeah.
But
But I think it's clear based on the questions you give. Weigh those questions, and you might even say, "But
there's some tough questions. Will you admit that there's some weird questions for the obstruction theory in terms of making it make sense?
We could agree with this that regardless of what his intent was, it's clearly a fucking stupid decision, right?
Yes.
Okay, but
that's why I say it's stupid no matter what. That's what I'm saying.
But stupid and criminal is two different things. And the point is, all of the potential problems you have with the scenario that was obstruction, there are arguments that you can make that are like, man, that doesn't make the most sense. All of it pales in comparison to the video evidence.
Okay, I hear you, but I'm using the video evidence, right? I'm incorporating the video evidence, and I'm not living in these hypotheticals where the evidence doesn't exist. I'm trying to get your explanation of it given the video evidence, and so I'm not discounting it. But I agree that
what I'm saying is of that scenario. The scenario, there is no explanation. There's not even a hint of startledness when he pulls the alarm, like, oh shit, that you'd be like, oh, that's why he didn't turn to the
But now you're weighing it. Now you're weighing it as to the other option. Now the reason of me doing this, yeah, but that's what I mean. Like the reason why we're doing this exercise of just looking at yours is to get you in my mindset when I'm analyzing independently the obstruction theory on its own terms, right? Because I just want to give you a quick thing. I'll give you 2 sentences, right? When people have theories of like the globe, or when I say the globe, I mean the world, everything needs to work, right? You can't have a situation where there's something that's totally inexplicable. Now, as between two situations or two theories, one which has like some flaws, other ones which has like less flaws, I agree. Probably take the one that has less flaws. But I kept going over in my head the obstruction theory, and I would run into these questions where shit wasn't making sense. That's all I'm saying.
Right, but we're not doing, like, I get that, right? That's fine, and we can talk about it. We've talked. You keep saying we haven't gone over these things. We've talked about, maybe not as in depth as you started to there, but we've talked about your objections list in the several times that I've talked to you, and I've gone through it, right? Like, all of it, when you look, even before the video evidence, I thought the evidence was still far better that it was to cause a potential obstruction than to aggress the door, given what we know about fire alarms and that this dude was a principal, et cetera, et cetera. But with the video evidence, nothing you're saying... Like, right, you could say any good defense attorney could do this, right? They could say, like, well, wait a minute, the glove doesn't fit directly. Couldn't it have been a better fitting glove? And what about this little detail? And what about this little detail? What about this little detail? And everyone on OJ's jury's like, And then they're like, yeah, here's a ring camera that shows him stabbing Nicole. And you'd be like, oh, but what about all those little questions Johnny Cochran had?
No,
right? That's what he's going to do.
We have the video. In this
evidence.
case, we have the video, and I'm trying to make sense of your theory of the case. And your theory of the case involves, we're unclear. You know, we all agree it's a shitty plan. That is not disputed at this point. I'm unclear about what you think is the relative likelihood he knew about the cameras or didn't know about the cameras, and whether or not he was play acting or not play acting in any respect. You seem to like say he could be play acting if he could not be play acting. You're open to both of those possibilities.
I would be open to both. He knew about or was cognizant of the cameras or not, and cognizant of that he's performing for the cameras or not. Could be either. Both of those scenarios far more likely based on the video evidence. Yeah.
Okay. And your explanation for some of the conduct, I think, in terms of the messing around with the signs, the going up initially to the door, all that stuff, your explanation is either that he thinks that the door is going to, maybe it's going to open, and so he wants to, for the camera, show that he tried it at least.
A litany of possibilities.
Okay.
Right?
That just seems fucking weird.
You know what else seems weird? The video evidence.
I agree. I agree. They both seem weird. That's
far more weird. That's far more weird. Again, like when people are committing crimes and they're doing things that they know are wrong, they do strange behaviors, right? If you're innocent and you're just pulling an alarm to get out a door and you don't even attempt to go out the fucking door, it makes no sense. Why are you pulling the signs down if your intent's to just get out the door?
If your intent
why are you not even going to the door if your intent?
But I have all those questions too. If your intent is to obstruct, why not try to actually have a fire alarm go off in the main building. If
Again, I've got there are explanations why that would be the case, and this isn't a good line of questioning because this is the same line of questioning that could say, well, if you're going to steal $1 million from the bank, why didn't you steal $2 million from the bank? Right? Yeah, you could always say post hoc there are things that your crime could have done to be more successful.
Yeah, you got startled by the alarm, and so you walked off, and so that could have happened. Why couldn't that have happened?
Right. Again, in the face of the overwhelming, I understand what you're doing. Yes, Your Honor, I see the video that OJ stabbed his wife, but why didn't he get a more comfortable glove? I see what you're doing.
No, that's not what I'm doing.
Yes, that's exactly what you're doing.
Would it be ever plausible in your mind that someone could pull a fire alarm, thinking a door might open, and get startled by the alarm and then walk off?
No. It is hypothetically that could happen, but it would look far different than what we see with the actual video evidence that occurred. Let me ask you this: is it possible that someone could pick up a gun, put it to someone's head, pull the trigger, and not intend for the gun to go off to kill them?
Yes, and it's happened, and people have been acquitted. People have been acquitted on that before. Just to be clear, children usually.
So if we have evidence of like.
No, not in the main case. Not a main one.
You would say, "Oh no, we can't be convinced of anything."
No, I'm just merely.
So
I'm not saying. Listen, wait, let me finish this point because I don't think this is fair. So what I'm telling you is only that there are questions that are hard to answer in a consistent way on the obstruction theory,
and not that hard. Stuff we already went through.
Each one of those is not. So the push door to. Because it might open and therefore in play acting.
First off,
that is not an explanation.
First off, I didn't see any evidence that he pushed the door.
Approach door, fuck with sign as a play act doesn't seem like that is not a good explanation.
It's not a bad explanation. It's a better explanation than anything else offered.
I think it's. What if someone told you? I don't think he was thinking about the signs. He was just trying to push it a little bit, and he wasn't really thinking that much.
Okay. Still better explanation than the video evidence that clearly shows he wasn't attempting to get out the door.
Okay, but I'm saying is your mind goes to the culpable intent and to the conspiracy that this was all planned and it all fits together.
I don't know how much clearer I can make that. Like you could do this with literally any crime. Literally, well, wait a minute. Why did she stop for gas after she robbed the bank? If you were planning this out, wouldn't you have got gas beforehand? And why did she go back to that bank 3 days later? If you committed this crime, why would you do that? Right, criminals do stupid shit. But what the video evidence shows is
that's my point.
Right, what the video evidence shows is he did not pull an alarm and then attempt to go out the door. If he pulled the alarm and then went back to the door and pushed on the door 3 or 4 times and it was locked, and then he's visibly frustrated and walks away, maybe. If he pulled on the alarm and he was clearly shocked and startled and jumped when the alarm triggered, and then it shows him jogging away because he's panicked, maybe. Though I would say that's still horseshit. But he doesn't even do that.
That's a great line of question. So I'm just going to ask this one, and I really want to go to immigration because I do.
Yeah, I only have like 15 more minutes. So
okay. So this is the last question I'll ask you, and then I promise you I'm done. If the video had shown him pull the fire alarm and then attempt to open the door and get out, do you think that one would be more likely? Which one do you think would be more likely?
I still think, even without the video, I still think it's more evident, or that it was more obvious.
No. If the evidence showed,
listen, let me explain to you. Okay. Before the video, I thought that it was laughable that this guy who's not an invalid thought that pulling the alarm was how you get out the door, and didn't know that it would cause an alarm that could potentially cause a delay. That was what my argument was before the video evidence. If the video evidence comes out that he pulls the alarm and then goes back to the door, I don't think that helps my case anymore, but I don't think it hurts my case.
You don't think it hurts your case at all?
No.
So if he pulled the fire alarm and then attempted to open the door like 2 or 3 good times, you would still say it's so obvious that he was attempting to obstruct?
I would still say, if my initial position is that he intended to commit a crime, that he intended to obstruct this, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if the video showed that he pulled the alarm and then pushed on the door 2 or 3 times, I would say that still fits into the theory that he committed a crime. Now he's like, I'm trying to cover my tracks to make it look like I'm trying to get out this door.
So what would it take to show you that he didn't have that intent?
Well, it would be very difficult given the stupidity of what he did. It would be.
That's what I mean. That's the double standard of the other side, which is that
it has nothing to do with the double standard. Again, without the video evidence, I still thought that the most likely. Now, I admitted that there was a chance that it wasn't open and shut or anything like that, but I thought it was a small chance, and I thought giving him the benefit of the doubt of this was absurd because he was a principal and his background suggested he knew what alarms were about, etc. But none of that's like slam dunk. I have video evidence that absolutely proves. Like, for example, like it's hard to ask, if I was to say to you, if I had video evidence that OJ stabbed his wife, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, that's damning. And you're still like, well, and then you said, well, what if we had video evidence that OJ didn't stab his wife? Well, that's hard to prove. What is that? Right? Like, unless it was like,
no.
I'm
saying something. No. That's not analogous. What I'm trying to give you the situation is everything is the same into the setup. He pulls the firearm, but instead of walking off out of frame in like a second and not even like looking at the door, he goes directly to the door for 6 or 7 seconds.
Let me ask you this. Let's turn it on you. Do you think, if in that scenario, I know what you're saying, right? Right? So in this hypothetical, so we're going to, now what we've gone for is you ignoring the actual evidence we have, just so everyone can see this. Now we're into but if the evidence hypothetically
I didn't ignore what you're talking about this entire time. I'm doing something different. I didn't ignore it.
I know what you're doing. You're doing the Johnny Cochran, but the glove didn't fit perfectly, but why did they stop for, I get it. I get what you're doing. You're throwing a bunch of little details in to try to get people to ignore the overwhelming evidence of the video evidence that we see. But fine, let's do that. So let's go to this hypothetical. So I'll ask you, Pisco, if hypothetically the video evidence showed that Bowman pulled the alarm and then pushed on the door 2 or 3 times, do you think that proves that he didn't obstruct?
I don't think it proves beyond necessarily like it definitively, right? But it would be some good evidence that he was attempting to get out, right?
If your theory was, if you're the prosecutor on this case and before you see the evidence and your theory is, I think he did this to obstruct, and you see that evidence, you say, great. Wouldn't that be the equivalent of saying that you think someone robbed a bank, but then, or let's say there's an inside job at a bank, right? And the cashier actually has their friends come and rob the bank, and then and you're like, I think this was an inside job. Here's why, right? And then the video comes out and it's like, oh, but look, they took the cashier's purse. So that's evidence that you would say, well, no, clearly if you were trying to commit a crime and you were trying to cover your tracks, that's something that you would obviously think to do. So I don't really think that's good evidence that she wasn't involved. Now you may say, I don't find the evidence she was involved to be sufficient, but I don't think you would be looking at that video evidence going, this seems to be evidence that speaks to what my initial inclination to this was untrue. That's exactly what I'm saying here.
Would any evidence
a criminal that was more wherewithal to say, okay, if my strategy is going to be I pulled the fire alarm to get out this door, I'll make sure I push on the door 2 or 3 times when I pull.
That's my point. What I'm saying is it doesn't really matter whether or not he attempted to or didn't in your mind, I think, because no matter what, you're going to...
because the level of proof to the opposite way. Again, if I'm up in the air, if I say I have 60% confidence this happened, I have 30% confidence this happened, once I see the video evidence that shows the crime being committed, that's it. Again, what you're saying is you're ignoring the obvious video evidence we have that shows he had no intent whatsoever to attempt to get out that door. He doesn't even turn to the door. He doesn't act startled or anything. He literally pulls the alarm and walks in the opposite direction of the door immediately without an expression of being startled or anything like that, right? That's what he does. And you're like, okay, but let's table that for a second and say, hypothetically, what if the video showed something else? If the video showed something else, do you... I can't even say this because...
Wait, Rob. You can't act as though I'm doing this as a way to get around what we've been talking about the last 3 hours. I mean, we've been talking about the scenario that actually exists in reality for the last few hours.
Correct.
And so at the end, and you guys asked me, what would it take for you to change your mind? I started giving you some stuff.
No.
And now it's like improper for me. Like, what would it...
You were like, well, let's talk about your theory and what you think's the most likely theory. And I have some questions about them. And then you jump to, well,
and then at the end,
what if the camera showed something completely different? And I answered you honestly. I said, if the camera showed something completely different, I don't think that does anything to dispute what my initial inclination is, because I would expect a criminal that was fucking thinking in any way remotely clearly to say, I'm going to push on the door 2 or 3 times to kind of go with my story. That's what I'm going to do. That's what criminals do. They try to have actions that go with their alibi. Many times we find that those actions were intentional to try to bolster their alibi. So I don't think that it moves the needle if there's evidence that he pushes the door. You would understand that, right? Like if someone said, if the difference of evidence like that, like the woman with her purse, the example,
you're not going to credit it for Bowman.
And then if I said, well, what if the evidence shows the video shows her putting on a ski mask and grabbing a gun and shoving it in the face of the other clerks and then saying, put the money in the bag, right? You see the difference?
Yeah.
You see the difference in the levels of evidentiary like film that we're talking about here?
What
you're
saying
to do is make a mountain out of a molehill. You're saying, well, what if hypothetically the video showed the exact opposite? And I'm like, well, even if it showed the exact opposite, that's not near the level of proof of what the actual evidence shows. Because it's
essentially what you're saying is it's the act speaks for itself, and pulling that fire alarm could only have been for purposes of obstructing, because it's so obvious. It would be the equivalent of at least in the circumstance of the robber with the ski mask. It's the equivalent of putting on a ski mask and robbing someone point blank.
The ski mask example is to show you that evidence that shows you committing a crime is a higher level of evidence that could possibly speak to an alibi that takes actions that you would expect a criminal to take.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, listen, I think that was a last minute hypo that I threw at you, and to characterize me as like obfuscating because that's like the last thing I brought up. I don't think that's fair. I think that
the obfuscation is in line with that. What you're doing, like you could interrogate.
I'm just talking to you.
That's fine, right? You could again, like you come off as sort of high-minded and like trying to be like above the fray for someone who literally is taking the words that Jamaal Bowman said, I didn't intend for the alarm to go off, and saying what he really meant to say was he did intend for the local alarm to go off.
No, I'm not saying any of this with a high. I'm telling you, my other scenarios have problems. I'm not shying away from that. When you tell me that
that's not what we're talking about, Pisco.
Okay.
It's not that you're not shying away. Of course, you could say I have 10% confidence in this and I have 9% confidence in this, but that 10% is what you're saying is the most likely scenario. The video evidence shows that shit. On the other underlying crime, you admitted that it would be bullshit that he didn't intend for the alarm to go off, but once he told the police that, or law enforcement, whoever it was, once he told them that, and you've already straddled in to admit that that's a serious crime, lying to law enforcement, now you have to make excuses and go, well, wait a minute. When he said that he didn't intend, even though I previously said that that's clearly bullshit, now I'm going to say, well, and I'm just saying that those two positions with the video evidence and with the clear evidence that we have that based on your initial interpretation that that's clearly bullshit, that it's clear that you're operating either in bad faith or you have TDS so bad that you're allowing yourself to overwhelm the objective truth because you perceive some benefit to you.
All right. I mean, did you enjoy this? This is like round 4 of our discussion on.
I enjoy talking about, because will you admit, no matter how articulate either of us are on an issue like Burisma or definitions of engagement or insurrection, that good faith people could argue on both sides of those issues.
Yeah, well, I don't know what you mean. Yes, I mean, yes. I think good faith.
You might not say I'm good faith or Trump's good faith or Schumer's good faith, but there are legitimate, like two lawyers.
Yeah, good faith is about a subjective state of mind. Sure. It doesn't have to do with
So two lawyers
necessarily
stand up
reality.
and make compelling arguments as to both sides of these things. You may heavily favor one side or the other. That's fair, right? That's usually how it works with matters of law and things like that. But when there's something that's so clear cut as this, and you're
saying it can't be good faith, and I think that's ridiculous.
I don't. I think that the video evidence and it's unbelievable.
I've spoken to like 30 people about it, and they've all given me different answers. Some people say I think it's obstruction. Some people say
you run in stupid circles. I don't know what to say.
But there are people who say that they think it's obstruction. There are people who say I just think he's stupid. There are people who say I think
you're telling me you've talked to people that have seen that video evidence and I still think it's most likely he was trying to get out there.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Those people are fucking partisan hacks too.
Okay. People who are not Democrats.
Yes. They are also partisan hacks, whatever they call themselves. If they saw that video evidence and say they still think the most likely scenario is he pulled that alarm to get out the door, yes, they are partisan hacks.
Even normies who like don't follow any of this shit.
Even if it's Trump, even if it's Bill Barr,
even if they don't know who the hell that is,
Sean Hannity. Yep.
Even if they don't know who that is.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. They're partisan hacks. Their partisanship might be beyond Republican, Democrat. It might be something, but they are clearly biased.
So even if they don't know if he's Democrat or Republican, even if they don't know.
Yes. I don't believe that they don't know if that's the case. Number
one.
No,
I'm asking.
They didn't. Yes, that's what I would say. And secondly, and believe it or not, and this is what's difficult probably for the audience to understand, because the audience that sees that video is like, Jesus Christ, Pisco looks so bad here. That's not the worst part of your position. The worst part of your position is the same person that will call Trump guilty or Flynn guilty or Papadopoulos or Roger Stone or any of these people connected to Trump because you say you could see into their intent and the operation of their mind will literally take the words Jamaal Bowman said, I did not intend for that alarm to go off. when you have previously admitted that that's clearly a bullshit claim, and you'll make excuses and say, well, what I really think he meant to say is, yes, I did intend for the alarm to go off, but I thought it would be a localized alarm.
Why didn't they
have
charge them?
Worse. That's
why haven't they charged them?
Because they are double standard hacks, Pisco.
Why did they charge Hunter Biden for lying?
Because they got caught with their hand in the fucking cookie jar.
Well, you're saying this is caught in the hand, so why aren't they charging him?
Because they're getting away with it, aren't they?
Well, what's the consistency here? They charge some people with lying if they get their hand caught in the cookie jar. You're saying the hand is caught in the cookie jar.
There were whistleblowers that came out about the Hunter Biden thing.
What about
there
this
was a
investigation?
Judge that started to ask about this unprecedented fucking sweetheart deal that they tried to give, right?
Oh my God.
That's exactly what happened.
No, I mean, people mischaracterize that.
No, that's bullshit.
So hard.
That's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. Can
you let's go to immigration.
Okay, immigration 212F. Now, didn't it?
Why can't we just talk to normal people? Why can't we approach the immigration issue fresh and be like, hey, what's your perspective? Or immediately you go into like yes or no. Da, 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 da. Why do you have to do that?
Literally, the beginnings of this conversation was, I can't scroll up, it'd be too far to scroll now. You literally said anything to not talk about 212. That's what you said in the chat.
Hang on a second. I started off by talking about immigration, and then you went off on me and said to me that I had said that the immigration is fine, that it's not a crisis, that I said it's racist to have walls. That walls are racist. That's something I never said, and that's what I was responding to.
I said Democrats said those sorts of things.
Yeah, I never said
Nonetheless, the message you put in the chat immediately preceding saying, okay, call in, was you saying anything to not talk about 212. So when I said, fine, we only have 15 minutes, you want to talk about 212, and you're like, why can't we just talk about immigration in general? If that's what you want to do,
I'm not. I want to talk about 212. I do want to talk about 212.
Okay.
But I'm not asking about the topic. I'm saying the manner in which you are approaching it. It seems like one where you're already defensive. You're already like in aggro mode. I just don't understand it. I don't see you be like that with other people.
Okay.
All the time.
First off, not true. I don't think that I actually think I've been remarkably calm compared to how I normally interact with people on this call tonight. Secondly, right, what you're doing is there's two different things when you're talking to someone versus when you're doing a show by yourself. Do you acknowledge that?
Yes.
Okay, so what you're doing is then you're referencing things that I was saying before I was on here talking to you. When I'm talking about you, and I was also mentioning other Democrats that said things like walls are racist and this, that, and the other, and you're like, why can't we just talk? Right, so I was doing a show by myself, and I was talking in the way that I saw fit, and now you're implying somehow that bringing on to talk...
No. I was explaining... Sorry, the chronology... So I'm only taking issue with how you just started the topic, which sounded like you were going to go into just like how we were talking about the Bowman situation, which was, I think, a needless amount of energy.
I can nip this in the bud.
We can just get into it. Whatever. We can just get into it.
I only have a little bit of time. I'll just say, I thought you had some big gotcha on 212, which is why you said anything to not talk about 212. So when we were moving on to immigration, and we both said that we... Let me finish, and then I'll get... When we're moving on to immigration, and we both said we only have like 10, 15 minutes, I thought, okay, that's what he wants to get to. So I said, okay, let's move on to 212 then.
Cool. Listen. It's not about gotchas. I'm not in the game of trying to get gotchas. There's this like self-defense. I don't know, this very defensive thing. I'm not trying to get a gotcha. I'm trying to explain why there's a reasonable difference in the authorities that are being vested under this proposed bill and what currently exists now. And I'm trying to explain it to you so you understand. And if you don't, you can disagree if you think that they're coextensive, but they're not. And I'm happy to help talk about that.
I do disagree, and that's why it was important to talk about, even if we have video evidence and the standards of evidence that you're willing to take. So now we could, when we have this disagreement about what 212 says, people could keep that with a grain of salt, that even with the video evidence and even with Bowman saying something that's an obvious lie, you're willing to stretch the truth to fit your narrative.
Okay.
Fair enough. All right. So on 212, I don't have the document in front of me or anything like that.
Yeah, I can read it to you if you want.
Yeah, you could read it here in a second, but I'll just sort of say what I think it means to me. It basically says that the president would be able to say that there's an emergency at the border and would be able to restrict who he sees fit. Not like, I don't know that it gives like Jim Smith can't come across, but could say like anyone from Colombia can't come across, or anyone coming to this port of entry can't come in, or anyone fleeing this certain area. That it gives him broad powers to declare an emergency and make those sort of proclamations, which the so-called Muslim ban, which is bullshit, it wasn't a Muslim ban, which was why it was upheld, because basically they deferred to the president's ability under Section 212 to say that he has the ability to make those sort of enforcement judgments.
Yeah, so you're right about a lot of that stuff. Okay, so INA 212, which is codified at 8 USC, I think it's 8 USC 1182, defines all the classes, or most of the classes of inadmissible aliens. There's two kind of dividing lines of removability in this country under immigration law. There's deportability and inadmissibility. And if you can think about it like this: suppose that like you're going into the entrance of a country and you are inadmissible, right? That's they can turn you away is the idea. And if you are in the country, right, typically you're subject to the grounds of deportability. How this actually works is if you cross the border illegally, very often you are considered, that you have not made entry, right? Or that you have not as a legal matter, you're subject to the grounds of inadmissibility. Okay. But they're different. The grounds of inadmissibility are different than the grounds of deportability. And so Section 212 defines a lot of the grounds of inadmissibility. It talks about things like if you don't present a valid visa, if you have committed certain crimes, if you have done certain things, you are inadmissible to the country. If you're trafficking people, you're inadmissible. One of the grounds of inadmissibility is this subsection F, section F, right? Suspension of entry or imposition of restrictions by president. Whenever the president finds that the entry of any aliens or any class of aliens in the United States would be detrimental to the interests of the United States, he may, by proclamation and for such period as he shall deem necessary, suspend the entry of all aliens or any class of aliens as immigrants or non-immigrants, or impose on the entry of aliens any restrictions he may deem to be appropriate. It goes on like that. So you are absolutely correct. This is absolutely broad power. The broad powerness of it has been upheld by the Supreme Court in the case that you cite, Trump versus Hawaii. And it was not at the third stage of it. The court did not consider it to be a Muslim ban because it wasn't discriminated on its own terms on the basis of religion. It had certain countries, importantly, it had a lot of different exceptions. Okay, notice that the terms here are for inadmissibility, and there's a lot of questions in immigration law about whether or not the use of this authority, one, would be a grounds to get rid of any provision of like asylum law. Trump specifically, and one thing that he was mad about, to insulate it from review, made exceptions for asylum seekers. And the nature of this act was like intended to apply to people like coming typically from these countries on a plane, and to stop them from being granted visas and coming on a plane to this country. Okay, but for the most part, obviously it would still apply to you if you were coming to the country on the land border, but in general it would apply to you. Most of the people coming would be coming from planes, or that's kind of, it wasn't meant to deal with the big influx of people in the southern border the way that Trump's this situation is right now, right? So why is this different? Why is the power that we're talking about different? This power not only would be suspending certain aspects of asylum law, right? It would, because typically under American law, you have a right to apply for asylum, even if you cross the border and illegally, right? Even not at a port of entry. The law currently is, it will treat you as an applicant for admission if you cross the border illegally. This would suspend that and just let you throw them back across the border. There's basically no procedures. There's like a review of the officer right there in the moment, and a review of like their supervisor. But essentially, you could take somebody who just crossed the border, you saw them, who are now in the country, and get rid of them in 2 seconds, or after one person looks at it and the supervisor looks at it without any hearing, and throw them back across the border. That is something that has never been the law in this country. And it's doubtful that section sub F would, one, lets you bypass the asylum requirements or the other visa categories that purport to be allowed even if you're illegal immigrants. And two, that it would allow you to apply those standards, whatever the president proclaims, in this summary way to just throw people out across the border.
Okay,
that's why
so
it's so powerful.
we've given you a lot of time to talk. What percentage of people that come across the border are asylum seekers?
I don't know. It's a large percentage. People
More than half?
Who claim asylum, who are captured?
Yes.
I would say more than half, yeah.
Okay. So first off, this clearly would give the president broad authority without the only dispute you have is those seeking asylum. So anyone not seeking asylum, they would be immediately...
No, there's more. There's more.
Like what?
Special immigrant juvenile status.
Okay.
That's there's the Convention Against Torture. There is, which is specifically called out in this statute. There's a withholding of removal, which is separate from asylum. There's U visas, which relate to people who are given help for crimes.
But I don't know if you understand. I understand there's a bunch of categories, but you're saying that uniquely what you don't, even though there is broad, under Section F, there are broad powers, you think uniquely it doesn't apply to people seeking asylum because of other laws on the book because of asylum.
Because the Supreme Court that has not had occasion, right? They've called out the fact that the Muslim ban, quote unquote Muslim ban, the travel ban that Trump imposed, had exceptions for certain nationals, right? It is legally dubious, at a minimum, whether this would allow the president on his own initiative to suspend all asylum law. Let me give you an example of that, right?
But Pisco, you're talking about shit that's not what I'm asking. We're trying to start at a baseline there. So the baseline I'm trying to start with is, you're saying this doesn't apply to asylum seekers. Section F doesn't.
That's not what I'm... No, I'm not saying that by its terms.
I don't know that we could do this debate. I don't know that we could do this. Because I don't think you're being good faith, or you're just... You don't understand what I'm saying. Like, again, you're like, okay, you're admitting it gives broad powers. And it says the president can say, for whatever reason, if he thinks there's an emergency, he can say no. He can eliminate all immigration. He can eliminate classifications of immigration. And you're like, well, here's one of the problems. Asylum. Asylum laws that are on the book. So my question is, okay, let's table that for a second. We'll have this conversation about whether this gives authority to prevent asylum seekers. Are there any other groups that are coming in that you think that Section F wouldn't apply to?
Listen, in order to understand this argument, and I understand why it's difficult, it's not that I'm saying that it could never apply to any particular asylee. You understand me?
Forget about that. We'll talk about forget all. Let's say I go beyond what you're saying. Let's say I say, yep, absolutely stone cold, can't ever do this to anyone seeking asylum. Okay, now the rest of the people?
I don't know what you're asking.
What I'm asking is, I guess you're incapable. If your objection to this is, well, I don't think that the current president has the ability to have executive authority to prevent the crisis at the border because of asylum, and I say, well, why doesn't he prevent all the people that aren't seeking asylum?
Hang on a second. We're not talking right now about the scope of the crisis at the border and what the president can do. We're talking about Section F of INA 212.
Correct.
And what it allows and what it doesn't allow.
Correct.
Okay?
And what the reason
would absolutely allow you to...
Why are we... go one step further. Why are we talking about this, Pisco?
Because there is a huge influx of illegal immigration at the southern border that is causing a lot of problems in the country.
And there are people that are saying the president already has broad authority to deal with this, and he's choosing not to.
Yeah.
And one of the sections that they're citing is 212F, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
yes,
so
the
question, so we have this discussion, and I say 212 says Biden could already be dealing with this, and you say, well, I don't know about asylum. Asylum's murky. We haven't tested whether or not this law supersedes the asylum laws. And I said, okay, let's table that for a second. So let's say that 80% of the people crossing are seeking asylum. I don't know what the number is, but hypothetically. What about those other 20%? Seeing as how there's an obvious crisis at the border right now, it's well within Joe Biden's purview to say, okay, at least those 20% that aren't seeking asylum, you can't come in.
Well, some large... Right, so he can make... Absolutely. Yes, he could make a proclamation under the suspension of entry or imposition of restrictions to say that people who are not coming in... ports of entry are going to be removed from the country and are inadmissible to the country.
why
But
doesn't
hang on, they're already inadmissible.
Okay, but they're still being left in.
But that's what I'm talking about, right? This is inadmissibility grounds, but that doesn't say that you have the right in 2 seconds to throw them out, right? People who cross the border.
Okay, so let me ask you this: Trump's supposed Muslim ban.
Wait a second.
let me finish. So Trump's supposed Muslim ban from these countries. If someone comes from one of those countries, were we allowed to say immediately you can't come in?
Because they're inadmissible.
Right. So
yeah, but if they're already in the country. So there's procedures.
Okay, so your argument is that even if we say they're inadmissible, once they illegally cross the border, they're not allowed to be here, but they've beat the system. They go to Eagle Pass and they've illegally crossed. Shucks.
They're already in America.
Now we can't send them back.
Correct.
Okay, so why is this?
There's no law. Because the law gives certain bases. So in order for you to be removed, right? And I think you would agree with this, that you could be a citizen, you could be legally allowed, whatever, right? So you have certain procedures. There are removal procedures and there are expedited removal procedures under current law. And both of those can be appealed to an immigration judge, usually, under certain circumstances. But the truth of the matter is, the vast majority of people who are coming here across the border will claim asylum and they'll get a hearing, right? Under current law. Fair?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So the people now something like 70 or 80% are able to pass their credible fear threshold to get additional procedures. And so even though some amount are subject to expedited removal, even in the expedited removal that's currently on the books, you can't just throw them out tomorrow, right? You couldn't just see a bunch of people coming across the border, take the ones who have just now crossed across the border, and throw them out, even if you know they're inadmissible, right? These people who are crossing the border without inspection and admission are already inadmissible. But the question is, what can you do with inadmissible people who are in the country? Mm-hmm. And if someone who is inadmissible in the country, you are given a notice to appear, typically, unless you're subject to expedited removal, but mostly people will pass. And then you go to your immigration court hearing, and you have a master calendar hearing, and then you have an immigration hearing after 2 years or some shit like that.
Well,
okay?
we had policies like Remain in Mexico that wasn't the case, that Joe Biden chose through executive order to remove.
But that will not be a solution either, because that requires the consent of Mexico, and Mexico is not going to take this amount of people. And 2, you're still having to process them. And 3, there's a whole category of people to whom Remain in Mexico does not apply.
See,
I think at its peak, it only had 30,000 or so people. It's not enough.
I will say, where is the law? So we have to, let's say that president shuts down the border entirely, but people still come. So what law do we, now you say, okay, even though they said you're inadmissible, once you literally, it's like freeze tag. Once you run and you cross the line, you're like, here, ha, I'm inadmissible, but I'm here. And they're like, oh, shucks, we can't send you back now. Okay, so now what law, point to me the law of what we have to treat those people.
So 8 USC 1229 little a, okay? Mm-hmm. That's the law. That's called removal proceedings. Mm-hmm. Sub A, 1. An immigration judge shall conduct proceeding for deciding the inadmissibility or deportability of an alien. An alien placed in proceedings under the section may be charged with any applicable ground of inadmissibility under section 1182. That's section 212. And one of the grounds of inadmissibility is sub F, right? Remember? Mm-hmm. So, or any applicable ground of deportability under section, that's a different one, not at issue. Exclusive procedures. Unless otherwise specified in this chapter, a proceeding under this section shall be the sole and exclusive procedure for determining whether an alien may be admitted to the United States, or if the alien has been so admitted, removed from the United States.
That is not okay. So again, that has to do with admissibility. We're already said that they're already all inadmissible, and Biden could use 212F to make them everyone inadmissible.
So the government still has to prove inadmissibility. They have the burden of proof.
How hard would it be to prove if they said everyone's inadmissible unless they have an asylum?
It's not about whether it's hard. Most of the times in immigration court in these hearings, you concede inadmissibility. You concede it. You literally concede it. You say, we concede that we are inadmissible. But then you argue an affirmative defense.
I don't have all night. So the question is, now that we found they're inadmissible, what's the process?
No, there's procedures. Okay. So you have to go to so you have to go to show up. There's a notice to appear. The government shows up with their lawyer, and you show up.
Then you're found to be inadmissible. Then
that takes months. That takes months and years.
Why? Why does it take months and years?
Because you are required to have a hearing.
Okay. So if the new policy is everyone's inadmissible, How long is that court? And we're going to send you to the court right now. Court says, oh, you're here, you're inadmissible. See ya. Now it doesn't take months anymore because we've just passed an executive order that said why not?
Because we already know everyone there is probably inadmissible.
Then why does it take so many? Why does it take?
Because there's a backlog, and these judges have limited. We don't have enough money.
How?
We don't have enough people.
I don't believe you. By the way, I don't believe you that they're all walking in there saying, "Yeah, we can see we're inadmissible." I think if that was the case, it's inexplicable as to why it would take so long.
You don't
because
concede.
You would literally be able to do like for example, I myself have been in front of a magistrate at one point. Right? They took like 8 of us in at a time. They did fucking cases 2 minutes at a clip. Right? If everyone's inadmissible, there's literally no argument you can make. Nope, you're inadmissible. See,
not everyone concedes. Not everyone concedes inadmissibility. I'm just telling you that oftentimes people do concede admissibility.
The reason is because people are going through the legal process and trying to find arguments is why they'd be allowed to stay. That's why that's going to massively lengthen the amount of time because you have to give people the ability to prepare. If there is no defense. If it's literally, dude, you're here and you're inadmissible, everyone that's here is inadmissible, it would remarkably shorten that time. Nonetheless,
even if you concede it, right? Even if you concede it, and even if you don't give affirmative defenses and you say, yeah, well, I'm removable, and yes, and so at that point, you just conceded it and your master calendar her that you're not going to argue for any relief and that you are inadmissible, then the court may issue an official order of removal, but you still needed to get to your master calendar hearing, right? You still needed to wait for the docket.
What I'm saying is the docket would be much shorter and much faster if there were no legal arguments to make. It literally was just a process that
that would require new laws, Rob.
No,
that
wouldn't. Yes, it would. No, 212F says that if the president said no one's allowed in because it's an emergency, so literally every single person's inadmissible, then it wouldn't require new law.
No, they're inadmissible.
Right.
But the procedure to actually remove them, because you're inadmissible.
No. You might say that the procedure to remove them takes time, but what I'm saying is that procedure's time would be massively shortened if literally everyone was inadmissible.
They're already people. So just to be a trillion% clear, if you are concededly inadmissible, doesn't mean you might not still have the right to apply for asylum. Doesn't mean, by the way, that you don't have to. The burden of proof is on the government to demonstrate it.
Well, the burden would no longer be on the government it would be very easy to. No one's admissible.
That doesn't change the burden. No, because you have to go.
No one's admissible.
No, Rob, listen to me. The government needs to show who is this person before the judge? Are you Alberto? Yes.
Jim Smith, are you aware of the fact that every single person that comes through this border is inadmissible? I didn't know that. Okay, goodbye.
No, you have to prove one.
We proved it. Every single person's inadmissible.
That's not how it works, Rob.
Why isn't that's not how it works? If the president
because that's not the law.
Order, if the president, it is the law if the president signs an executive order and says so. Or
the government bears the burden. He implements 212.
Right.
And he said 212F, and he says all of these people are inadmissible, and so right off the gate, because they're inadmissible, people are denying entry into the country, right? So all of a sudden, if you go to port of entry, they're like, no, you can't come, no, you can't come, so inadmissible. Once you're already in the country, the INA has a statute for removal proceedings, and removal proceedings are different than exclusion. If you're in the country and you're subject to removal proceedings, there are procedures.
Okay,
and as I just read to you,
so real quick, right? In order to get to the admissibility proceeding, you're arguing that sometimes that takes months or years, correct?
Yes.
Okay, well, we can massively shorten that, which I just said, because everyone's inadmissible. So we could have that court hearing the day of. We could literally, okay, I agree. Maybe we hire a few more judges, right? Fine, put them at the border. We literally run them through 1,000 at a clip. Inadmissible. Cool. Okay, now we shorten that process from months to 1 day. Okay, without needing to pass a new bill. All we need to do is put more judges down there. 212F. Now, removal proceedings. Go ahead. Now they've been ruled to be inadmissible. We've done that in a matter of hours. Now.
So even in the new bill, we're not talking about hours.
Why?
We're talking about months, because even in the new ones, right?
Right. So that's what I want to get to. So let's real quick.
No. Wait a second. This is very important. We're talking about months with regular people, but where we're not talking about months are people who are subject to summary removal. The people who, when the border emergency activates, that's why it's 4,000 and 5,000. all of a sudden, you don't need to go to a fucking judge. You get your supervisor to sign up. We're throwing your ass back across the border. That's the procedure. That is wildly different than going through the removal proceedings in 229A. That's very different.
So let me talk about where you're misrepresenting this. First off, it doesn't do that. It sends you to a port of entry. So it might say you can't come through here right now. It'll send you to a port of entry, which begs the question, if we already say all these people are inadmissible and people seeking legal asylum have to come through the port of entry, why don't we already protect those? Why do we intentionally allow those people to come through?
That's what the law says. The law says, and there's a recent case about habeas corpus where they've acknowledged that if you cross the border illegally, you are counted as an applicant for entry. That's what the law literally says.
Okay, but my question is, why don't they prevent them from getting to because in order for this to be enforced, right, you would have to have Border Patrol set up at the places that aren't ports of entry, correct? So now the emergency is triggered. Yes. Right? And now they say, so they're sitting there and they're watching people that they know are inadmissible come through. 1,000. And 2,000.
They're stopping them.
No. 1,000. 2,000. 3,000. Still coming through, just like now. 4,000. Still coming through. 5,000. Okay, now we've triggered the emergency. Now we say, we grab you, we throw you back. Now go to the port of entry. Right?
We grab you, we throw you back, subject to summary removal. And at this point, you're out of the country.
Okay, so we send you just slightly across the border and say, you need to go 100 miles that way to the port of entry. That's what we tell them, right?
I mean, if you're asking, they can go to the port of entry for sure, but there are a lot of reasons why people who are problematic don't go to port of entry, as you're aware.
So then the question is, how would they be? So you're saying that do we currently, the new border would have enough, the money would have enough to actually protect the border now when previously it didn't?
It's billions of dollars. Yeah, I don't think it's a significant amount of money. It's a shit ton of money.
So they're going to hire enough border patrols that they'll effectively be able to seal the border. That's your argument.
I don't know about seal. It's too big of a border.
What if they don't? What if someone still gets through?
If someone still gets through, they have 14 days for the summary removal thing if there's an emergency for them to go. And they've heightened the asylum standard substantively. They've made asylum harder to achieve. Wait,
14 days. Explain that.
So if you're within 100 miles of the border, within 14 days of you crossing the border, you could be subject to summary removal if you're in an emergency situation. And the emergency is mandatory, and ICE is going. It's not just like mandatory. We have to. The emergency at 5,000 is mandatory.
What if Biden says no?
That would be Biden applying the discretionary emergency.
Oh, so then it's not mandatory. So let me just get this straight. The same guy. God. So you're saying let's get this straight. So you're saying the emergency is triggered if we have an average of 5,000 people encountered a day for 7 days, correct? That's what it says. Then it's automatically triggered, right? Unless Biden says no. The same guy
there's a bunch of laws like that.
Let me finish. The same guy who has staunchly said the averages of 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 a day for weeks at a time did not constitute an emergency. But now he's going to say 5,000 constitutes an emergency. Because the current law said that there were, even if it wasn't as strict as procedures as people would have liked, once we constitute an emergency at the border, we do have some level of expedition and some level of more protection, correct? You acknowledge that?
Wait. The current law?
Yes, the current law.
The current law gives protections and a procedure for removal. Is that your question?
But there is a standard non-emergency level of laws that we follow, and there is a stricter level of emergency if the president declares an emergency. Correct?
Under current law?
Yes.
I'm not aware of that. What's the emergency removal proceedings?
So
there's expedited and regular removal.
Right. You're telling me that literally under the current system, that the president declaring any sort of emergency at the border is 100% completely irrelevant. It literally changes nothing. It doesn't change who we're allowed to accept in. It doesn't change how we kick people out.
No.
If I cross an Eagle Pass today and it's not an emergency, the process is the exact same if of a month from now someone crosses an Eagle Pass and it's been declared.
No, the president has a shit ton of power with immigration for sure, 100%.
Oh, okay.
But it's not the procedures that DHS wants. What people want and what's causing the backup is having to wait for these hearings and having people in immigration court.
So that's causing the backup. So now we're back to square one. So the president saw the emergency at the border when there was far more people than 5,000 and chose not to call it an emergency. And now what we're being told is, well, if you pass this bill that's got a bunch of shit that the president wants, such as money to Ukraine and money to Israel, right? And it gives a bunch of money
Let's
to
just focus on immigration.
Please. And a bunch of money to NGOs, and it makes sure that only hearings can be heard in the D.C. Court of Appeals and not in places like Texas and Florida, right? And it gives Mayorkas the power without people going in front of a judge to grant unilaterally asylum to people. All this shit that would be beneficial to the people that want more asylum seekers, more immigration, etc. It gives them all that. But it does have some more stringent protections, but only if Joe Biden decides to say that it is an emergency.
No, it's not true.
It levels far lower than when he refused to call it an emergency that's been going on for the past 3 years of his presidency.
No. It's not the case. What you're describing. So the emergency power that Biden now has, and also, by the way, not just emergency power, just regular power to get his attorney general to make new policies, all that shit. The regular power right now, Biden has the authority to parole everybody if he wanted to. Mm-hmm. If Biden wanted to, he could parole every illegal immigrant into the country and give him a kind of pseudo legal status.
Yep.
Okay. He hasn't done that. Okay. All right. He hasn't.
The bank robber could have robbed 5 million, but he only.
But what I'm saying is, Biden is effectuating a bunch of policies that are reminiscent, if not actual mapping on to Trump era policies.
No, he's not.
All right,
that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Come on.
You're absolutely full. You're absolutely full of shit, right? There is, like, in general, you might be true in that now he's deciding to go back to policies that Trump instituted that he almost immediately revoked. By the way, he ran on the promise of it shouldn't be a crime to come here illegally. We should give free shit to illegal immigrants, et cetera, et cetera. He followed through with that promise. The numbers don't lie. We can see what's going on.
Let's not get away from the law. Let's not get away from the law.
So let's stick to the law. The law showed that under 212F and other provisions, he would have been able to call an emergency if he chose to. You admitted that there would have been broad powers for a president to do that.
But not this power. Not this.
Not this specific
just throw people out.
Forget about all that. He had the power to do this. There have been numbers that are... Will you acknowledge this, that the numbers on average have been more than 5,000 a day?
Yes.
Will you acknowledge that Biden refused to declare it an emergency?
He hasn't declared it. I don't know if he could.
How about a yes or no? That'd be simple.
I don't know. He revoked what he revoked it. Why are you being so aggro? You say you're being calm.
Because I don't have a lot of time, and you're obfuscating. You seriously don't know.
I'm not trying to debate you. I'm trying to inform you.
You don't know. I just want to be clear here.
He rescinded one from Trump. I don't know if he's.
Please, here we go. So I just want the audience to. You're a lawyer, correct?
Yes.
You're someone who's heavily vested in immigration law, correct?
I am, generally.
Okay, and you're unaware if President Biden's declared a border emergency in 2021.
I don't.
Or 2022.
No, he rescinded one in 20. He rescinded one in 2021. Listen, bro.
I mean,
why are you being so aggressive?
Because you know less than the average person that knows less about immigration law.
That's not true.
The average person would say, I absolutely know Joe Biden has not declared it an emergency at the border. He didn't in 2021. He didn't in 2022. He didn't in 20, and you're like, I don't know, maybe he did.
So
I know he legislation. Go ahead. I know that he. Go ahead and look to where Joe Biden.
I know that he rescinded. I know that he rescinded a Trump era emergency declaration, but the emergency declaration as issued by Trump, and the proof is in the pudding, did not give him the authorization to just throw people who cross the border out of the country.
That doesn't sound anything like the question I asked. That sounds exactly nothing like the question I said, did he declare an emergency? You're like, he rescinded Trump saying it was an emergency, but it didn't really help. Again, has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm asking you.
What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is we've had numbers. Do you acknowledge that there's numbers that have been more than 5,000 a day from
Yes, I do.
Presidency? Did he declare an emergency?
I don't think he did.
Okay, so what would make you think that this time, when he has broad authority to ignore the emergency declaration, when he's been saying, not only did he not through legal means, through an executive order or invoking any sort of law declare an emergency, but he was politically campaigning on the fact that those saying there's a border emergency are full of it, there's not an emergency, blah, blah, blah. But now all of a sudden, He's going to change. He wins the presidency this time. Now the election's over, so he doesn't have to pander to people based on illegal immigration. The same thing that Democrats and his administration told us wasn't a problem for 3 years. Now they see the polling data saying, oh, fuck, this is a huge problem. So now they're like, oh, okay, well, if you give us these authorities, which, by the way, the little detail of, oh, it's basically up to Mayorkas and Biden whether we enforce this or not. The same people that chose intentionally not to enforce for 3, that is true.
There's limits. There's even limits on his ability to rescind.
There are limits, so I think he has 45 days that he's allowed to use, right?
Okay.
So, for
last
example,
I checked, there's 365 days in a year, so there's limits.
Okay, so there are limits, but you also know this, that you're only allowed to, that the mandatory emergency is only allowed to be declared like 200-something days the first year.
Okay, that's an overlap. So, at a minimum, what you said is wrong.
It is not, because I'm not finished yet. So Biden, even if these number, even if 50,000 people come to the border one day, Biden could say, nope, I don't declare it an emergency. He could do that. He has broad authority to do that, which is exactly in pattern with what he's done in the past, right? He might.
So do you think that you think that should be allowed? Wait. Do you think that the president should be allowed to be able to waive the emergency in certain times?
No.
Okay. So you think that
because people like you and the Democrats have been so bad faith that they'll continue to have that loophole that they're trying to import all these people to change the makeup of the country and the voting of the country over and over. They've showed their bad faith with this. So no, now at this point we need to have a law that says the president doesn't have the ability to do that, right? But so now here's what we got. So for at least 45 days out of the only 200 something the first year, 180 or something the second year, what is it the third year? 140, 120 days that we're allowed to have an emergency, right?
I don't know the numbers.
Okay, so it's something like that. So a big chunk, half the year or whatever, there's not going to be an emergency, even if there's an emergency. So things will be the status quo, basically. But then it gets better, right? Because they also have special provisions where there are exemptions carved out, where without even going in front of a judge, Mayorkas and his team could universally declare asylum, correct or not?
No, universally declare asylum? Where's that?
Right, no. Mayorkas, right, there are provisions in this law, the new law that was suggested, that says that the
citation needed, bro. Where?
Okay, let's see if I can find it.
Without the asylum standard being met?
No, without going to a court.
That is news to me. That you could declare people just asylums without any individualized case findings? Asylum cases take fucking years.
Yes. I'll see if I can find it. If anyone in the chat sees it. What if it was? Would you admit that that's terrible?
To broadly grant asylum? Yeah, because asylum
No.
is not supposed to have that.
Because I don't want you to weasel out of this, right?
No, weaseling.
Okay.
I would be against doing
specific.
broad asylum. I'm against broad asylum.
Very specific. What I'm saying it does is it allows Mayorkas to take cases out and grant asylum without going through the courts themselves.
So take cases out of where?
Someone comes, they declare asylum. He could expedite the situation by saying you have asylum without having to go to the courts.
I'm not aware of that. No, I don't think that that's real.
All right, I'll have to look. I don't think
that's real. Just to be clear, the immigration courts are under the Department of Justice. So it's a different branch of the executive branch. So the immigration courts are under the Executive Office for Immigration Review. So it's a different part, but I'm not aware of a provision that would allow Mayorkas to just unilaterally grant asylum. That would be bizarre to me. It's something I've never heard of. It would seem to counter the whole notion of asylum, which requires you to show persecution on an individualized situation. And so I would be against being able to grant that kind of like mass asylum. I think that there should be other powers if you want to do that kind of mass amnesty, because of what you're describing.
Okay, so we'll see. I'll try to find that for you.
Okay, but will you at least admit that there are powers here that are significant that Biden does not have?
Yes.
Okay.
But they are contingent on Biden choosing to enforce them, which he won't do. Right. For example, there are other special exemptions. Right. For example, the 5,000 a day limit. Right. There are exceptions that can be placed. For example, if it's ruled that the people coming face particular hardships and things like that. Right.
You can. There are some ways in which, if you make a determination,
like climate change.
Let me actually. I'm getting the actual language. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Ba, 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 Here we go. Found it. Okay. So this doesn't apply to citizens. It doesn't apply to LPRs, lawfully permanent residents. Doesn't apply to unaccompanied alien children. So, which makes sense, right? If you are a child without parents with you, we don't want to use these expedited procedures on you. D, an alien who an immigration officer determines with the approval of a supervisor or immigration officer should be accepted from the border emergency based on the totality of circumstances, including considerations of significant law enforcement, officer, public safety, humanitarian, and public health interests, or an alien who an immigration officer determines in consultation with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement should be exempted from the border emergency authority due to operational considerations. Okay, that is a discretion for immigration officers to I don't have to push you out if there's a really good reason to keep you in. But it's not like some broad grant of authority for Mayorkas to just broadly exclude people.
So the officers themselves are allowed to say that there's some sort of what page is that? Can you?
Yeah, that's page.
I gotta find the bill in the first place.
206 of the PDF. It's under the exceptions. These are exceptions to whom the authority is not activated, but they also can be priced into the number of encounters. But actually, I don't think that I think that's just the authority. I don't know if the encounters counting includes these people. But you can't and the reason why we have these things and procedures at all is it would be so awful, and why this is an emergency power. And the reason why we have immigration removal proceedings in the first place, we don't want this to apply to citizens. We don't want this to apply to nationals. We don't want this to apply to LPRs. We don't want this to apply to people who have valid forms of affirmative relief that our law allows for. That's why we have these kind of
right, but it's not all it says. I understand that a citizen would be different, but that's not all that it suggests. I can't find the bill. Let's see.
I have it. I'll put it in your chat real quick.
Okay. Here, wait, long-awaited text. What page was it? Sorry. I found it.
You go to 206 of the PDF.
206. Okay, exceptions. The Border Emergency Authority shall be activated citizen, an alien who's lawfully admitted for permanent residence.
Green card.
Okay, unaccompanied child, an alien who an immigration officer determines with the approval of supervisory immigration officer should be accepted from the Border Emergency Authority based on the totality of the circumstances, including consideration of significant law enforcement officer, public safety, humanitarian, public health interests, or an alien who an immigration officer determines in constitution with the U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement should be accepted from the Border Emergency Authority due to operational considerations. Right, so if someone for public health, safety, or humanitarian reasons needs to be left in, like climate change.
Yeah, I don't know what to say other than it's not a broad authority for Mayorkas to do this. It's for immigration officers. Right. And if Mayorkas tried to implement some policy memo that says, hey, this is mandatory on you, it would go to court right away.
Where's it go to court? Just curious.
It goes to the DC district court.
Right.
It will be funneled up. It will be funneled up very quickly. Mm-hmm. It will be funneled up very quickly to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has been quick, especially in these cases, to take on Biden in various immigration matters.
Now, the point is, right, that it clearly directs from the courts that are actually been pro-border security. Now it puts in, why do you think it puts in this, that it goes to the D.C. court? What's the reason?
Because one of the big problems with this emergency grant of authority is that the whole point of the emergency is to have a uniform policy. And if you have circuit splits where the Ninth Circuit says one thing, which applies to the Ninth Circuit, and the Fifth Circuit says another thing, and you have inconsistent rulings, it's problematic. And all the big questions go to the Supreme Court anyway, and so it makes a little difference. All these big ones,
no, it definitely makes a difference that they're sending all of these cases to the courts that would be most favorable to basically allowing open borders.
Where should the venue be? It should be every court should have jurisdiction.
Yeah, how about we do the venue, the border states, the courts there? How about that? They have the most skin in the game, right?
Okay, Ninth Circuit's a border state.
Texas.
You're okay with that? Okay, but why Texas, not California?
Do both.
Okay, so but then you have the problem of inconsistent rulings, and why not? Like that's a problem, isn't it?
No.
It's not a problem.
You could have inconsistent.
Clarence Thomas, everyone's complaining about nationwide injunctions by single district courts in these various circuits, and you say, Rob Noerr, it's not a problem to have inconsistent rulings about immigrations and matters of national security.
Yes, I say that this clever trick to try to get all of these to be held in the first off, the DC court should be completely removed. They should not exist, right? It should be state courts and district courts that are deciding this, not DC, which is a haven for corruption and a haven for people that are dependent on the federal government's massive growth and existence for their livelihood, that have showed clear implications that they're willing to act as partisan acts. So they shouldn't be there.
Okay, that's not the law. All right, so I don't know what to tell you. It's not the law. We have the exclusive. We don't even have immigration proceedings that typically are in Article 3 courts. They're typically in immigration court in the Department of Justice, and so this really doesn't make a difference with respect to individuals, more about policy memos and things that challenging the constitutionality of the statute. But again, this will almost certainly be upheld, the law itself, and there are many laws like this. It's not an unconstitutional law, I'll tell you that much. And really,
that's bullshit. That's bullshit, by the way.
What?
You say it's not constitutional. The courts might disagree with you.
Wait. I don't say it's not unconstitutional. I think it's constitutional.
This law that was suggested.
I think this is very constitutional. Yes.
Right. Well, the problem is you say that, and then if the court says no, you'd be like, well, the way it was being implemented was done so in a way that was unconstitutional. Right? I think it's very.
There could be a policy. Yeah, there could be a policy memo that's unlawful, and therefore it violates the separation of powers.
Right.
If you have a Mayorkas say, for example, that we're going to decide that every single non-citizen, every single person, illegal immigrant from Mexico is by definition fits under subsection D, and that's a memo, and this is mandatory on all our immigration officers, I would say that's unlawful. Okay. And that's not what the statute requires.
Right. So
and I think the district court in DC would strike it down.
Now you're full of shit. The district court in DC don't give a fuck. The district court in DC would indict
Trump
on anything that they remotely accuse. Oh, someone accused him of rape 40 years ago. Yeah, he did it. Fuck it. District courts would totally be for that. They're for all kinds of crazy shit that we could see in not just the January 6th shit, but all the cases that are coming out of DC. I don't trust them.
They've acquitted Jan 6. Wait. They've DC. They've acquitted Jan 6ers.
Not going to let you gaslight me into no. The DC courts are very, they're down.
It's the most prestigious court system. Ask anybody. It's the most prestigious court system.
Well, maybe people involved in the court systems that are left-wing activists that are okay with open borders think that they're very prestigious.
Conservatives too, who they go to Supreme Court from it.
I happen to think they're corrupt sacks of shit. I don't believe anything they're doing. I don't think that they should have sole jurisdiction over the way that these border laws are being implemented.
Okay.
I think it's nonsensical. Why are they ruling in ways that are far more favorable to the Biden administration than, say, a Texas or Florida court?
The Fifth Circuit is incredibly conservative. And so if you're taking that as your litmus test, for what is the proper rulings, yeah, the DC Circuit Court of Appeals is going to seem fairly liberal compared to the Fifth Circuit. Right. But I'm just telling you, the Fifth Circuit has been overruled a fuck ton by the most conservative Supreme Court in living memory. Okay, so the Fifth Circuit should not be your guide to like.
Wait. Why would it matter? Why would it matter to you? They'll quickly go to the Supreme Court.
No, but you're
no. Right, same difference.
Oh my god.
No, same difference. If I say I'd rather the Fifth Circuit do it, wouldn't everything you just said there? When I say, well, what difference does it make? It would quickly go to the Supreme Court, and they would make the right decision.
It makes a difference for the problem that I'm examining. The problem I'm examining that you don't want to acknowledge because you say it's not a problem are inconsistent circuit splits. And rulings that are, but why just the Fifth?
Why just the DC court?
Because the DC, I mean, if you're going to pick any place in the country, if you're going to pick states out of a bag, why just randomly pick DC? Is the most prestigious. It has its own areas of exclusive jurisdiction on intellectual property stuff. What's
that have to do with illegal immigration?
What I'm saying is, like, they have already grants of exclusive jurisdiction over different matters, and it makes it seems weird to preference Texas over California based on nothing. And
there's more land border in Texas, more crossings that come to Texas.
Why should that be the ground for getting jurisdiction in a court? That doesn't make any sense.
I think the district that is most infected with the crimes and with the policies should be the district that's ruling on it.
Okay.
There's no reason that it shouldn't be District 5. You wouldn't have any problem with it, would you?
The Fifth Circuit is more than just Texas.
That's true. But that's where it would impose it involves the district that has the biggest land area where the most immigration comes from. Correct?
Most immigration comes from the southern border, illegal immigration. Yes, that's true, but it doesn't mean that it's most of its effects are localized in Texas, as you've seen. There are effects in Florida. There are effects in all sorts of southern states.
Okay,
it's not just
so given that,
the southern states.
You wouldn't have
it's in New York City too.
You wouldn't have a problem with it though, right? You'd be like, that's fine.
A venue statute giving it directly to the Fifth Circuit?
Right.
Yeah, it would seem arbitrary to me.
What? But who cares? At the end of the day, it's the same result, right?
I mean, at the end of the day, it'll probably go up to the Supreme Court anyway for one of these decisions, but they've been overturned a shit ton on immigration stuff.
No big
the
deal.
Fifth Circuit.
Supreme Court gets it right,
so
right?
if you're just looking at, well, no, because in the meantime, you have ridiculous things happening and there is harm being done in the interim.
Oh, wait. Can you explain that?
No.
Yeah, so what do you mean? What you mean there's a time delay and ridiculous things get done?
In the interim, when I see your point, yeah. So there could be harm done by an absolutely biased court system or whatever, right? Absolutely clear. But what I'm telling you is that the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals and the D.C. system, one, is not a terribly biased court. It's not a terribly, super left wing court. And you don't have to believe it. You don't have to believe it. You don't have to believe it.
Was just trying to get out that door.
Okay, are you talking about the D.C. I don't know, jury pool or something, or are you talking
not just
about
the jury pool, the judges as well? We could see it.
Okay, all right. There are some conservative judges in there.
Would you admit this? That when it comes to the D.C. court, that it probably has one of the most staunch pools of people that live in that area of political partisanship. In other words, the population surrounding D.C.
It's very Democrat. It's voted Democrat in every single election since it's had presidential elections, and it's the only place to have done that.
Correct. And there's not even a commiserate place that votes conservative or Republican in near the numbers that we see D.C. voting Democrat.
Yeah, but I don't know these are Article 3 judges that are appointed by Trump by every president. So what
I'm saying is, seeing as how they're not really connected to the border, and District 5 would be much more connected to the border, and is coming from a less partisan pool of people, and given that you said we should assuage our fears of that because it wouldn't matter because it would be kicked up to a conservative Supreme Court anyways, I say why not leave District 5 to it? And you're like,
that's arbitrary. That's arbitrary.
I've given you a better reason that they have the largest border where the largest immigration comes through. That's a better reason than the DC
First of all, I don't even know if that's true. Do you know if more people come through Texas versus California?
I don't know that. I believe.
I have no idea.
I can't say with 100%.
And how about where they end up as opposed to Texas anywhere else? Like,
what's
do you
the
know
relevance of that?
Why would you put more stock in where they cross as opposed to where they end up?
Because where they cross is where the immediate emergency is.
Okay.
Right? So again, so and you're like, but bad shit could happen in the meantime. Right. Thank you for making my argument.
But the Fifth, just so you know, if you're looking at any circuit, Fifth Circuit has been unhinged.
I don't give a shit.
All right.
Great. They've been unhinged.
If they were unhinged left, you'd give a shit.
Right. Like
if they were being constantly
courts.
overturned. The D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals overturning rate is not the same as the Fifth Circuit's.
I don't give a shit. Maybe that suggests that it's not the most conservative Supreme Court in our lifetime.
It is the most. They overturn Roe v. Wade. They are overturning a bunch of Biden actions.
So?
Okay. For you, conservative,
why aren't they overturning D.C. courts?
You're defining whatever DC. You're defining. Oh, that's a nice little trick. You're defining whatever DC does as necessarily liberal.
Okay, then let's do the opposite. You say District 5 is
cute.
corrupt, right, and conservative. So if this is such a conservative court, then why are they overruling conservative courts? If they're so conservative,
they're unhinged. I mean, they are conservative, but they're not as crazy as the Fifth Circuit is. That's what I'm saying.
What's the numbers?
On what?
Overruling
by circuit. The overruling rate by circuit. Oh, I should say reversal rate for the October term. Oh no, we should from 2007 to present.
When you find it, put the link in the chat so I could read it too.
Yeah, sure. For this is from 2007 to present. Ballotpedia. It says Ninth Circuit 80, Sixth Circuit 80, Fifth Circuit 74,
So it's better than the previous.
DC 68. It's from 2007 though, but yeah.
So only slightly worse than DC.
Yeah, but on a lot of big cases recently, the Fifth Circuit's been overruled. Just to be clear.
Okay, so just to be clear, it's not like stark like you were saying, like the Fifth is just the way worse.
On immigration stuff, it's pretty stark.
Oh, so I just want to be clear. The picture that you were painting isn't exactly.
On immigration stuff, it's been pretty stark. I can't think of one that's been upheld by the Supreme Court of big Fifth Circuit rulings where they've like canceled some shit. Like even the border one recently with Texas overturned. There was another one. The DACA rescission cases overturned.
Right now, if we look at just 2022 to 2023, overturn of the Fifth Circuit is
There's looking like one case.
88%. Fifth Circuit.
No,
Yeah, that's what October term 2022 to 2023. It says 88% were reversed. DC court 100%.
yeah. There wasn't that many cases this term.
Okay, but you said that
They lean
like,
towards reversal anyway, when they hear it.
Oh, well, wow. I'm just saying this is a way different picture than you were painting for us. You want to go to the 2021 term? Where's that? Reversals. My stupid mouse. You got pretty crafty there, Pisco. I was buying it. Well, I just bought it. You were like, wow, they're crazy. They're always reversed.
They are getting wait. They are getting reversed on a bunch of high profile cases.
Right. Just to be clear, though, currently in the last time, because when we look at it since 2007, turns out that actually the DC court, let's see,
Reverse
slightly less, 68% to 74, and you're like, well, okay, that's basically within the same margin. 68
Okay, but a lot of I'm just saying, a lot of the major cases, Missouri versus Biden, that's the Twitter files case, reversed. The case recently on the Eagle Pass, reversed.
If we're looking at recent, the past time, what was overruled more, higher percentage, DC or Fifth?
In the last term,
Correct.
I think that they reversed like one or two decisions from the DC Circuit.
So 100% from DC.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, what?
Are you really doing this?
Yes.
So
Right.
in the high profile immigration cases that I'm citing, the Fifth Circuit has been rebuked, notably. And you can look up a bunch of articles and commentary.
Has the DC court dealt with immigration cases?
Fifth Circuit, there's more in the Fifth Circuit, but it's all over the country.
Right. So my question is, how has the DC Circuit been? Because the implication that you were making previously made it seem like it wasn't just with immigration cases. It was that this Fifth Circuit was
on other stuff too. On some high profile stuff.
Now if you're going to change the pool, so this is what you did. You were like, well, since 2007. So we looked at it. It's like the numbers aren't that different. The DC court and the Fifth court, and you're like, oh,
that's significant. It's significant. 6 to 7, 8% is significant.
Then you're like, but if we look recently, recently the DC court's worse, and you're like, but if we look at immigration cases specifically, so I'm asking you, what percentage?
Everything I've said, I haven't stepped back from anything I said.
What percentage of DC immigration cases were reversed versus the percentage of the Fifth Circuit immigration cases? Let's hear it.
I don't know those numbers off the top of my head. I don't know them. But I do know that in recent high-profile immigration cases, the Fifth Circuit has been BTFO'd. That's what I'm telling you. Mm-hmm. And it is the case that they have a higher reversal rate than the DC Circuit. That's true. It's just been established. The Ninth Circuit has a higher than the Fifth Circuit. But everything I've said so far has been backed up, correct?
No.
What has not been backed up?
I'll explain. Because the way you implied this was that the Fifth Circuit's so fucking unhinged, they're constantly being reversed.
They are unhinged.
Not like the DC Circuit. And then when we look at the numbers, since 2007, they're comparable, right?
They're unhinged.
When we look more recently, they're still kind of comparable, but the DC court's worse in the last term, right? And then you're like, well, but trust me on immigration. And I'm like, oh, cool. Can we see the numbers? Well, I don't have those numbers, you say.
Why would I trust? So listen. Their unhingedness has to do with the opinions they're writing. Okay, they're also reversed more. That is true, and that has been backed up by data that I just showed you. And the high-profile cases that I'm citing you on immigration and other matters that are high, that everyone's watching, the Twitter Files case where they had an injunction against the government saying you're not allowed to talk to Twitter on these X and X things, right? That was a big deal. Everyone was like, "Oh my God, the Fifth Circuit has said that there's an illegal thing here going on."
I just want to just for the audience here, just as you hear Pisco saying this, let's take a look here. This is so funny. So he says recently though, okay, 2022, Fifth Circuit 87%, DC Circuit 100% reversed. Let's go to 2021. Fifth Circuit 87% Fifth Circuit, DC Circuit 100% reversed. So that's the past 2 years. DC Circuit was worth.
I've only heard one case.
2020. Fifth Circuit 71%. DC Circuit 100%. 2019. Fifth Circuit 85. DC Circuit 62. There we finally have one when Trump was in office in 2019. DC Circuit, there's a good year, 33%. Fifth Circuit 50%.
You have to do it in the long term for these because of the differences in the caseloads.
75% for the Fifth Circuit in 2017, DC Circuit 80%.
Over the long run, the DC Circuit is not reversed as much, just to be 1,000 trillion% clear. That is borne out in the data. And on recent high-profile cases, especially in immigration, they have been reversed.
How many recent high-profile cases has the DC court had?
I can name some off the top of my head if you want. So in immigration in the last few years, in the last few years. So look up right now for immigration purpose. This recent case is called, I think it's called Texas v. DHS. This is on the shadow docket. DHS. The recent Eagle Pass case. That's one that just occurred.
In DC court?
What's that?
That happened in the DC court?
Oh no! Sorry, I thought we were Fifth Circuit.
Right, that's the question I'm asking.
In DC, in the DC circuit, I'm not sure.
Do they even do immigration cases?
Immigration happens all over the country.
Okay, because what I'm trying to say is the picture that you painted, while you might be technically correct in your words, was vastly different than what the numbers actually showed. That actually, it's pretty comparable. It's not, and actually the Fifth Circuit, it's one of the best in reversal rates. It just happens that DC has a slightly lower rate, right? And then when you're like, but look more recently, actually in the past 3 years, the Fifth Circuit's been much
high-profile cases.
So then you move the goalpost again. You're like, okay, but in high-profile immigration cases, I'm asking.
That's what I was referencing.
Okay, so you're what percentage of high-profile immigration cases out of Texas have been reversed?
I don't know the numbers right now. Okay. I know the high-profile cases themselves.
Okay, so you know a couple of cases that were reversed, but you don't know the
some high-profile ones.
Okay, but you don't.
Why would I need to know that?
Listen,
I'm making a comment in response to your argument.
Because when we're comparing two things, when we're comparing two courts, we need to have an idea, right? So, for example, if we're comparing Barry Bonds to Mark McGuire, and you say, Barry Bonds struck out a few times. And I'm like, right, but what was his percentage of striking out? Well, I don't know that. Well, how many times did Mark McGuire strike out? Well, I don't know that either. Okay, then how can we compare the two?
If you are looking at immigration rules that are extremely broad in terms of like granting massive injunctions or undoing massive policies of administrations, especially left-wing things like DACA, think about that, and you're just whiffing, right? And you're getting overturned in high-profile ways, that's of note. That's notable, okay? And you think saying like, you have to have the specific percentage and how many you have to know all the DC Circuit Court caseload. No, come on.
No,
we're having a conversation right now. I didn't come here with the full.
But I'll tell the audience what's going on, and I would say with 90% certainty I'm right. My guess is there's not a lot of these high-profile cases. There's probably 2 or 3, and the courts overruled because most of the time the courts hear these sort of cases. They do overrule the Supreme Court. You can see all the numbers are above 50% for all the districts, right? But he has no fucking clue if there were immigration cases accepted in D.C. He doesn't have a fucking clue. He doesn't know if they were high profile or anything like that because it wasn't things that he was particularly interested in. My guess is the D.C. court probably hears far less immigration cases than the Texas court.
They do.
So then the question is...
There's a reason for that as well. Is that the litigants forum shop in the Fifth Circuit, and that's where they go.
Okay.
That's where they sue.
Okay, so then the question becomes, then if we change that and say, okay, now we can't do that. Now it's all the D.C. court. Will we see more D.C. courts being overruled? Will we say, wow, they look even more unhinged. They're getting overruled even more. We don't know.
I would hope that they wouldn't be unhinged.
Right, you would hope that. right? And that's the problem.
Yeah,
Like,
you
the
don't.
reason
You have
is-
evidence that the DC Circuit is unhinged.
Yes, when it comes to
What's your evidence? What's
the
evidence?
shit surrounding Donald Trump, the judges in DC.
What do they do that's against the law and that's
the
unhinged
January
with Donald
6th,
Trump?
like we could go. What was that last part against DACA?
Donald Trump. What
Trump.
unhinged has the DC Circuit done
there's-
against Donald Trump?
There's the DC judges that will end up formulating that circuit have showed their utter contempt from January 6 people to Trump people, etc.
When?
Constantly.
Okay. Can you? Do you think that the DC district courts have done that, or the DC Circuit Court of Appeals, or both?
I don't think that it's made it to the Court of Appeals much, other than
Okay, so you're talking about the individual judges who are
Correct.
saying shit about defendants.
Yes.
How about the times when the DC district courts are like giving less jail time than the government asked for, or where they're acquitting people on trials in the bench? So, like, for you to characterize this all as being unfair or anti-Trump, how about the cases are just strong and they're going?
I disagree with that. I
Okay.
disagree. I know you think that despite the video evidence that Bowman was trying to go out that door, I'm not going to be gaslit into thinking that the DC judges don't have a bias against a place that's made up of 90% of people that vote Democrat, but somehow they're able to withhold their bias. I don't believe it. I think it's shit. And the problem is that there is better reason. The only reason you have to have it in DC as opposed to the Fifth Circuit. I have reasons such as the Fifth Circuit is where the majority of immigration is coming from, the majority of the geographic area of the border. That's why it makes more sense for them to doing it. Your only reason why that's a bad idea is, and I'm quoting, because they're unhinged, even when the data shows that they're better than almost every other district.
No, they're unhinged on immigration stuff, 100,000 trillion%. I don't back away from that at all. In the cases I've cited, I feel they've been unhinged and they've been reversed. And it recently, go ahead.
And I do have to go here soon, right?
Okay.
But I just want to say you can see what you do. Like, I don't know if you can see it, but everyone else can see what you do. So, for example, when I said, well, it goes to the DC court. Now, you might disagree with me on thinking that they have a liberal bias or something like that. Fine. You're entitled to that. No problem, right? It's really hard to prove that anyways, because you could say they're just stupid, they make bad rulings, et cetera, et cetera. I could say the same about the Fifth Court. It's hard to prove that the reason for their rulings is sort of their bias. So whatever, what we each think about that, fine, so be it, no problem. But you try to assuage the fears of the people that think, well, the DC courts would be bad to rule on all these by saying, don't worry, no problem, it'll just make it to the Supreme Court and they'll take care of it anyways. And it's conservative. And I'm like, oh, okay, well then I'll make the same argument with the Fifth Circuit. And you're like, we can't do that. They'd fuck shit up. It'd be real bad. Oh, yeah, wait a minute.
In that situation, wait. In that situation, you could actually have inconsistent rulings that apply in different circuits.
No. We talked specifically about just allowing the Fifth Circuit to do it. And you said that would be bad. They're unhinged. It would be a mess.
They're more unhinged than the DC Circuit.
Before you change your argument, right? And you were like, oh, I was like, well, that wouldn't matter. They'd just go to the Supreme Court and they would take care of it. You said that would be sufficient. And you're like, yeah, but in the short term, there'd be all these unhinged problems in the short term.
Listen. I'll grant you that your choice of forum matters, and that I should not have said that it didn't matter. It'll be funneled to the Supreme Court anyway. Right. A baseline assumption absolutely should be that the court is competent here. You're right about that. Okay. But in terms of the circuit split argument, that argument is still valid, and the argument about Fifth Circuit being unhinged in immigration, that is also still valid.
Okay, that's fine, but we were just getting the point that it is a serious concern if you're someone that believes that the DC courts would rule favorably for sort of open border policies and favorably for the non-enforcement of this, which they would, that it would be troubling, and it wouldn't just be all assuaged by, well, the Supreme Court will take care of it. That's what I was getting at. You could say, I don't think they would do that.
But it would quickly, it would cause some problems, but it would quickly come to the Supreme Court. I mean, these cases on the shadow docket, they take months to get there. Yeah.
Like, even you can see it with Biden. Like, Biden passed the student loan forgiveness, and he fucking knew that it wasn't going to go through. He didn't give a shit.
No,
I'm going to do it anyways.
That's not the case. I actually think that the litigants had the better of the arguments there, and Biden should have won that case, and I think it's ridiculous that he lost it. But that said, because think about it, the law was super duper broad. Just like we're talking about the suspension power, and they read in, and this is one of the reasons why you should be concerned about thinking that the suspension power under 212F is limitless, is that the court said that the major questions doctrine somehow limited the ability, the very broad language to essentially waive or modify any provision of the student student care stuff. So 100%, I understand that he was sort of thrown out of court there, but a lot of Trump policies were done by the court too. I don't really see a difference there.
Well, the difference is that the new bill gives Biden and Democrats and people that have told us for years that the border wasn't a crisis, that people that won't be honest with you but actually want the border to accept even more people. They'll pretend they don't now because it's not politically expedient, because it's a losing political issue. But those people are rooting on this bill, and they're trying to be like, oh, actually, this is a really tough border bill. And they cite things that the bill does say it would do. And I can understand why someone like, for example, Brandon Judd, who's the head of the Border Patrol Union, who's going to get more money for him and his people, and looks at these provisions and say, yeah, this would be good. Like, even though it's not perfect, we would be able to detain people, and after 5,000, we'd be able to, give them the boot. We don't have to just do catch and release.
They would do that too. They would do it.
No, they would.
ICE would do it. ICE would absolutely do it.
Until Biden said you can't do it. It's not an emergency.
Okay, but that imposes, at the very minimum, you would agree, a political cost on him doing that.
How? In what way? After he wins the election, who gives a shit? What's the political cost to a lame duck president being like, fuck it, I don't care?
Well, first of all, there's an actual statutory limit on how much he can do it.
Right. So
you're assuming that he wins it. You're assuming he wins it also, and I don't think that should be an assumption. He might not win.
No, wait. That's true, right? There is a statutory limit. However, it's significant when you already entail that you can't have the border emergency for more than like 200-something days. I think it's 280, then 220, then 180.
But there's an overlap. There's an underlap.
Right. Whatever you want to call it, overlap. But it also doesn't take into account, as just the one little provision I read, said that for things like humanitarian reasons, they could waive the counting of people that count.
But that would be the officers doing that. And if they tried to fuck around with it.
That's not true. It says they would have to go to their supervisors, and there's no reason that they couldn't consider Mayorkas a supervisor. That would be the ultimate supervisor that would say we're going to.
The courts would make a meal of that. The courts would make a meal of that.
No, they wouldn't. The D.C. courts wouldn't give a shit at all. And I could already tell you how it would go, right? It'd be something like this. New COVID? Like, think about how this works, right? This isn't even difficult to think. So let's say 10,000 people on average are going to come to the port. Is that fair? Like you don't begrudge that number. That's a number that we could say is pretty high, and it would be an emergency. 10,000 a day.
Yeah. And
it's in the realm of believability. We've hit that, right?
Okay.
So let's say 10,000 are coming a day, and they come for 7 days, and they're like, okay, you can't come anymore. So we have to put you to the ports of entry. So we kick you all back, and now if you want to come in, you have to come through the port of entry. First, it says that they have to process at least 1,400 a day, correct? At least.
For asylum, yeah.
Yes. Okay, so 14, that could be as much as 5,000 a day, 10,000 a day. It doesn't put an upward limit, only a lower limit. So you still have to leave in 1,400 a day at the minimum. But let's say...
I live in the real world, Rob. I know that these people, they're not... The immigration officers, they're not like trying to... on the ground level, they're not trying to undermine the border.
Nonetheless, I'll continue, which what you said has nothing to do with what I'm saying. So let's say that for me, that would be to limit it to the minimum number would be good. So they only allow 1,400 a day in. But we still have 10,000 coming, right? So now all of a sudden, they're all piling up at the ports of entry at the border. Now we see these massive caravans. There's 10,000 people. Next day, there's 20. Then there's 30. Then there's 40. Now there's 50,000. Now there's 60,000. How long do you think it would take before the Democrat narrative becomes, this is a humanitarian disaster? We can't just allow these people. There are tens of thousands of people piling up at the border. There's problems.
Parole them all in?
I don't know that they would say that, but they would say, we consider it a humanitarian process, so we have to let them in. They no longer count towards this 5,000, so there's no longer an emergency, which means they no longer have to come specifically to the ports of entry. And so we're right back to where we started.
Invite them across the border and encourage them to come in illegally.
What do you think
the Democrats would say? I don't think they would say that.
I think what they would say is that no, they wouldn't, right? Because they've already done that for 3 years, and people like you said that it wasn't a big problem and a reason to vote against them. Right? What they would do is gaslight, and they would blame. They would say, "Oh, but it's COVID," or "It's all."
When COVID happened, they cut off immigration, and Biden kept implementing Title 42 for a year plus.
But when COVID happened, they cut it off, and it was originally under Trump. And that what I'm telling you is this law is specifically said and vague enough to say that for humanitarian reasons, you could let these people in without them counting towards that 5,000 number.
Okay, brass tacks. Do you think this would lower immigration or increase it?
Increase. What do you think happens in that scenario? But Hypothetically, what I just
I don't
outlined
think
happened.
that the Democrats would say, okay, therefore we want them to go to the cross the border illegally.
I think they would say. I
don't
think they
see
would
that.
rescind the emergency.
They can't.
They're not going to come.
The thresholds.
That's not
Well,
true.
The president would have to declare the waiver for like whatever amount of time.
That's not true. Because
Okay, what's not true about that?
okay, how's the process work? 5,000 a day on average for 7 days. That triggers the emergency? When's the emergency
mandatory.
rescinded?
It's after you see less than, I don't know the actual numbers, but it's a
like
gradual
80%.
lesson.
It's like 80% of that. So if 20,000 came in a day, the emergency could be rescinded if only 16,000 show up the next day. We would say, okay, that rescinds.
Wait, it's percentage based?
Yeah, I believe, if I remember, I believe it's percentage based. I could be wrong. And let me be clear, I have not, with a fine-tooth comb, gone through all this because I've been working every day. So
on any one calendar day, a combined total of 8,500 are encountered. So that is mandatory activation. So, all right, yeah, so limitations. In general, for purposes of paragraph 3, they shall not activate the border emergency during the first calendar year more than 270, 225, and then 180. When the authority is activated, the Secretary shall implement the authority within 24 hours. Suspension. Secretary shall suspend activation of the border emergency and the procedures under sub A, B, C, D not later than 14 calendar days after the date on which the following occurs, as applicable. A. In the case of activation under subparagraph paragraph 3, that's subparagraph 3. Subparagraph 3. Love these laws, huh? So that is subparagraph A of paragraph 3. There's during a period of 7 consecutive days, an average of less than 75% of the encounter level, less than 75% of the encounter level used for activation. Right. So that's subparagraph A of paragraph 3. So 3 is activation. Okay, so 75%.
Right. So if 10,000 people come and that triggers that day, and 7,500 come the next day, they would be able to rescind because that's 75%.
So there's less than 75% of the encounter.
Okay.
In the case of activation under clause 1 or 2 of paragraph sub 3b, there is during a period of 7 consecutive days an average of less than 75% of the encounter level described in such clause sub 1. Hang on a second. No. So the discretionary activation is the first part, the 75%. So let's read the second part, because this is sub B, mandatory. In the case of activation under clause 1 or 2 of paragraph 3b, there is a period of 7 consecutive calendar days, an average of less than 75%. Okay, so if it's above, there's no clause. You see under big B, it says little I2.
Mm-hmm. I'm not seeing that. I'm not even looking, but I'm listening to you.
Yeah, 75%. Okay, yeah, it is percentage based. But that would only be for...
By the way, something I want to correct you on, because I did just check this out. When I said it would allow 1,400 people each day at the ports, you said asylum seekers. That's not true, though. Asylum seekers are processed separately, correct?
No, I think that they're processed
because the language, if you read the
section, inadmissible. It says a minimum of 1,400 inadmissible aliens. So it wouldn't just be asylum. Aliens. It would be any inadmissible alien. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So it's not just asylum seekers, right?
Okay, but you would, by definition, have to be inadmissible. So it could be asylum or some other form of admissible relief.
Okay. So, anyways, the point I'm making is it's quite clear. Like I want to know, and I'll finish on this. Like you said that it would be detrimental to Democrats' chances, but what I'm saying is they would just say, we're not going to count these people because we think there's a humanitarian crisis of allowing these people to stay at the border, right? And there's sexual assaults going on. There's like all of this crazy shit. What do you think they would do? You don't think there aren't Democrats that would say that's a humanitarian crisis?
I think that they would. Potentially, if people were like getting, wouldn't you? If people were like getting killed and raped and murdered and shit.
No, I'd say go home.
You wouldn't say it's a crisis, though.
No, I would. Well, yeah, it's a crisis,
Okay,
But I would,
so
as a president, I would not invoke that.
Okay, but I understand that. There are different questions whether or not they would call it a humanitarian crisis, whether they would invoke the power.
So a president that has exhibited a willingness to allow tens of thousands of people a day to cross into our border, refusing to call it a crisis, and actually his administration and people that support him calling people racist that wanted to call it a crisis, or saying that people were lying or blah, 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 blah. I think that they would take any and all opportunities and to order to not enforce this to the best of their possibility. By the way, the Border Patrol that you've been touting on Twitter would agree with this, correct? Right? They say that Biden...
They hate Biden. They hate Biden.
Yeah,
they all hate
and
Biden.
And they say he's intentionally causing this problem, correct?
I don't know if they've said it so starkly, but I think something. I'm saying I don't know if they said it so starkly. Because I know they hate him. I'm just telling you, I don't know. Don't act like I'm trying to mislead people. I don't know.
I didn't do that at all.
I don't know. I literally don't know.
And so the fact that you're...
I always try to be honest with you. I try to be honest with you and tell you the limits of what I know. I don't know that.
But I'll say this. You've been touting them as people that know what they're talking about in the border and they like this bill. Well,
I'm saying that when they say that it gives them the authority to decrease illegal immigration, maybe we should listen to them.
No, it does give them authority as long as the person that has the ultimate authority to have the loopholes and stuff like that, that would be the president and Mayorkas, as long as they allow them to have that authority. They could do it now, though. They could do it now and force the issue to the courts, right? Biden could say, nope, send them all out now and make the issue go to the courts.
He shouldn't if he thinks it's illegal.
I disagree. He does it all the time. He knew that it was illegal.
No, he said he was arguing it was legal. He thought it was legal. He thought it was legal to do what he was doing with the student loans.
Bullshit. He knew. He knew.
What do you mean?
He knew
he could have won. No, he might have won. Yes, he might have.
He knew, and there were comments that he made that
he's already forgiven billions of dollars of student loans.
Right, even after the court said he couldn't do it.
Under different provisions, which they've upheld.
Right. So the point I'm trying to make is, right, like, he could have done more. Everyone knows he didn't declare an emergency. He could have. It would have had some sort of effect, as you were forced to admit. And the fact then, so it's clear that not only did he not take actions necessary to prevent this crisis when the numbers were higher than the numbers that this bill would say would trigger an emergency, but he actually criticized the people that said it was a crisis.
He can't just throw them all out. And the reason is,
again, we've already had this debate, right? Like, even if I grant you that, the problem is you admitted that had he declared it an emergency, there were more steps that could have been taken, even if they weren't perfect, that would have been to a more secure border that could have expedited things to occur in a faster way. But he chose not to declare those.
Well, they're enforcing it pretty strong right now, bro. I have to tell you that.
In fact, he did the opposite. He rescinded all sorts of things that would have actually made it more ability to secure the border, which is why the proof's in the pudding, why we could see how stark the numbers were when Biden, his first week in office, he was doing things. Not only was he giving lip service to wanting immigrants to come, he actually started rescinding things that Trump had put forth executive orders almost immediately.
Okay, but you're saying that this law, why doesn't it do more right now? But you're saying that this law would actually increase illegal immigration.
Right, and the reason...
And so you're saying I know better than the Border Patrol.
Yes, because I'm saying that the Border Patrol is not taking into account that ultimately the increased provisions that they would be given would be able to be rescinded on an emergency basis by Biden.
But that would just bring them back to regular order.
No, it wouldn't, because it's actually worse, because it does other things, right? For example...
What else?
It gives... excuse me. It gives basically work permits to people that are coming that makes it more likely to provide more incentive that people come because they get almost immediate work permits. Correct?
Yeah, but it gives migrant officers a shit ton more money to process people. So between those two, and throw them out quickly.
Okay, great. They're processed more. They can be processed more quickly, but the people in charge of declaring that their sort of emergency to count towards the triggers that would have the emergency would be able to prevent the people from coming in the first place will be able to arbitrarily say, we think these people are facing a humanitarian crisis, therefore it doesn't
trigger. And so you think the incentive effects of the
it's more than that.
Work permit provisions are going to overrule $20 billion more of enforcement power.
Right. That furthermore, right, moving it to a DC court.
That's just for the purposes of these provisions. But if you're back to regular order, everything else, the Fifth Circuit's still going to rule on immigration shit. It's just about this particular law.
We have more. It delays funding for the wall that was supposed to be divvied out here shortly till 2028.
Okay,
it says that the law
if this law is the thing that's granting that money in the first place, is that what you're saying? Or are you saying that other invested money is being delayed.
I think it's pre-money that was supposed to be divvied out.
Okay, I mean, if you say that, that seems weird, but like that would seem weird because this bill funds barrier. I'm pretty sure it does.
2000, no more. The money doesn't get released for the border wall, I don't believe, until 2028. And then one of the worst things that it does is it enshrines this in law for 3 years,
as opposed to for 20 years.
As opposed to if Trump and Republicans win in 2024 and decide that they want to actually have a bill that has teeth on the border, this will already have been enshrined.
Well, they can get their own thing.
Do you think they're going to kick out the people that were let in under this bill?
Kick out which people who were let in?
So
under
wait,
this
I
bill?
just want to be clear. Your argument is then
they're not going to be let in under this bill. They're going to be kicked out under this bill.
It's not true. They're going to be let in massively.
The people who are going to be let in under this bill are the visa people.
Same argument that was made during Reagan, like in the bills they had. They were like, okay, if you just give amnesty to the people that are here, right? We issue the bargaining chip is then we'll secure the border. That was the Democrats' position. We're giving up that we'll secure the border, and you're giving up the people that have been here for a long time, they get amnesty. And then what happened? The exact opposite. Those people got amnesty, and we said, well, they're here now, you can't remove them, and the border remained porous. It's the same thing that'll happen here. And you're saying, well, Biden's doing tough shit now. He is, because it's an election issue. So that's what he's doing.
I mean, is this tough or not?
He allowed this process to occur for 3 years. He allowed it. He said 2021, not a crisis. 2022, not a crisis. 2023, not a crisis.
He's been enforcing
it's a crisis. It's Trump's fault. It's a crisis.
He's been enforcing the border that entire time.
Okay, so I could point to you the laws and the executive orders that he rescinded, right? And I want you to explain to me, though, if that's not the case, that he's been as effective as enforcing the border as Trump. He was as stringent as Trump was. Can you explain to me why the numbers are so much more massive under Biden?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's possible that people thought that people are incentivized by what they consider to be a more accepting administration. I don't say that that's not possible. I also think that there have been recent humanitarian crises in the last few years that have been particularly bad. I'm thinking of Haiti and other places where there's been massive problems and massive collapses, really, in their civilizations.
Someone sent me this one here.
We immediately surge to the border. All those people are seeking asylum. They deserve to be heard. That's who we are. We're a nation that says that. I would, in fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border. All those people are seeking asylum.
Yeah. Biden saying on the debate stage he would immediately surge to the border. All of the people seeking asylum, they deserve to be heard. It's just, but Pisco, it's just bullshit. It's just bullshit. What? Biden has not been stringently enforcing the border. That's why the border patrol.
I just can't. I don't know what you're saying. What
do you mean you don't know what I'm saying?
So are you denying that there's removal proceedings happening? Deportations are up.
Removal proceedings happen. That's absolutely true. I also listened to the same border patrol that you said we should listen to about this bill that says that Biden's intentionally allowing millions of people across the border. I listen to them when they talk about that. I listen to the ICE officers when they talk about it. I listen to things like Biden, like.
But now when they say this is actually going to decrease illegal immigration,
and I explained why. Right, one, they have a financial incentive, right, which I'm not saying makes them bad faith. I'm not going that far. Right, I think though that any time that you see something, it's clear that Brandon Judd, who's only the president of the union, but nonetheless, I'll take his word, right, to some degree of some expertise on this. It's clear that he doesn't think this is a very good bill. He just thinks it's better. And anytime you see something like the way he's looking at it, it's like, look, I fucking think it's slightly better than the status quo. And oh, by the way, we're getting some money out of it. But how do you weigh that against other terrible decisions like sending $60 million to Ukraine, which he's not.
Listen, you can say that. Listen, I don't say you can't say that, Rob. You can say, I don't, on the whole, this doesn't move the needle enough for me. And I think the Ukraine money and the Israel money and all that stuff isn't things I'm going to do. So it's not a good enough deal for me. You can have that position 1,000,000,000%. And I would even respect that that could be your position. I think it actually is your position that between this bill and the thing, like you don't think that the funding is worth it, or but on its own terms, you're doing more than that. You're saying not only do I disagree with the trade-off, but I actually think this bill will increase illegal immigration.
But because I look at it in pros and cons, right? Do you think there are things that Democrats are getting out of just the border section? Forget about Ukraine, Taiwan, and all that spending. Just the border section. Do you think they
didn't even want this initially?
I'm just asking. Do you think there are things that Democrats like in this border bill?
You're talking including the foreign aid package?
No, forget about the foreign aid package.
Oh, and yes, there are things that Democrats like.
Give me some examples.
the increase for H-1 visas.
Yep.
So there's, I think, a 50,000 visa increase.
That's bad. From my perspective, it's bad, but go ahead.
Okay, I disagree.
Yeah, right. But obviously, this is what I'm saying.
But we have full employment, Rob. I mean, we have incredibly low unemployment.
So then why would we want more work visas?
When labor is scarce, I don't understand. Do you think that we should...
Wait.
Okay, never mind.
What?
We'll move on. So if
there's the opposite of what...
If there's labor, if there's maximum employment and companies and employers are looking for employees and can't fill their roles and their positions, it makes sense to have more people fill those positions under technical visas. That's what they're asking. I thought we were pro-business in some sense.
No.
Okay.
Jobs being created for illegal immigrants so the domestic population continues to be...
Well, they're not illegal. That's not illegal immigrants.
Immigrants. Fair enough.
Okay, so those 50,000 Democrats and I would say more establishment Republicans, that's good for them. And I like that. I like the 50,000. Democrats, they're funding attorneys for unaccompanied minors under 13, I think, or 13 or younger.
Yep.
Which I like. I think that's really good. It's really important because
it's not more incentive for people to send unaccompanied minors.
Well, these are children. They're children. And
we should be stopping at the border and providing the incentive for unaccompanied minors to go. Any program that provides more incentive for unaccompanied minors is a bad program.
Okay, might as well kill them then, right?
No, I would say...
why not?
Because that's more than's necessary.
Well, why even give them, food? Just give them, a little piece of bread every day. Why give them, a bathroom? It incentivizes them if they know that they're going to have a bathroom in detention.
No,
why not? Why not separate families on purpose?
That's the
all
Ninth
the time?
Circuit. They're the ones who did it.
What I'm saying is, we all think that there are certain things we shouldn't incentivize, but there's a certain minimum threshold of
that's true.
Respectability.
That's why I wouldn't say shoot them or starve them, right?
Okay, but I think not having a 12-year-old be in court by themselves and having things that they don't understand being told to them and not having full knowledge of their rights and having an advocate, that meets my threshold for unacceptability.
I disagree. I think
so you think a 10-year-old should be responded by themselves in front of a government lawyer that they don't understand anything that's going on, they don't have an advocate, there's no one around them, you think that's acceptable? No,
they should be returned.
Okay, but what do you... They have rights. They have some procedures. They have some... It's not just you understand...
Because, listen, let me, it sounds hard. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I don't really have a huge, depending on the price tag on this isn't something that I would have a huge price tag on. But a lot of the positions that someone like me are forced to take now are callous because people like you that have encouraged open borders, right? You rely on the people that have exploited the good nature of people of this country that said, we have to accept in the poor, the tired, the weak, those for asylum, children, and all that lied and had double standards that said it's a human rights abuse to have kids in cages, but then celebrated or ignored when Biden had 4 times more kids in cages and said, those kids are different. Fuck them kids. Who cares about them kids? We don't care about them. We only cared about the previous kids in cages under Trump. Didn't care about them under Obama, cared about them under Trump. Now there's 4 times more under Biden. We don't care about them again, right? The problem is when those sort of good-natured, because the truth is, as I say this all the time, I did care about kids in cages. You didn't, right? And by you, I mean the Democrat. You didn't give a fuck. You saw it as a political tool, but you knew we did care. And you could pour on heartstrings, right, and things like that. And what that's led to is a massive problem at the border, right, where we have an incentivized now sending kids across this border. And so eventually we're going to have to do something that's uncomfortable. I'm not saying straight out murder kids or anything like that. And the reason isn't because I'm a monster. It's not because conservatives are monsters. It's because you're a monster. It's because you people...
What did I do?
Because you have advocated for these policies of open borders, and you've advocated for the incentivization of sending... You absolutely... and by the way, I can't believe you were willing to bet $100. You might be right, but I'm almost positive when we had this debate about you're telling me you're pretty positive you said, yeah, there's a border crisis?
I'm practically certain. I will give you $100 or...
No.
Okay.
I don't want to run a...
I will go on Twitter and say I was wrong about this. I did this, at this point say this or whatever, right? But my position has been my position has always been that it absolutely is a crisis. It's a travesty because I work with some of these as pro bono with some of these clients, and I understand that the conditions there are horrific, and Wait a second. I'm not done there. I'm not done. You can't just interrupt me. There are other aspects to my answer. The conditions there are horrific humanitarianly. And by the way, both Republicans and MAGA people cite this as well. Human trafficking, exploitation, rape, drugs, cartels, all that stuff is not just involved, that's just in the process of bringing them there, as well as the story to even get there is harrowing. So it is a crisis on a humanitarian level for the people themselves. But also, I live in New York City, and I'm aware of the burden that this has caused, not just now, but in previous years, to state resources in terms of fiscally, and to populations that have to take in a bunch of people who don't have the right to work, don't understand the language, that can cause problems for sure, 100%. I've never denied that. And in fact, even though people will often, when they're talking about immigration in the net, say on the net, in the whole, on average, the economies are bolstered. I don't disagree with that, by the way, that finding. But it does cause problems that need to be addressed, and economics isn't everything. And then finally, it's a crisis because we have a problem always of watching out for terrorisms and attacks into our country. And so there absolutely should be a secure border. I've never been someone who says, everyone come in all the time, no matter what.
Okay, but you would favor increasing the sort of programs for the people that come here illegally, and you would want most of them to stay.
Wait, what programs?
Like, for example, you would favor like work programs, or programs to get them food, or programs
legally,
to get them shelter, or programs to get them education, or programs to get them, all sorts of things. You would favor. You're not saying kick them out.
So people who are here illegally, I think, should be given due process rights to go into removal procedures. And if they're here unlawfully, then I think that removal as a concept is not something that I'm against. But at the end of the day, there's just a magnitude problem that I think individualized removals is never going to solve.
Well,
there's it's a fundamental problem.
And that's the rub. And
scale.
And let's say for the sake of argument, which again, I want to remind everyone, this is the same guy who thinks when Jamaal Bowman said, I didn't intend for that to be pulled, that he actually meant that he did intend for the alarm, and that saw the video and says it's still mostly
okay.
So just
get on
so
your
people,
thing, dude.
Right. I'm getting it. So I don't believe you. But for the sake of argument, I did say that I do believe you, and you're like, yeah, I do want like a secure border, but I do think that not the best way to go about would be deporting the illegals that are here. You absolutely advocate for people that have intentionally wanted people to come here and decriminalize people coming here. And so this is something that always occurred. This is why the Dreamers discussion was a non-starter. Theoretically,
what do you mean?
I'll explain. Theoretically, you could say, like the Dreamers, well, it's no fault of their own. The fact that their parents were criminals who deserve to be punished as criminals, and they are that. They are criminals. And by the way, I'll go a step further. The asylum, if I was president tomorrow, I would completely rescind every single asylum claim. None. Not because I'm heartless, but because people like Pisco are, because he's voted for people over and over that have taken advantage of this system. And so now we can't share that goodwill with anyone. And I would say, sorry, end of it. No more asylum, period. End of story.
Okay, I would challenge that court. You would lose, and
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit, right? That's what the policy should be. Nonetheless, right? Speaking further from that, the problem is Pisco has continued to vote for and advocate for people that have caused this crisis to be exacerbated and ran cover for them, not criticizing them for causing this crisis, as you can see in this very conversation. So even if he tells you that he wants a strong border, and I'm sorry, I was getting to the point with DACA, it's the reason it was a non-starter, it's because without a secure border, it's the same thing that happened during the Reagan administration. It's the same thing that happened with the immigration policies in the 60s. We're made all of these promises. Trust us, dude. We want a secure border. But the people that are here already, we got to do something about them. So let's do something about them, and then we'll secure the border. And then we're like, us rubes are like, okay, that sounds reasonable. Then we do something about them, and they're like, psych, border's wide open, motherfucker. And you're like, and then 10 years, they're like, well, we've had these people in here for 10 years. And it's just not feasible to kick them all out at this point. So let's do something to give them a path to citizenship. And then we promise we'll secure the border. Psych, motherfucker. Now these dogs,
what do you want to do?
Their fault. It's not their fault. It's not the DACA people. So let's give them a path decision. Let's do.
What do you want to do?
And then we'll secure
11 million
Psych,
deportations?
motherfucker. We're not going to secure the border. And so this is what happens. There's this.
You want to do 11 million deportations?
I would say, unfortunately, it looks like that's probably something that we have to do.
No, it's not possible.
It doesn't matter if it's possible. We'll try our damnedest. If I was,
So you're going to spend like $1 trillion to do this? It's
I
not going to work.
would. I absolutely would.
That's
I would try
stupid.
to deport every single illegal that I could. Every single, and I would say to all of them, I'm so sorry. I understand as a human why you wanted to be here, and maybe you've been here for 10, 20 years, and I'm sorry that this has to happen. Talk to Pisco. Talk to Joe Biden.
I didn't
Talk
do
to
shit.
Nancy Pelosi. They did it. They're
I didn't
the
do
ones.
shit.
They're the ones that let it go. It's like this. It's like if I have a family and I say, you know what, I'll give a couple dollars to the homeless guy down the street and I'll try to help him out, right? Because that's the right thing to do when someone's down on the luck. And then all of a sudden, as the leader of my family, I say, I will give $10 to everyone that asks for it. And then all of a sudden, my child's starving to death. I would have to say, you know what, I can't give the money to anyone anymore. Because of the stupid fucking decision making that said that we reached ourselves beyond our capacity to take care of this. And the problem is, people on Pisco's side of the ledger, and it might not be, we're saying that Pisco's being good faith here, right? So people that he votes for, people that he supports, they will always cheer for open borders. They will always cheer more, more, more. Be compassionate. Allow the illegals to come. They're asylum seekers. They're fleeing climate change. They're fleeing COVID. The United States policies made their countries trash. So we're obligated to take these people. We fucked up Afghanistan, so we have to take the Afghanis. When people like me were saying, stop fucking up Afghanistan, and the people on the left were saying, no, we need to do it. We need to keep going. Oh, we fucked it up. The policies we cheer for fucked it up. Now we have to accept them in, which is what they want. They want to erode the national border. That's what they want.
Well, hang on a
It'll
second,
never be enough. It'll never be
your monologue
enough.
is boring to me, and I have to leave.
All right,
This will be my last statement, or do you want to hear me or no?
Well, yeah, you said it's boring. Go ahead.
Well, it's because you're going into all sorts of issues that I can't possibly respond to in one breath. You know, you're saying that I'm responsible for these immigration patterns that
People you vote for.
So when Trump was in office, right? Like, we understand that there was still a massive amount of illegal immigration above what Obama was dealing with, and so it's not just a matter of voting in domestic policies. These are international issues that absolutely are problems. I'm not saying that they're not problems.
Did almost every Democrat on stage raise their hand and say it shouldn't be illegal to come here, and that they would give things like health care and things like? Did the Democrats do that? The president? Yeah, they did, didn't they? And you voted for
but
them.
you're okay. So
And we saw a massive increase.
Just so you know, most immigration law, crossing the border is a criminal act, but not all unlawful illegal immigrants do violate the criminal law. It's just not the case. And so when people say, should it be illegal to come here, against the immigration law? Yeah, it is illegal by definition. It's a tautology. But
they're criminals.
Just to be, not every illegal immigrant is a criminal.
Yes, they're all, by very nature of not following our laws on the border, they are criminals.
So just to be clear, an illegal immigrant includes people who haven't crossed the border illegally. You're aware of that,
I
right?
wouldn't consider them necessarily illegal immigrants.
So someone who overstays their visa to live permanently in the United States and without any authorization is an illegal immigrant?
Well, they would have committed a crime. They overstayed their visa.
Overstaying your visa is not a crime.
Being here without a visa, is that a crime?
No.
It's not.
Well, not by itself. No.
I disagree.
You disagree? Okay.
Yeah.
That you disagree with the law.
Well, wait. So you're telling me, right, that if I overstay my, if I don't have a visa, I never had a visa, and I come in here.
Well, coming in with crossing the border illegally is a crime. Entering without inspection and admission is a crime.
Okay.
Yes.
So if I came here legally, then my visa ran out. That's not a crime.
No, it's not. It's unlawful presence, and you're breaking the law, but it's not a crime. Now, if you committed fraud,
I consider breaking the law to be a crime.
Okay, that's not true. Okay, but that's fine.
I just want to be clear here. Your argument is breaking the law is not committing a crime.
That's correct. Breaking the law is not committing a crime.
Okay, so
is that a new concept to you?
Define crime.
Crime is defined by the statutes. Whatever the legislators make is a crime. But immigration law is civil. Removal is a civil proceeding. It's a long-standing Supreme Court precedent. If you look at Che Ching-ping, Fong Wei-ting, Wang Wing, these are all real cases the Supreme Court decided, and they said very clearly this is a civil matter. Now, Congress is free to define things criminally, and they have. Certain immigration-related conduct is criminal. Crossing the border illegally is criminal. Doing fraud, like if you had a visa where you are saying you're coming here for a business purpose, right? But you're really coming here for immigration, that would be a crime because that's like fraudulent, right? But if you are just overstaying a visa by itself, or if your plans change, or something like that, just unlawful presence by itself is not a crime.
Let me ask you this then: if it's civil and not criminal, what's the punishment for overstaying a visa?
Deportation and removal.
Okay, so define what's the difference between a civil crime and a civil.
It's not, breaking the law is
violation.
not criminal necessarily.
But I want you to define. So if I understand generally, if I'm sued civilly, that's not criminally. But if I'm charged criminally, that's different. I understand that in the normal context. So I want you to understand me. Define what a civil action is.
Yeah. So a civil action, you asked what a civil action is typically, that term means a lawsuit. The term civil action means a lawsuit. If you're asking the difference between a violation of a law which is criminal versus a violation of the law which is non-criminal, which is the distinction I'm trying to get at, is criminal are the set of offenses defined by the legislature as criminal. It's almost circular by a tautology, right? Like those are things that are designated as criminal, and where the punishment is imprisonment or hard labor or some kind of fine or seizure, typically. But it's defined as a crime. And so, to give you an example, murder. You're imprisoned. Rape, theft. These are crimes that are defined as such. But certain things are illegal, but are not crimes, and that is just.
Give me another example other than overstaying a visa.
So, copyright infringement is not a crime, but it's against the law to infringe someone's copyright.
That's not
another
a crime.
example. What's that?
It's not a crime. Copyright infringement's not a crime.
Correct. Do you disagree with that?
It sounds strange to me.
It's the case. I promise you. Another example might be if someone illegally has a law that violates the Second Amendment.
U.S. 18 U.S. Code 2319, criminal infringement of a copyright. Any person who violates Section 506A relating to criminal offenses of Title 17 should be punished and provided subsection below. Any person who commits the crime shall be imprisoned for not more than 5 years or fined forth. Shall be imprisoned.
That's not all copyright infringement. So there is some subsets of infringement, typically relating to like bringing things into the country and shit. There's some subset under the copyright general statute, but general copyright infringement is not a crime, right? If you're on robnoerr TV and you have some movie theme song playing, the police can't come and arrest you for infringing the copyright. Okay, so there are some subsets which are crimes, but
any person who willfully infringes a copyright shall be punished or provided under Section 23019 if the infringement was committed for purposes of commercial advantage or financial gain by reproduction, distribution, including electronic means during a 180-day period, one more copies, distribution of being work prepared by distribution, making it available on computer. So in other words, if I'm reading this correctly, that would mean it's only criminal if it was for commercial advantage or private gain. It was distributed. So you're saying that if I infringe on your copyright, that's unlawful. I play your fucking video on my show, but it's not a crime.
Yeah, so things can be unlawful, right? So that just tells you the fact that they're specifying a subset should tell you that the main forms of infringement of copyright, which are broader, are not crimes, even though they're unlawful.
Well, then, so what I would do is this. I would immediately make people that overstay their visas a criminal offense. That's what I would do.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just telling you why.
It's something I didn't know. I'm not disputing you, right? But they're, in my word, even though they might not have violated a crime in the sense, I would still call them criminals. And I would treat them as harshly as possible to immediately.
You would call people who haven't violated crimes criminals?
Yeah, I would call people that have overstayed their visa criminals, yes.
No, wait, but they haven't, even if they haven't violated any crime?
Even if it's not considered a crime right now, I would say that it's an unlawful act that I would seek to make a crime, and therefore I would consider it criminal.
Okay, fair enough.
And again, and I don't want to have to take this hardline stand. Pisco, what people like you don't understand, right? And I'll never win. That's the real truth. It must be nice to be you. Put your little happy emoji, because you are in favor of a corrupt system that constantly gives you victories, right? That politically it gives you these victories over and over.
I don't get victories all the time.
Yes, you do. There's no accountability for the people that engage in criminal enterprises on your side. And I don't know, like I've read history, like I know like from the Gulag Archipelago and stuff, the history of the Soviet Union, the people that have cheered on this corruption ultimately get it worse than the people like me that fought against it at the end. So that might happen to you. I'm not cheering for it, but it might happen to you. But right now,
I view it very differently. I think the corruption is Trump. I think corruption is Trump, and I'm fighting against it. And that's what I'm trying to fight against.
So there's this dopamine rush of every institution being on your side at this point. I get that. But what you don't understand is because you find yourself morally justified to kind of go after people that you disagree with, like Trump, in these sort of ways, what's going to happen is there's going to be a counter to that. And that counter is going to be someone that's actually what you pretend Trump is. That's what's going to happen. There will be a sort of Franco-like figure that comes from the right, and you deserve it. And the funny thing is, I'll fight against that figure. I'll actually be arguing, but you deserve it. And the Democrats deserve it.
We deserve a fascist dictator?
Yes. Because you have embraced authoritarianism and the flaunting of the goodwill of the people of this country so flagrantly by the ways that you vote and the cultural and policy positions that you've advocated, that the only way to successfully counter it at this point is for you to suffer the very consequences that you wish on others. So, for example, even though
I'm in favor of the border enforcement, I'm in favor.
So let me give you an example. So when you say things like, you don't think it was that big of a deal that our FBI illegally spied on the president of the United States' team. You're like, yeah, it's not good. It was unlawful. It was illegal, but I don't think it was.
You said it was the biggest, You said it was the biggest conspiracy and biggest scandal in the history of the country.
I said,
it wasn't that.
No. You said, you did say that. I didn't say exactly what you said. You did say that.
You said something approximating what I just represented.
You've further articulated at other points that you find it, the word you would use is, you find it, and I'm quoting you, regrettable. That's the term.
Yeah, I don't think that there was malice in the FISA situation, except for the people who were charged.
So what I wish upon you, I don't wish this upon you, but
this is my fact pattern.
But what needs to happen is you and people like you need to be targeted with FISA warrants.
Why?
That's because you'll never learn.
I don't
think
agree.
It's a big deal.
I don't know.
Negatively.
I don't know. Wait, hang on. I don't agree. I don't agree with breaking the procedure on the FISA. Why would...
It's not that big. Right. That's like, I could say this, and that's what I'll say. When it happens to you, I'll go, it's regrettable. I don't agree with it. Anyway, sorry, go to prison.
No, but I don't think that I don't think that the Department of Justice acted maliciously in that instance.
I don't give a shit what you also don't.
Okay.
You're just full of shit. We can all see it. Your bad faith or your TDS has convinced you that it's okay. Like literally, you
said it's the greatest crime in the history of the country.
No, what I said was it was the biggest political scandal in the history of the country if unverified opposition research paid for by a presidential opponent, sourced by an alleged Russian spy, was used, not verified, to spy on the president of the United States, which is exactly what happened, which I was calling a crazy conspiracy.
So who should go to jail for that?
The people that did that spying.
Who?
Comey,
for what?
McCabe, Ray.
Wait, Comey should go to jail for?
Yes, all of them should go to prison. They should be hung for treason. Is what they
treason? Are you shitting me?
No,
for treason.
Right.
You're redefining words now. Treason, invasion.
Okay, coup. They engaged in
for coup. Where's the statute for coup? You don't even know what you. So you've been spending years on this. You don't even know the crime that you would charge Comey for.
Doesn't matter. You should be charged.
I mean, okay, for what?
For treason, for a coup, for an insurrection.
For coup.
Yes.
Okay. For insurrection.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that's what they did. They committed treason.
They committed insurance. They used an insurance policy to try to prevent the person that they politically disliked from obtaining office. Once he obtained office, they continually, as Chuck Schumer said, found 6 ways from Sunday to go after him. The person that was the legitimate elected leader of this country that they were supposed to operate under. And they went after him in every way possible.
So seditious conspiracy or something like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what they did. And you're fine.
I think that's unhinged. I don't think
Comey
intended that. I don't think Comey intended that.
So do you think Peter Strzok intended it when he was talking about an insurance
policy?
policy?
I absolutely don't think that.
You don't think? It was just coincidence?
I don't think that there's evidence to support that, no.
So when he had motive, he said that he wanted an insurance policy to prevent him, right?
Everyone has motive that you invent, yeah, for sure.
Okay. I invented that. I invented that Peter Strzok.
No, I mean you can. So he absolutely doesn't like Trump for sure, but that isn't enough.
He
a lot of people don't like Trump.
Said that he wanted an insurance policy to prevent him from winning.
He said those words. No. Sorry. He said we have an insurance policy.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
and
so
then
what?
did
What does
he
that prove?
take actions that were against the law?
Struck himself?
Did the agencies that he was involved with, that he was one of the people tasked in front of, take actions that were against the law?
The answer is yes, but that
Who should have
doesn't-
gone to?
that doesn't show that he's criminal.
For the FISA warrants, who should have went to jail?
This guy who was actually pleaded guilty. His name is.
You got a slap on the wrist. That guy. He's got his license to practice law back. Kevin Clinesmith.
Yeah, he should be charged.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, you got
but
slap
tell
on
me
the
the
wrist.
other crime. Tell me the other crime. I mean, you're just making shit up. But that there should be other crimes.
The crime of illegally spying on the president of the United States' team.
Okay. So anyone who has a warrant that is illegal, that's a crime. You think that the government, like anytime the government has a warrant that's unconstitutional, or
I think intentionally targeting a political candidate that you don't like that then becomes the president of the United States.
well, that's the rub, isn't it? You can't show that they intended to just hurt him. That wasn't the point.
Well,
There was an investigation.
Says who? You can't prove that Trump intended to do any of the shit that you claim.
Sure, we can.
Sure, really? Why? Okay, what Trump
Just
said.
watch. Just wait. A few more months, you'll be there.
Okay. Other than the one time, did you see what came out earlier today?
What's
Trump? It's pretty bad. The Jack Smith shit they released, where Trump said, "I do want you to move these boxes and hide them." Did you see? You didn't see this? It was like huge news.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Are you referencing the indictment?
No, it was. I don't know if it's true, but Politico or something broke a story that part of what Smith's going to release is they've uncovered emails directly. What was this guy that was Trump's assistant?
Are you on the Combetta shit still?
No, that nada, right? Trump. This is why I was deferential when you were talking about the Mar-a-Lago case, because apparently there's an email where Trump specifically said, "I do want you to hide those bonds."
Trump doesn't use email. What are you talking about?
I don't know if it's an email or what, a text, something. There's some form of communication from someone in Trump's team saying that they want him particularly to move those.
Yeah, so I don't know what comparison you're trying to draw, just to be clear.
Oh,
There's
wait, when he
text
said,
messages-
no, I'm
there's
sorry.
text messages.
You know what I forgot? When he said, "I intentionally want you to move those," I actually interpret that as, no, actually, he said, "I don't want you to move those and hide them."
Okay.
Right?
Nice meme. I don't know what you're referencing.
What do you mean?
You're doing the Bowman shit? You're back there?
Right. He said one thing. He said, "I want you to move those boxes and hide them." And I interpret that as, actually, I think that means he didn't want him to move those boxes and hide them.
Okay.
Well, that sounds stupid, doesn't it?
What do you think he actually meant?
Well, that sounds stupid, doesn't it?
What do you think he actually meant?
Well, what would you think he actually meant if he said that?
I don't know. I think he probably wanted those boxes moved.
Oh, but you don't think when Bowman says it that his word should be held to what he says?
When Bowman said he intended a fire alarm?
When Bowman said he didn't intend for the alarm.
So didn't intend a fire alarm?
Correct.
He might have. I just don't think that it's a equivocal case. That's all I'm saying.
No, what it is, it's equivocal. You might not be equivocal in the sort of underlying criminal allegation that's being made. But as far as literally taking someone's direct words, taking their direct fucking words, right? He said, "I didn't intend the alarm." Something that you said was...
I pulled the alarm. I didn't intend it. That's what he said.
Right. Something that you said was clearly bullshit when other people were saying, maybe he pulled the alarm and didn't intend it. And you're like, that's
Next.
bullshit. That's stupid. Right. Then when he says that, and you admit that lying to law enforcement is a serious crime, right?
If it's material lie, yes, for sure.
Okay. And that would be material, right? Because that's what he's being accused of.
Lying about the nature of investigation, if it meets that threshold, yes.
Okay. And yet you say, nah, I don't believe it this time. I think when he said, "I didn't intend for the alarm to go off," I think what he really meant
Are we really going in circles again on Bowman stuff?
the reason we're doing it, right?
Why? Why do you subject it? We just spent fucking 4 hours on it.
I'll tell you why. Because we went right back to intent. That's what
Okay,
you did.
so-
we had unlawful spying on the president of the United States by people saying that they wanted an insurance policy, that were saying all sorts of vile shit about their hatred of Trump, both during
There's
the
no criminality.
investigations-
Show the criminality.
The criminality
Yeah.
would be intent, right?
Well, what is the crime that you name me the crime that you want to charge him with, and then what is the criminal intent?
Okay, let me ask you this: if he intended,
Yeah, you don't know the crime because you never
don't
thought
know
about
the
it.
underlying guy. I don't
Because
know-
you never thought about it.
I did
It's so
think about
wild
it.
to
It
me
is
that
a coup.
you've never thought
it
about
is a coup, is what it is.
Where do I find the coup crime?
So seditious conspiracy, isn't that a crime?
Okay, isn't seditious conspiracy the use of force as well in the definition?
Well, wouldn't
If two or more persons in a place subject to the jurisdiction of the United States conspire to overthrow, put down, or to destroy by force the government of the United States, you think that what we're talking about is to destroy by force the government of the United States, or to levy war against them, or to oppose by force the authority of the government of the United States?
Yes, I think that's force. I think using a spying apparatus is an act of force.
All right.
Disagree? If a police puts handcuffs on you, is that an act of force?
I think that's force, yeah.
If they spy on you illegally, is that an act of force?
No.
You don't think that's an act of force?
No, I don't. That's stupid.
That's not stupid. An attempt to spy on you.
Oh, so if I like go in a magnifying glass and what are those called? I don't even know what they're called. But
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
A
I'm
scope,
talking
and I look at you, and that's a force. Use of
No,
force.
that's you intentionally subverting what I mean by the term spy. By spy, I mean illegally go through your papers, your phone calls, your emails, your electronic devices.
That's called trespass, not force.
It's an act of force.
No,
Particularly
it's
when
not.
you're doing so in an attempt to find criminality in order to then have a further act of force of imprisoning you.
Okay, so then you admit that by trespassing on the Capitol, everyone was using force on January 6th.
No.
Okay, so then what's your deal?
But using
Well, you
force-
just got caught real bad, right?
No,
you just got
that's
caught
not
real
even-
bad.
No,
Okay,
trespassing-
we just got caught pretty bad. You think that going through your
trespass is-
papers is force, but going to the Capitol, that's not force. You got caught really bad there, right?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. I didn't get caught. I can understand.
Oh,
how-
you know you got caught. Yeah, you don't.
I didn't get caught. I can understand how
Yeah.
someone, the Jamaal Bowman believer like you, would think so. No.
Well, explain that
Illegally
one for me, Professor.
Right, illegally trespassing on someone's property is different than breaking into their home, rummaging through their computer,
You
stealing
can't
their
even
mail.
get it out.
What are you talking about?
You can't even get it out.
If I'm a burglar and I break into your house and steal your shit, is that an act of force?
Breaking and entering is using a force, yeah, for sure.
Okay, so then if I illegally break into your electronic communications, how is that not a form of breaking and entering?
Because force requires physical force. I don't know what to tell you.
What are you talking about? So you're
Digital
saying-
is not force. It's not.
Okay, so you're saying if I physically break into your home and steal your physical mail, that's an act of force. But if I
Breaking and
digitally,
entry is a use of force.
but
Breaking
if
and
I
entry is a use of force.
digitally, right, use the FBI to get a warrant to be able to spy on you, that's not an act of force.
Digital is not force. Yeah.
I disagree.
Okay, then you think that if I like hack you, I'm using force against you?
I think that if the government, by its very nature, right, using laws or using tools
You're too
to
tired for this
violate your
conversation,
right,
bro.
no, I'm not using tools to violate your rights is an act of force. Whether it
Okay.
be digital
but
or
people going into the fucking Capitol, that's not force.
no. Well, it depends on what they did. There.
No. But how come breaking and entering, if that's enough for force, and you agree with that, don't you think that everyone by definition was breaking and entering on January 6th? Who was there?
Breaking and entering is different. If someone, like for example, it's different cases for different people. Let's say that I came 30 minutes after the Capitol had been breached. I didn't see any of the signs because they were torn down that said "Do not enter," and I saw police officers holding a door open, welcoming me in. Did I break and enter?
I think by the law, if you know that you're not supposed to be there, then yes, right?
How would you know if the police are waving you in?
I don't know what to say to that.
Right.
Do you think that
Now,
there was a
that's different
majority
than
of
the
people
person-
who were in the Capitol, or some large
Could
amount of
be-
people who were
it
just
could
waved
be-
in?
Right. That's different than someone who punched a police officer, smashed a window, and climbed in. That's obvious use of force.
Okay, but like just to be 1 trillion quadrillion percent sure, anyone who wasn't waved in by the Capitol into the Capitol used force.
No, I don't know necessarily if that's the case.
But if I go in there if I hack into Trump's digital assets, that's
It's a question.
force.
It's a question if that would be force or not.
Okay.
Because
All
listen,
right.
listen,
now who's a partisan hack,
listen.
motherfucker.
You're not even listening, right? There's a question as whether or not that would be use of force as a private citizen. But as a government institution, yes, it would be an act of force.
Nice. Okay.
You don't think so?
So the act of only because the government spies on you, that's what makes it force. You think the definition of force is contingent on whether or not it's the government or a private individual doing it.
Government lying intentionally in order to enforce spying, any sort of criminality or any sort of investigative tools they could use on you is an act of force.
That's just I don't know what to say to that. Okay.
But anyways, I'll say this. Like, here's the truth of it. Like, here's the truth of it, right? Like,
this is wild.
The truth of it. You're probably right in the sense that I don't have my specific terminology of the specific crime that they should be charged with and things like that. When I'm talking about hanging people for treason, that's a bit hyperbolic. I'll admit all of that. But what I will say is this. It's clear that they committed significant crimes and they did engage in a coup. Whatever the criminal code would be of the people that intentionally subvert our democracy in an attempt to install the people they want against the will of the people, that's the sort of charges that should be brought against these people. If you would like, I could scour the criminal code and see exactly what those would be. But the fact that you, as a lawyer who claims to care about our democracy, says it's regrettable. That's what it was. It's regrettable.
I think it's bad not to follow procedure, but I'm not going to sit here and call it.
You're so full of shit. If Trump would do this, everyone knows. If you would have said this is the greatest threat to democracy, this man needs to be brought up on charges. He needs to be impeached immediately. But when it's Democrats or when it's partisan hacks doing it against Trump, you don't have a problem with it. That's the truth. You don't.
Well, you literally just said that you'd be okay with it. You literally just said that I would be okay. You just said I would be okay if they did it against you.
No, I didn't. I said that's what you deserve.
Oh, so you're not okay with that?
No. Like, and here's the thing. You asked me before, if Trump would win, do I want him to have illegal FISA warrants? And I didn't answer you because you don't deserve an answer. You don't. You literally don't. Anyone who downplayed him, fuck you, I owe you nothing. But for the sake of argument, I will say, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart, I don't owe you a fucking thing. You're a partisan hack that deserves to be ridiculed, particularly on this issue of corruption. But what I've told people, honestly, is no. I would speak out against that. I would speak out against that weaponization. But that's what makes me... That's what makes me weak. That's what makes me ineffectual, right? Just like I spoke out against cancel culture, right? That's who I am as a person. At the end of the day, I'm a pretty happy person. I'm a father. I'm a husband. I like that shit. I like my life. I can't sell out.
I'm happy
like you. I can't do what you do. I can't sell out who I am.
Sell out.
Because
I'm not selling out. I'm me.
Jamaal Bowman, you might forget that conversation?
Yeah,
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Right,
okay,
you're a sellout. Like, it's regrettable that they spied on the president of the United States. You're just full of shit. Like, it's evident. Like, you're willing to sell. I get that. I get, as a lefty, you think that Trump's the great evil and anything that's done to him is justified. Blah blah blah.
I don't believe that. I don't believe anything
the next guy that comes along, that's exactly what you said. Right? Like that's what.
You think I believe that anything bad that happens to Trump is justified by the government?
Name me one of the cases that were brought against Trump that you think are bad.
The criminal cases, they're all good.
Okay, all the criminal are good. How about the civil?
The civil ones, the one I haven't looked into the E. Jean Carroll defamation case, so I can't speak on that one, so I haven't looked into it.
How about
there was a case by Stormy Daniels that was really bad against Trump.
Well, the criminal case proceeds about Stormy Daniels.
No, that's different. One was the case by Stormy Daniels.
Okay.
Again.
What about Erdogan in the Trump Tower?
Yeah. That one's cut and dry.
That's a good case. That's a good case. Right.
That's a good case.
All right. So how, any of the tools that were used against Trump, the FBI investigation, that was all good, right?
Well, hang on. The FISA warrant wasn't against Trump. The FISA warrant was against Carter Page.
Okay, but that was against Trump's team. Okay. But
I don't assume that there's just because someone on Trump's team is doing something bad doesn't mean Trump's doing something bad. I don't
Crossfire Hurricane. In general, you're okay with Crossfire Hurricane?
In general, yes, yeah.
First impeachment?
First impeachment, he should have been removed, yeah.
Second impeachment?
Should have been removed. Oh, even after he was
can't really name anything.
Convicted. Well, I did. There was a Stormy Daniels lawsuit, and I was going through them. I was going through my head, racking through my head. I didn't come prepared with all of them. But give me a minute. Let me think of everything against them.
So
a couple of these private lawsuits, I think, are.
Okay. A couple of private. There we go. Good deal.
But the government actions,
all the government actions were good.
Yep. Which ones? Which ones were bad?
How about Crossfire Hurricane? How about the FISA warrants to spy on someone connected to Trump's team?
Well, the FISA warrant part was bad, but the investigation was good.
No, the investigation wasn't good. The fact that it used tools to spy on Trump's administration proves that it wasn't good.
Okay, move on. We talked about this.
Right. So what's that, new ones? All the cases
Yeah.
against Trump are complete bullshit.
Criminal ones are all good.
So, like, for example, this Aragorn case is complete bullshit. There was no victim. The banks themselves evaluated the price and was okay with it. They were completely paid. They didn't lose any money. You've had people like the dude from Shark Tank, Kevin O'Leary, and say this is literally how every single real estate developer acts. This is what they do. They criminally undervalued this proceedings. The Stormy Daniels case that's brought, it's a complete bullshit case. One, it hinges on the idea that him paying off extortionist that was claiming that he cheated on his wife with her is
Let's not get into marriage. I have to go. I have to fucking
right. Oh, right.
No, but list them all off. We've talked about some of these before. Do you want to have a schedule a conversation to talk about your case?
I'll be busy.
Yeah, okay. I would never run away from you on any of these cases, but are there other situations that we haven't spoken about?
I'm going through them as we speak, and the greater point,
Okay.
because I do have to get going as well. It's 2. I've been here too long. So, but I will say this: like, what I'm saying is this, right? Like, I'm not cheering for this corruption, but it will come, and there will be a pendulum swing back.
I hope not.
And
Wait,
I hope not.
I hope that
That's
there's
what's
no
gonna
corruption ever. I don't advocate for
That's
corruption.
That's a lie. Because when that corruption happens and it benefits your side, you make excuses for it. You say it's not that big of a deal, just like you're doing with Jamaal Bowman. Just like you said, it's regrettable. I mean, they literally used opposition research sourced by an alleged Russian spy to accuse Trump of working with alleged Russian spies that they then didn't verify and used to spy on Trump's team.
No, they used that to get a warrant. Are you talking about FBI? You're talking about Clinton and
FBI.
Fusion GPS. Okay, they used part of that to get a warrant on Carter Page.
Right.
You're acting as though that action is one part of a criminal conspiracy against Trump for an illicit purpose, as opposed to bad procedure, bad policy, and stuff that many criminal defendants or many people who are in the criminal justice system have to face all the time. And so, is it bad? Yeah. Is it bad when it's connected to a political candidate for office? 100 trillion%. But I'm not going to sit here and say it's the greatest scandal in political history.
They spied on the president of the United States.
Lyndon B. Johnson and the FBI of old, when the kind of shit that they were up to, that was way worse.
Ever get a FISA warrant to spy on the president's team?
They not a FISA warrant, but they literally illegally spied on Nixon.
Okay, cool. Anyways, one last thing I did want to say, right? That we got to your partisan hackery, and like I get it, like. You'll cry and scream and gnash your teeth when eventually a Republican will be elected, hopefully. And if they use these tools against you, even though I'll be against it and I'll still defend, when you say, but this is outrageous, I'll tell you to eat shit. I'll just be like, you don't have any credibility. You have no leg to stand on. Fuck off. Now it's up to people like me that have challenged this sort of authoritarianism in the past, not you who celebrated it. The last thing I'll say is, one of the things is when I mentioned the term engaged, right? Engaged in insurrection. One of the what's funny is most of these things we do where I make you look like a fool, like the Bowman thing, are all complete self-owns by you. For example, the Bowman thing, we had our conversation. I didn't talk about it. Then you misled people and tried to gaslight people is what I said on Twitter. And you were like, hey, Rob, you said that fire alarms couldn't unlock doors, but blah, blah, blah. Something I never said. In fact, I said in this particular case, there was a 20% chance that fire alarm.
But he would never have thought that. But there's 20%, but he wouldn't have thought it.
That's exactly right.
Even though you think it. You understand the contradiction there?
As you admitted. Do you want to go through this again? So here's the contradiction, right? The fact that something, like, for example, is there a percent chance that if I put a gun right here and you see me shoot several times, then move off screen and put the same gun up there, that's a fake gun and it's shooting blanks?
Well, what percentage would you put on it?
It would be very low, but it is
percent. Yeah, but you put 20% on the. You put 20% on the other.
So then, would you then pick up that gun and point it at someone and pull the trigger and say, "Oh, there's a chance"? No, you would never. No,
but if you put in a 20% chance, you said 20%.
Right, a normal person would never. And I asked you, so just so the audience knows, here's what happens.
Are you a normal person?
Here we go. I said to Pisco, how many times have you came across a door that was locked and decided that you were going to pull a fire alarm to unlock it?
I haven't.
You said 0. And I said, what do you think the chances are the person would do that? And you said 0%. And I said, okay, given that. And then you started to backtrack. You were like, well, wait. What about security doors?
On the same distinction, distinctions that you brought up later on, just to be clear.
So I said, what about security doors? I said any door. That would include security doors. And you said, no, I wasn't looking at it like that because I assumed as a non-expert that
Emergency doors
all
were-
emergency doors would be unlocked.
No, listen. I read a lot about. Listen, it is the case. I read a lot about.
You can talk.
Emergency.
You could talk for 20 minutes and it's easy. Like, I know what you're going to do. Well, I read that actually there are emergency doors and there are laws that say they have to be
I didn't think that there are laws that so there are policies that require them to be locked because it actually is a problem for security to have them unlocked all the time.
Okay, what's that have anything to do? What's the relevance
No,
of what
because
I just said?
thought I was ignorant in thinking that emergency doors are always unlocked.
Okay, you thought that.
I didn't know that.
Okay, so now what Pisco's doing, now he's saying, oh, when I said, what percent chance would you give someone of seeing a locked door and saying, oh, I got to pull a fire alarm to unlock it? Pisco said 0%, right? And then he backtracks when I say, okay, that means Bowman, even though there's a chance that could have done it, that's not how a normal person thinks. They wouldn't think in the moment, I'm going to pull the fire alarm to unlock. So Pisco realizes what he said just proves his entire case and proves what I was saying there. And he goes, well, wait, what about security doors? I'm like, what about security doors? I said, you come to any door. Why does it being a security door matter? Why is that a difference?
It would be more likely to open it.
He
if
says,
it's an
I
emergency door.
assumed that they were all unlocked as a non-security expert. Now, not only is that just garbage and a clear way to try to get out of the point that he knew that he was proving there, but here's the funny part. Pisco, I can prove you're a liar 100%. You ready?
Yeah, go for it.
How am I going to prove that you assumed that all security doors were unlocked or emergency doors were unlocked? How do you think I'm going to prove it?
That all emergency doors
Your claim was
unlocked?
you assumed that all emergency doors were unlocked, correct? That's what you said.
In the conversation with you, yeah.
That's what you said. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you recall around that time any conversations you were having about emergency doors?
About Bowman.
Oh, right. And an emergency door. And what about
Yeah,
that
it is
emergency
emergency
door?
door.
What was your
Yeah,
claim?
the emergency door was locked. I'm telling you before.
Wait. No, let's for the audience, let's hear this again. So Pisco says, yes, if you come to a door, there's a 0% chance someone would say pull a fire alarm to open it. And I say, okay, then why would
Any
Bowman-
random door?
Please,
Yeah,
let me
they
finish.
wouldn't.
Please,
Yeah.
let me finish. Then Pisco goes, oh, wait, it's different for security doors. And I say,
Yeah.
why? He goes, because I assumed that all security doors would be unlocked.
No, you don't
Right?
understand what
And
you don't even
yet-
understand what I'm saying.
And yet, here's the best part, right? The entire conversation up until that point was talking about an emergency door that was locked. So the one door we could prove that was an emergency door that Pisco ever talked about, he was arguing was locked. But
No,
then the
before-
reason that he changed his position was
You don't even understand.
You explained to me. Okay,
This is so sad.
No, I understand you're going to try to
This is
spin the
very
story.
sad,
So let's
yeah.
do this in little parts, right? You said, and I quote.
No, I'll just-
You
I'll-
assumed,
I mean-
you assumed all emergency doors.
I'll explain what I said. If you
yes or
care to
no?
hear it.
I'll give you a chance to explain. Yes
Yeah,
or no?
sure.
You said that you assumed emergency doors were all
prior to our conversation, it never occurred to me that emergency doors were always
What
or
does that
sometimes
have
locked.
anything to do? You tell me if I'm correct or not. The reason that we're talking about this is because you initially made the affirmative claim that if 0% chance if someone walked up to a locked door, they
A
would
random door, yeah, random
pull-
door.
Okay, any door.
Not specifying it that it's an emergency door.
Okay.
You understand the
So-
difference?
no,
I don't think you understand why
No,
I'm saying
no,
that.
No.
Yeah,
We'll get
you
to
don't
why you're
understand.
saying it. What,
Yeah, you
what-
don't
if,
understand.
if we had a Venn diagram and I said, what's the percent
Doors.
chance you would come to a door and
Yeah.
pull a fire alarm? And you said 0. Would emergency doors be contained within that term door?
They would, but you saying door and not specifying changes how one thinks, right? Like if you
No,
say
it doesn't change. I'm
Yes, it
talking about
does.
Any
It
door,
does.
which would include emergency doors, non-doors.
When you
said with
say
any
doors,
door-
so no,
Okay,
listen.
now wait. Now let's go
You,
further.
I'm
let's
seeing
go
now that you
further.
don't even understand what my point was.
Now this is what you're going to do. Now you're going
You
to
don't
say,
understand it.
Now this is what you're going to say. Oh. The reason that it's different is because I thought all emergency doors were unlocked. That's what you're going to say, right?
No. You do not understand
Did
what
you
I'm
say
saying.
all emergency
When you-
doors are on? You
Wait.
assumed all
I thought you
emergency
said you were going to give me the opportunity to respond.
Because you're
Are
just
you going to give me the opportunity or
about
not?
nonsense, and then we're going to have to.
And
get
you don't
back
want to
onto
hear.
it.
And you
Go
don't
ahead.
want to hear what I have
Go
to
ahead.
say.
Here comes
Okay.
5 minutes of nothing relevant whatsoever. Go ahead.
Okay. So when you see a door and there's a fire alarm next to it, what do you think the odds are that it opens the door? And without specifying that it's an emergency door, I'm like 0. When you say door, I'm not thinking about emergency door. You understand why that's relevant?
Okay, so you assumed. So then you further elaborated. You said, "Well, I assumed all emergency doors were unlocked." Let me ask you another question. Let me ask you another question here, Pisco. If there are doors,
You're not
if you
getting
know
it.
that, no, wait. If there's a door and you know 100% it's unlocked, what
Mm-hmm.
are the chances that pulling the fire alarm unlocks it?
Very low. I mean, I don't know.
Zero.
It's already
It would
unlocked.
be zero.
Yeah,
It's already unlocked.
unlocked.
So then if your distinction is, the reason that I distincted from regular door to emergency door is I thought all emergency doors were unlocked. How does it help then Bowman's case that, in this case, the door he thought was unlocked, he pulled the fire alarm to unlock the door he already thought was unlocked.
You're not understanding why I said I had assumed that all emergency doors are unlocked. You don't even understand why I'm saying it. I'm about to explain to you. Me saying I didn't even know that emergency doors were to be locked wasn't meant to be as part of this analytical exercise of percentages. When I say I thought all emergency doors were unlocked, it was to show you that I have a very bad knowledge about emergency doors. That's not for me. That's not me saying that as part of the percentage assumptions that I'm talking about, that it's included in my. Wait, why are you laughing? I see you laughing.
Because you're making a nonsensical. The whole reason this came about was you thought you had me on some gotcha. Because I admit that there is a chance that a door that is locked and only opens when an alarm goes off, there is a chance that the alarm that's separate on the wall could theoretically trigger that unlocking mechanism.
Yeah,
I believe there are locks out there that work that way in certain buildings. Okay. I absolutely would believe. 20%? I also simultaneously believe that no one's walking up to a locked door saying, I'm going to pull that fire alarm to unlock it, that crosses people's thoughts.
Did. But you did.
No, I didn't.
But you just said that you
No,
20%.
I didn't. Thinking of that, just like I could say, I believe that fake guns that shoot blanks exist. There's a 0% chance that I walk up to a gun, pick it up, put it to someone's head, and pull the trigger and say, "Well, I think there's a chance this is a fake gun." 0% chance.
Wait, hang on a second.
I do.
You don't even think that's true. So if you walk up to an emergency door, and it's locked, and you push on it, it's locked. Mm-hmm. What are the odds you think that the fire alarm right next to the emergency door opens that?
I don't know. In that particular one, I said 20%.
You don't think it's higher than that?
No.
What other than a alarm would open that door?
What's
the purpose of
a key, something like that?
So you think there's only a 20% chance? Okay,
right,
I think that's wild. I think that's wild.
And again, what we're talking about is a person before we're having these conversations, just a person in their everyday life that has never thought about sort of the ramifications of the legality of people in halls of Congress that have had these deep conversations, right? We're just talking about someone who's not having any conversations with firearms.
I don't know the real percentage. I'm speculating.
You said zero.
I don't know.
You said zero.
When I'm telling you, when I go into a random locked door, that is to say not specified as an emergency door, I don't think a fire alarm opens that door, and I would never think to do it.
But when it's an emergency door, you said at the time we're having this conversation, you distinct emergency doors, right? Because you thought I was only asking about random non-emergency doors. So once we include emergency doors, that changes the percentage, correct?
Yeah, it increases.
And you gave the reason it changed the percentage, correct?
I think that because what else reason? Would... I'm not sure what else would open it. I assume that they have doors.
You said because all emergency doors are unlocked.
No.
That's what you said.
That's not the purpose of that statement. Said. That's not.
No.
You're not understanding the purpose of it. Yeah.
Right, but you're making post hoc.
You acknowowing. Okay, so.
Idiot. And so
hang on a second, Rob.
We know your purpose of your statement wasn't to prove you're a fucking idiot.
Rob, listen to me. It doesn't even make sense what you're saying. So if you're saying that. When I said that having an alarm next to an emergency door raises the odds that it would open the door, and the reason is because all emergency doors are unlocked. You understand that is not even a
right. I understand.
That's a logically invalid thing to say.
Right, and I do understand that piece.
But that's not why I said it.
No, that is something that a liar who is bad faith would do. You would, because you're trying to make this gotcha. You're trying to say, well, if you think that hypothetically something could exist, then how could you say as a person in the moment you would never think to that? Which is something that I don't even...
Or you just don't understand why I said that.
No, I can't believe I have to explain that, right? Like, for example...
You don't understand why I'm saying what I'm saying. When I say... You don't understand it.
No, I completely get it. You proved my point by saying, of course, if I came to a door and it was locked, 0% chance that I think someone would pull the emergency room alarm to unlock it. And then I'm like, right, that's exactly what I'm saying. So even though me and you could say, well, wait a minute, if we step down and think about it, sure, I guess there could be
doors. You didn't specify emergency door.
But it didn't have to be because it was any door. You could have said if it was an emergency door. Then you sought to be like, this is
But
what
you
if
don't
you
even
ask me
believe
that.
that.
So let's say I believe this, right? Let's say I believe 0% chance a non-emergency door, but 15% chance emergency door. Let's say
Okay.
that's hypothetically what I believe.
Yeah.
And you said, Rob, let's say you walk up to a door and it's locked. What do you think the chances are that you would pull the alarm to open it? And I would say, well, is it an emergency door or not? If it's a regular door, it's zero. But if it's an emergency door, like 50%,
we hashed out. Yeah.
No,
I
that's
said
not what we
0%
did.
because my
You
mind
said zero.
was
You said
thinking
zero.
about regular door.
You
Yeah,
said
I was
zero.
thinking about regular
You said
door,
zero.
Rob.
You said zero. That's what you said.
Rob,
And then when
but
I was
Rob,
like, okay,
Rob,
and then when I said, okay,
you
that
have
proves,
problems,
No,
bro.
I don't
I'm
have
sorry.
problems. I
Yes,
don't
you
have
do.
problems. Then when I said, okay, that proves the point I was making with Bowman, that even though we could, if we step down and think like, yeah, theoretically these sorts of devices could exist, no one's thinking of that in the moment. No one's thinking, oh, the door's locked. I'm going to pull the alarm on that wall. No one's thinking that.
Your hypothetical doesn't even
And
prove
then-
it. It doesn't even prove
then
that.
you're like, oh, that's not good for me. I just admitted that. So then you're like, well, wait. If it was a security door, it could be different because I assumed all security doors would be unlocked. Now, that proves that, okay, that's stupid. If they're unlocked, then that proves your argument's non-valid anyways, and it's stupid. Secondly, the mere fact that you're making that claim is disproven by the fact that we've literally spent an hour talking about an emergency door that was locked.
No, but what you're not grasping is in that moment. I say I assumed all security doors were unlocked or emergency doors unlocked. That is not meant to be a part of the.
So in that
the
moment,
logic.
in that
wait
moment,
a second. Let me.
No, I don't have to.
Come on, dude.
In that moment when
Okay.
you made that comment,
See you later, Robert.
Right, we'll see it. So in that moment when Pisco made that comment, we literally have been talking about a specific emergency door that had been locked. So now what Pisco wants you to believe is, okay, so I'm talking about doors, and I said there's a 0% chance, right? That's what I'm talking about. And then once I realized that proves Rob's argument, I say, wait, security doors will be different. Because now at this point, right now, when I'm about to make this statement, I assumed all security doors were unlocked. And when you're like, but Pisco, we just had or emergency doors were unlocked. We just had an hour conversation about an emergency door that was locked. No, I meant before the conversation we just had. The part that I didn't get to ask him that I did want to ask him about is, which is one of the more laughable things he went on, is he makes all these big proclamations about how Trump engaged in an insurrection because he said things like fight like hell. And when he said be peaceful, it was actually a dog whistle for go be violent, blah, 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 blah. Normal horse shit. But here's what's funny. I talk routinely about May 30th, 2020. That was an insurrection by Pisco's definition. And they actually took lethal weapons and attacked a guard station and hurt police officers. And they burned down a guard station, etc. And I said they called Trump, it was trending on Twitter, bunker bitch and bunker boy. That's what the Democrats were calling you. So Pisco takes to Twitter, and as always, just like he made a fool of himself, that's the whole point. I was trying to get to the Bowman thing, but we got off on this tangent, right? I let the Bowman thing go. I let it go. And then Pisco re-brought it up by lying about what I said. Rob said that no alarm system could never unlock. No, I didn't. I didn't say that at all. Well, he didn't say that, blah, 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 blah. And then like a day later, the video comes out. It's like, okay, now what, Pisco? I don't know why you're focusing on it. The dude literally brought it up and had the bad timing of bringing it up the day before the video came out to completely disprove what a piece of shit liar he is, right? This is what happened. Same thing here. So he's going to be like, hey, Rob, can you send me any prominent Democrats or media people that actually use the term bunker boy? Now, here's the truth of it. There weren't a lot that used that exact term. There were a lot that made fun of Trump for going to the bunker, but there was a hashtag that was trending bunker boy and bunker bitch. And there were certain select members of the media in the Democratic Party that used those terms. But more importantly, that's not the specific term, which you can see why I would use those terms because that was the term that was trending, but is the idea that they made fun of Trump because there was an insurrection of violent lefties that were trying to break into the White House and Secret Service had to move him to a different area. Right? That's the point. So he thinks it's going to be a gotcha. It was just rando Twitter people. Yeah, I found Joe Biden making fun of Trump. Hilarious. He tries to get a gotcha, and I'm like, how about Biden? Now, Pisco's argument is saying fight like hell before January 6th and other things like that proves Donald Trump engaged in an insurrection. Therefore, his name shouldn't be allowed to be on the ballots. He also admits that May 20th, 2020 was an insurrection. After that insurrection, after Joe Biden saw that it was an insurrection, he made fun of Trump for having to be moved to a bunker. How isn't that proof of engaging in an insurrection? And then Pisco immediately is like, but Trump said it wasn't a big deal, so he is bad faith. That's the truth. And I hope I articulated why going through the Bowman story again, and I'll do it again and again and again. That's who Pisco is. Now, I was saying things that were hyperbolic there at the end. I don't think that necessarily people should be hung for treason, though there needs to be immediate criminal investigations. If there's any hope of ever having people have any faith in these institutions like the FBI again. And it's one of the frustrating things about Pisco. Did you ever notice, like, he changes the definitions and the meanings of words and again, does everyone see what I'm saying? Do I read my Discord messages? Not as much as I should, I'll be honest. Do you see how these two things could be true simultaneously? I could, if someone asked me, like, hey, Rob, do you think there's any alarms that could theoretically open doors? Like, sure, I guess that could happen. Versus I walk up to a door in the moment. I'm not thinking about this. I've never had this conversation. I see a locked door, and I look over, and there's a fire alarm, and I pull it. That's why I asked Pisco, I'm like, how many times have you done it? What do you think the chances are? 0%. And it's like an emergency door. Oh, that's different. Yeah, that might have been the worst. I don't know. Maybe Biden did call the border an emergency. It's pretty pathetic. But anyways, one last thing I have to say tonight. So I will be streaming tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern time on Ian Crossland's show. So I hope you'll check that out. I think it'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, as soon as it's, and again, I hate to say this about Pisco, as bad as that video evidence is, I can't believe, like, it's what's so frustrating. Thank you so much. Say it's 1 p.m. Eastern. I'll be on, you can watch it on my channels or also on Ian's YouTube channel, but I'll be streaming it. I think it'll be fun. It is amazing to me, as bad as that video evidence is, Jamaal Bowman, I mean, this is what's so frustrating to me. And it's one of the things, maybe it's because I'm a debater and how I've debated and stuff like that in the past. One of the things I realize you have to do is before something happens, get people on record, right? Because they'll change. When you're talking about potential double standards, they'll always be able to say this. No two situations are completely the same. So you could successfully argue anything, like anything. I could have two oranges and say, oh, we each get an orange. And you could be like, nah, that one's different. That one's different. Why? See, it's got a little nub here. But if you just explained like oranges materially, right, before you saw them presented, it'd be harder for you to do that. Right? You're like, why do I deserve an orange? And I'm like, well, what's an orange? Oh, it's round. It could be between this sides. It's orange. And I give you that. Right? And then I take one for myself. And they say, but I want the one you have. I deserve that one. Why? Because what I really meant to say is I deserve an orange that's exactly 32 centimeters and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Ian's a good guy. I think it'll be a lot of fun. So that's what you do. You get them. The problem is people like Pisco, they'll say something. And then you're like, okay, that sort of disproves your argument. And they're like, wait. I want to take that back. I want to take that back now. I take it back. I said, yeah, 0% chance you come to a door. You'd pull the alarm. I take that back. Now an emergency door. I assumed all emergency doors were unlocked. Okay. What about the emergency door we were just talking about that was locked? Well, no, you don't understand why I'm saying that. So now it's different. So what he did was he said, oh, Jamaal Bowman, it's absurd to think he didn't intend the alarm to go off. He knew when he pulled that alarm that would go off. Okay. That's it. Cut and dry. Do you think lying to police is a big deal? Absolutely. Okay. Bowman told the police he didn't intend the alarm to go off. You said that was bullshit. And just watch him go. I could watch him for hours. I can ask him that question and let him go for hours. How does anyone not see that's not a clear-cut case of just partisan hackery? And then you had this one guy in the channel who's like, Pisco's telling the truth. Pisco's a good guy. He's telling the truth. Who was it? I saw it. Well, Pisco's a hack for just telling the truth. He's just telling the truth. That's all that's going on. He's telling the truth. How could you say he's a hack? It's a joke. I mean, what do you? How could you ever have a serious conversation with that person and think that you could make any headway? You can't. All right, I gotta go to bed. My wife's gonna be furious with me. So, 1 p.m. Eastern, I'll be on here. It's only gonna be an hour show. I might stick around and talk for a couple minutes afterwards. Then I'll be done, probably for the week. So I'll give you more updates on when I'm supposed to be on Tim Pool's show. It's March 1st. But I'm really excited to do Ian's show and focusing on that. I have no idea what the topic of discussion will be necessarily. So it should be a lot of fun. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great night. And as always, have a good one.